J. Kabul gained. From that camp, we marched to the Aksaray meadow of the Karabagh, and there dismounted. Khusrau Shah's people were well practiced in oppression and violence. They tyrannized over one after another, till at last I had up one of Sayyidim Ali's good braves to my gate, and there beaten for forcibly taking a jar of oil. There and then he just died under the blows. His example kept the rest down. We took counsel in that camp whether or not to go at once against Kabul. Sayyid Yusuf and some others thought that, as winter was near, our first move should be into Lamgan, from which place action could be taken as advantage offered. Baki Beg and some others saw it good to move on Kabul at once. This plan was adopted. We marched forward and dismounted in a Bakwarak. My mother and the belongings left behind in Kamard rejoined us at a Bakwarak. They had been in great danger, the particulars of which are these. Sharam Taghai had gone to set Khusrau Shah on his way for Khurasan, and this done was to fetch the families from Kamard. When he reached Dahana, he found he was not his own master. Khusrau Shah went on with him into Kamard, where was his sister's son, A. Letter 1825 Madi Qasim. These two took up an altogether wrong position towards the families in Kamard. Hereupon a number of Baki Beg's Mughuls, who were with the families, arranged secretly with Sharam Taghai to lay hands on Khusrau Shah and A. Letter 1825 Madi Qasim. The two heard of it, fled along the Kamard Valley on the Ajar side, and made for Khurasan. To bring this about was really what Sharam Taghai and the Mughuls wanted. Set free from their fear of Khusrau Shah by his flight, those in charge of the families got them out of Ajar, but when they reached Kamard, the Sakanchi Var. A Sakanchi tribe blocked the road like an enemy and plundered the families of most of Baki Beg's men. They made prisoner Qulai Bayezid's little son, Tizak. He came into Kabul 3 or 4 years later. The plundered and unhappy families crossed by the Kipchak Pass, as we had done, and they rejoined us in a Bakwarak. Leaving that camp we went, with one night's halt, to the Chalak meadow and there dismounted. After counsel taken, it was decided to lay siege to Kabul, and we marched forward. With what men of the center there were, I dismounted between Letter 1825 Ar Taki's garden and the tomb of Qulai Bayezid, the taster Bakawal. Jahangir Mirza with the men of the right dismounted in my great 4 gardens, Charbagh, Nasir Mirza, with the left in the meadow of Quitluk Kadam's tomb. People of ours went repeatedly to confer with Muqim. They sometimes brought excuses back, sometimes words making for agreement. His tactics were the sequel of his dispatch, directly after Sharak's defeat, of a courier to his father and elder brother in Qandahar. He made delays because he was hoping in them. One day our center, right and left were ordered to put on their mail and their horses' mail, to go close to the town, and to display their equipment so as to strike terror on those within. Jahangir Mirza and the right went straight forward by the Kuchabagh. I, with the center, because there was water, went along the side of Quitluk Kadam's tomb to a mound facing the rising ground. The van collected above Quitluk Kadam's bridge. At that time, however, there was no bridge. When the braves, showing themselves off, galloped close up to the courier's gate, a few who had come out through it fled in again without making any stand. A crowd of Kabulis who had come out to see the sight raised a great dust when they ran away from the high slope of the glacis of the citadel, i.e. Balaletter 1825 ISR. A number of pits had been dug up the rise between the bridge and the gate and hidden under sticks and rubbish. SL. Quli Chunak and several others were thrown as they galloped over them. A few braves of the right exchanged sword cuts with those who came out of the town, in amongst the lanes and gardens, but as there was no order to engage, having done so much, they retired. Those in the fort becoming much perturbed, Muqim made offer through the begs to submit and surrender the town. Baki Beg his mediator, he came and waited on me, when all fear was chased from his mind by our entire kindness and favor. It was settled that next day he should march out with retainers and following, goods and effects, and should make the town over to us. Having in mind the good practice Khusrau Shah's retainers had had in indiscipline and longhandedness, we appointed Jahangir Mirza and Nasir Mirza with the great and household begs to escort Muqim's family out of Kabul and to bring out Muqim himself with his various dependents, goods and effects. Camping ground was assigned to him at Tipa. When the Mirzas and the begs went at dawn to the gate, they saw much mobbing and tumult of the common people, so they sent me a man to say, "Unless you come yourself, there will be no holding these people in." In the end, I got to horse, had 2 or 3 persons shot, 2 or 3 cut in pieces, and so stamped the rising down. Muqim and his belongings then got out, safe and sound, side note fall, 128, and they betook themselves to Tipa. It was in the last 10 days of the second rabbi, Oct, 1504 ad, that without a fight, without an effort, by Almighty God's bounty and mercy, I obtained and made subject to me Kabul and Ghazni and their dependent districts. Description of Kabul. The Kabul country is situated in the fourth climate and in the midst of cultivated lands. On the east, it has the Lamganat, Peshawar, Nagar, and some of the countries of Hindustan. On the west, it has the mountain region in which are Karnad and Gur, now the refuge and dwelling places of the Hazara and Nikyudari tribes. On the north, separated from it by the range of Hindu Kush, it has the Qunduz and Andarab countries. On the south, it has Farmal, Nagar Var, Nags, Banu, and Afghanistan. A town and environs of Kabul. The Kabul district itself is of small extent, has its greatest length from east to west, and is girt round by mountains. Its walled town connects with one of these, rather a low one known as Shah of Kabul, because at some time, a Hindu Shah of Kabul built a residence on its summit. Shah of Kabul begins at the Duran Narrows and ends at those of Diyak-ub. It may be 4 miles, 2 shar-I round. Its skirt is covered with gardens fertilized from a canal which was brought along the hill slope in the time of my paternal uncle, Aulug Beg Mirza, by his guardian, Wise Ataka. The water of this canal comes to an end in a retired corner, a quarter known as Kulkina, where much debauchery has gone on. About this place, it sometimes used to be said, in jesting parody of Khwaja letter 1E25, a Fi letter 1E93. Ah, the happy, thoughtless time when, with our names in ill repute, we lived days of days at Kulkina. East of Shah of Kabul and south of the walled town lies a large pool about 2 miles round. From the town side of the mountain 3 smallish springs issue, 2 near Kulkina. Khwaja Shamu's tomb is at the head of one. Khwaja Khi letter 1E93 Rs Kadamgah at the head of another, and the third is at a place known as Khwaja Roshanai, over against Khwaja Abdu Samad. On a detached rock of a spur of Shah of Kabul, known as Ukabane, stands the citadel of Kabul with the great walled town at its north end, lying high in excellent air, and overlooking the large pool already mentioned, and also 3 meadows, namely, Siasang, Blackrock, Sunkwagan Fortback, and Chalak, Highwayman. A most beautiful outlook when the meadows are green. The north wind does not fail Kabul in the heats. People call it the Parwin wind. It makes a delightful temperature in the windowed houses on the northern part of the citadel. In praise of the citadel of Kabul, Mullah Mu letter 1E25, a D Talib Muamai, the Riddler, used to recite this couplet, composed on Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza's name. Drink wine in the castle of Kabul and send the cup round without pause. For Kabul is mountain, is river, is city, is lowland in one. Be Kabul as a trading town. Just as Arabs call every place outside Arab Arabia, Ajam, so Hindustanis call every place outside Hindustan Khurasan. There are 2 trade marts on the land route between Hindustan and Khurasan. One is Kabul, the other Qandahar. To Kabul caravans come from Kashgar, Fargana Turkestan, Samarkand, Bukhara, Balkh, letter 1E25, Isar, and Badakhshan. To Qandahar they come from Khurasan. Kabul is an excellent trading center. If merchants went to Quito or to Rum, they might make no higher profit. Down to Kabul every year come 7, 8, or 10,000 horses, and up to it from Hindustan come every year caravans of 10, 15, or 20, 000 heads of houses, bringing slaves, barda, white cloth, sugar candy, refined and common sugars, and aromatic roots. Many a trader is not content with a profit of 30 or 40 on 10. In Kabul can be had the products of Khurasan, Rum, Iraq, and Chin, China, while it is Hindustan's own market. See products and climate of Kabul. In the country of Kabul, there are hot and cold districts close to one another. In one day, a man may go out of the town of Kabul to where snow never falls, or he may go, in 2 sidereal hours, to where it never thaws, unless when the heats are such that it cannot possibly lie. Fruits of hot and cold climates are to be had in the districts near the town. Amongst those of the cold climate, there are had in the town the grape, pomegranate, apricot, apple, quince, pear, peach, plum, sinjid, almond, and walnut. I had cuttings of the alubalu brought there and planted. They grew and have done well. of fruits of the hot climate people bring into the town. From the lamganat, the orange, citron, amluk, Diospyros lotus, and sugar cane, this last I had brought and planted there. From Nair water, they bring the jilguza, and from the hill tracks much honey. Beehives are in use. It is only from towards Ghazni that no honey comes. The rhubarb of the Kabul district is good, its quinces and plums very good, so too its badrang. It grows an excellent grape, known as the water grape. Kabul wines are heady, those of the Khwajakawand, Sa'id hill skirt being famous for their strength. At this time, however, I can only repeat the praise of others about them. The flavor of the wine a drinker knows. What chance have sober men to know it? Kabul is not fertile in grain. A 4- or 5-fold return is reckoned good there. Nor are its melons first-rate, but they are not altogether bad when grown from Khurasan seed. It has a very pleasant climate. If the world has another so pleasant, it is not known. Even in the heats, one cannot sleep at night without a fur coat. Although the snow in most places lies deep in winter, the cold is not excessive, whereas in Samarkand and Tabriz, both, like Kabul, noted for their pleasant climate, the cold is extreme. Meadows of Kabul. There are good meadows on the 4 sides of Kabul. An excellent one, Sunkwagan, is some 4 miles 2 kuro to the northeast. It is grass fit for horses and few mosquitoes. To the northwest is the Chalak meadow, some 2 miles 1 shar-I away, a large one, but in it mosquitoes greatly trouble the horses. On the west is the Durin. In fact, there are 2, Tipa and Qushnadir Var. Nawar, if 2 are counted here, there would be 5 in all. Each of these is about 2 miles from the town. Both are small, have grass good for horses and no mosquitoes. Kabul has no others so good. On the east is the Siasang meadow with Quitluk Kadam's tomb between it and the Courier's Gate. It is not worth much because, in the heats, it swarms with mosquitoes. Kamri meadow adjoins it. Counting this in, the meadows of Kabul would be 6, but they are always spoken of as 4. Mountain passes into Kabul. The country of Kabul is a fastness hard for a foreign foe to make his way into. The Hindu Kush Mountains, which separate Kabul from Balkh, Qandahar, and Badakhshan, are crossed by 7 roads. 3 of these lead out of Panjshir, viz., Kawak the uppermost, Tul the next lower, and Bazarak. Of the passes on them, the one on the Tul road is the best, but the road itself is rather the longest whence, seemingly, it is called Ul. Bazarak is the most direct. Like Tul, it leads over into Sarayab. As it passes through Parandi, local people call its main pass the Parandi. Another road leads up through Parwin. It has 7 minor passes known as Haftbaka, 7 younglings, between Parwin and its main pass Bajgah. It is joined at its main pass by 2 roads from Andarab which go on to Parwin by it. This is a road full of difficulties. Out of Gurbund, again, 3 roads lead over. The one next to Parwin, known as the Yangiyul Pass, New Road, goes through Walian to Kinjan. Next above this is the Kipchak Road, crossing to where the water of Andarab meets the Sirkab, Kizilsu. This also is an excellent road. And the third leads over the Shibertu Pass. Those crossing by this in the heats take their way by Bamiyan and Sagan, but those crossing by it in winter go on by Abdara, Water Valley. Shibertu excepted, all the Hindu Kush roads are closed for 3 or 4 months in winter, because no road through a valley bottom is passable when the waters are high. If anyone thinks to cross the Hindu Kush at that time, over the mountains instead of through a valley bottom, his journey is hard indeed. The time to cross is during the 3 or 4 autumn months when the snow is less and the waters are low. Whether on the mountains or in the valley bottoms, Kafir highwaymen are not few. The road from Kabul into Khurasan passes through Qandahar. It is quite level, without a pass. 4 roads lead into Kabul from the Hindustan side, one by rather a low pass through the Khyber Mountains, another by way of Bangesh, another by way of Nagar Var, Nags, and another through Farmal, the passes being low also in the 3 last named. These roads are all reached from 3 ferries over the Sind. Those who take the Nilab ferry come on through the Lamganat. In winter, however, people ford the Sind water at Haru above its junction with the Kabul water and ford this also. In most of my expeditions into Hindustan, I crossed those fords, but this last time 932 off 1525 ad. When I came, defeated Sl Ibrahim and conquered the country, I crossed by boat at Nilab. Except at the one place mentioned above, the Sind water can be crossed only by boat. Those again who cross at Dinkat go on through Bangesh. Those crossing at Chopara, if they take the Farmal Road, go on to Ghazni, or if they go by the Dasht, go on to Qandahar. Inhabitants of Kabul. There are many differing tribes in the Kabul country. In its dales and plains are Turks and clansmen and Arabs. In its town and in many villages, Sarts. Out in the districts and also in villages are the Pashai, Paraji, Tajik, Burki, and Afghan tribes. In the western mountains are the Hazara and Nikdiri tribes, some of whom speak the Mughal tongue. In the northeastern mountains are the places of the Kafirs, such as Khidr Gawar and Jibrik. To the south are the places of the Afghan tribes. 11 or 12 tongues are spoken in Kabul: Arabi, Persian, Turki, Mughal, Hindi, Afghani, Pashai, Paraji, Jibri, Burki, and Lamghani. If there be another country with so many differing tribes and such a diversity of tongues, it is not known. Subdivisions of the Kabul country. The country has 14 tumans. Bajor, Sawad, and Hashnagir may at one time have been dependencies of Kabul, but they now have no resemblance to cultivated countries, Wilayat, some lying desolate because of the Afghans, others being now subject to them. In the east of the country of Kabul is the Lamganat, 5 tumans and 2 buluks of cultivated lands. The largest of these is Ningnahar, sometimes written Nagarahar in the histories. Its Darogha's residence is in Adanapur, some 13 yigach east of Kabul by a very bad and tiresome road, going in 3 or 4 places over small hill passes, and in 3 or 4 others through narrows. So long as there was no cultivation along it, the Kirilchi and other Afghan thieves used to make it their beat, but it has become safe since I had it peopled at Qaratu, below Quruxai. The hot and cold climates are separated on this road by the pass of Badam Chashma, Almond Spring. On its Kabul side snow falls, none at Quruxai, towards the Lamganat. After descending this pass, another world comes into view: other trees, other plants or grasses, other animals, and other manners and customs of men. Ningnahar is 9 torrents Tukwasrud. It grows good crops of rice and corn, excellent and abundant oranges, citrons, and pomegranates. In 914 15,089 AD. I laid out the 4 gardens, known as the Bagai Wafa, Garden of Fidelity, on a rising ground facing south and having the Surkrud between it and Fort Adanapur. Their oranges, citrons, and pomegranates grow in abundance. The year I defeated Pahar Khan and took Lahore and Dipalpur, I had plantains, bananas brought and planted there. They did very well. The year before I had sugar cane planted there. It also did well. Some of it was sent to Bukhara and Badakhshan. The garden lies high, has running water close at hand, and a mild winter climate. In the middle of it, a 1-mile stream flows constantly past the little hill on which are the 4 garden plots. In the southwest part of it there is a reservoir, 10 by 10, round which are orange trees and a few pomegranates, the whole encircled by a trefoil meadow. This is the best part of the garden, a most beautiful sight when the oranges take color. Truly that garden is admirably situated. The Safed-Co runs along the south of Ningnahar, dividing it from Bangesh. No riding road crosses it. 9 torrents, Tukwasrud, issue from it. It is called Safed-Co because its snow never lessens. None falls in the lower parts of its valleys, a half-day's journey from the snow line. Many places along it have an excellent climate. Its waters are cold and need no ice. The Surkrud flows along the south of Adanapur. The fort stands on a height having a straight fall to the river of some 130 ft. 40-50 kari, and isolated from the mountain behind it on the north, it is very strongly placed. That mountain runs between Ningnahar and Lamgan. On its head snow falls when it snows in Kabul, so Lamghanis know when it has snowed in the town. In going from Kabul into the Lamganat, if people come by Quruxai, one road goes on through the Diri Pass, crosses the barren water at Bulan, and so on into the Lamganat. Another goes through Qaratu, below Quruxai, crosses the barren water at Olagnur, Greytrock, and goes into Lamgan by the pass of Badai-Pitch. If however people come by Nairo, they traverse Badaro, Tago, and Karanakarik, and go on through the pass of Badai-Pitch. Although Ningnahar is one of the 5 tumans of the Lamgan tuman, the name Lamganat applies strictly only to the 3 mentioned below. One of the 3 is the Alishang tuman, to the north of which are Fastness Mountains, connecting with Hindu Kush and inhabited by Kafirs only. What of Kafiristan lies nearest to Alishang is mill out of which its torrent issues. The tomb of Lord Lam, father of His Reverence the Prophet NU letter 1825, Noah, is in this tuman. In some histories, he is called Lamak and Lamakan. Some people are observed often to change kaf for gain, k for gh. It would seem to be on this account that the country is called Lamgan. The second is a langar. The part of Kafiristan nearest to it is Gawar, Kawar, out of which its torrent issues, the Gao or Cow. This torrent joins that of Ali Shang and flows with it into the barren water, below Mandrawar, which is the third tumen of the Lamganat. Of the two Buluks of Lamgan, one is the Nur Valley. This is a place, without a second. Its fort is on a beak tumshuk of rock in the mouth of the valley and has a torrent on each side. Its rice is grown on steep terraces, and it can be traversed by one road only. It has the orange, citron, and other fruits of hot climates in abundance, a few dates even. Trees cover the banks of both the torrents below the fort. Many are amlak, the fruit of which some Turks call karayemish. Here they are many, but none have been seen elsewhere. The valley grows grapes also, all trained on trees. Its wines are those of Lamgan that have reputation. Two sorts of grapes are grown, the Aratashi and the Suhantashi. The first are yellowish, the second, full red of fine color. The first make the more cheering wine, but it must be said that neither wine equals its reputation for cheer. High up in one of its glens, apes Maimun are found, none below. Those people, i.e. Nuris, used to keep swine, but they have given it up in our time. Another tumen of Lamgan is Qandahar with Nergal. It lies somewhat out of the way, remote from the Lamganat, with its borders in amongst the Kafir lands. On these accounts, its people give in tribute rather little of what they have. The Chagatai water enters it from the northeast, passes on into the Bulak of Kama, there joins the barren water, and with that flows east. Mir Sayyid Ali Hamadani, God's mercy on him, coming here as he journeyed, died 2 miles, 1 shar above Qandahar. His disciples carried his body to Cutlin. A shrine was erected at the honored place of his death, of which I made the circuit when I came and took Chagatai in 920 Ah. The orange, citron, and coriander abound in this tumen. Strong wines are brought down into it from Kafiristan. A strange thing is told there, one seeming impossible, but one told to us again and again. All through the hill country above Multikhandi, viz. In Qandahar, Nergal, Bajor, Sawat, and thereabouts, it is commonly said that when a woman dies and has been laid on a bier, she, if she has not been an ill-doer, gives the bearers such a shake when they lift the bier by its 4 sides, that against their will and hindrance her corpse falls to the ground. But if she has done ill, no movement occurs. This was heard not only from Qandaharis, but again and again in Bajor, Sawad, and the whole hill tract. Letter 125 a ID a R Ali Bajori, ASUL letter 126F a N who governed Bajor well, when his mother died, did not weep or betake himself to lamentation, or put on black, but said, "Go, lay her on the bier. If she move not, I will have her burned." They laid her on the bier, the desired movement followed. When he heard that this was so, he put on black and betook himself to lamentation. Author's note to Multikhandi. As Multikhandi is known the lower part of the tumen of Qandahar with Nergal, what is below, i.e. on the river, belongs to the valley of Nur and to Adar. Another Bulak is Chagatai, a single village with little land in the mouth of Kafiristan. Its people, though Musulman, mix with the Kafirs and consequently follow their customs. A great torrent, the Qandahar, comes down to it from the northeast from behind Bajor, and a smaller one, called Pitch, comes down out of Kafiristan. Strong yellowish wines are had there, not in any way resembling those of the Nur Valley, however. The village has no grapes or vineyards of its own. Its wines are all brought from up the Kafiristan water and from Pitchai Kafiristani. The Pitch Kafirs came to help the villagers when I took the place. Wine is so commonly used there that every Kafir has his leathern wine bag, kig, at his neck, and drinks wine instead of water. Kama, again, though not a separate district but dependent on Ningnahar, is also called a Bulak. Nayaro is another tumen. It lies north of Kabul in the Kohistan, with mountains behind it inhabited solely by Kafirs. It is a quite sequestered place. It grows grapes and fruits in abundance. Its people make much wine, but they boil it. They fatten many fowls in winter, are wine-bibbers, do not pray, have no scruples, and are Kafir-like. In the Nayaro Mountains is an abundance of arche, jilguza, billet, and konjac. The first-named 3 do not grow above Nigaro, but they grow lower, and are amongst the trees of Hindustan. Jilguza wood is all the lamp the people have. It burns like a candle and is very remarkable. The flying squirrel is found in these mountains, an animal larger than a bat and having a curtain parda, like a bat's wing, between its arms and legs. People often brought one in. It is said to fly downward from one tree to another as far as a giz flies. I myself have never seen one fly. Once we put one to a tree. It clambered up directly and got away, but when people went after it, it spread its wings and came down, without hurt, as if it had flown. Another of the curiosities of the Nayaro Mountains is the lucca, var. Luja bird, called also Bukalamun chameleon because, between head and tail, it has 4 or 5 changing colors resplendent like a pigeon's throat. It is about as large as the Kabgaidari and seems to be the Kabgaidari of Hindustan. People tell this wonderful thing about it. When the birds, at side note, fall. 135b. The onset of winter descend to the hill skirts. If they come over a vineyard, they can fly no further and are taken. There is a kind of rat in Nayaro, known as the muskrat, which smells of musk. I, however, have never seen it. Panjshir is another Tumen. It lies close to Kafiristan along the Panjshir Road and is the thoroughfare of Kafir highwaymen who also, being so near, take tax of it. They have gone through it, killing a mass of persons and doing very evil deeds since I came this last time and conquered Hindustan, 932 1526 ad. Another is the Tumen of Gurbund. In those countries they call a Kudal ko, a bund, they go towards Gur by this pass, Kudal. Apparently it is for this reason that they have called the Tumen, Gurbund. The Hazara hold the heads of its valleys. It has few villages and little revenue can be raised from it. There are said to be mines of silver and lapis lazuli in its mountains. Again, there are the villages on the skirts of the Hindu Kush mountains, with Medakacha and Parwin at their head and Bābur-nāma at their foot, 12 or 13 in all. They are fruit-bearing villages, and they grow cheering wines, those of Khwajakawind, Sa'id being reputed the strongest roundabouts. The villages all lie on the foothills. Some pay taxes, but not all are taxable because they lie so far back in the mountains. Between the foothills and the barren water are 2 detached stretches of level land, one known as Kurat-Tazian, the other as Dash-Tai-Sheikh, Sheikh's Plain. As the green grass of the millet grows well there, they are the resort of Turks and Mughal clans Amak. Tulips of many colors cover these foothills. I once counted them up. It came out at 32 or 33 different sorts. We named one the rose-scented because its perfume was a little like that of the red rose. It grows by itself on Sheikh's Plain, here and nowhere else. The 100-leaved tulip is another. This grows, also by itself, at the outlet of the Gurbund Narrows, on the hill skirt below Parwin. A low hill known as Khwaja Rejairawan, Khwaj of the running sand, divides the aforenamed 2 pieces of level land. It has, from top to foot, a strip of sand from which people say the sound of nagorets and tambours issues in the heats. Again, there are the villages depending on Kabul itself. Southwest from the town are great snow mountains where snow falls on snow, and where few may be the years when, falling, it does not light on last year's snow. It is fetched, 12 miles maybe, from these mountains, to cool the drinking water when ice houses in Kabul are empty. Like the Bamiyan Mountains, these are fastnesses. Out of them issue the Harmand, Halmand, Sind, Dughaber of Quinduz, and Balkab, so that in a single day a man might drink of the water of each of these 4 rivers. It is on the skirt of one of these ranges, Pamgan, that most of the villages dependent on Kabul lie. Masses of grapes ripen in their vineyards, and they grow every sort of fruit in abundance. No one of them equals Istalif or a Stargach. These must be the 2 which Ulugh Beg Mirza used to call his Khurasan and Samarkand. Pamgan is another of the best, not ranking in fruit and grapes with those 2 others, but beyond comparison with them in climate. The Pamgan Mountains are a snowy range. Few villages match Istalif, with vineyards and fine orchards on both sides of its great torrent, with waters needing no ice, cold, and mostly pure. Of its great garden Ulugh Beg Mirza had taken forcible possession. I took it over after paying its price to the owners. There is a pleasant halting place outside it, under great plains, green, shady, and beautiful. A 1-mill stream, having trees on both banks, flows constantly through the middle of the garden. Formerly its course was zigzag and irregular. I had it made straight and orderly, so the place became very beautiful. Between the village and the valley bottom, from 4 to 6 miles down the slope, is a spring, known as Khwaja Siyaran, 3 friends, round which 3 sorts of tree grow. A group of planes gives pleasant shade above it. Home oak, quercus billet, grows in masses on the slope at its sides. These 2 oaklands, Baluchistan excepted, no home oak grows in the mountains of western Kabul, and the Judas tree, Arguin, is much cultivated in front of it, that is towards the level ground. Cultivated there and nowhere else. People say the 3 different sorts of tree were a gift made by 3 saints, whence its name. I ordered that the spring should be enclosed in mortared stonework, 10 by 10, and that a symmetrical, right-angled platform should be built on each of its sides, so as to overlook the whole field of Judas trees. If the world over, there is a place to match this when the arguins are in full bloom, I do not know it. The yellow arguin grows plentifully there also, the red and the yellow flowering at the same time. In order to bring water to a large round seat, which I had built on the hillside and planted round with willows, I had a channel dug across the slope from a half-mill stream, constantly flowing in a valley to the southwest of Siyaran. The date of cutting this channel was found in Jewi Kush, Kindly Channel. Another of the Tumans of Kabul is Luhagar Madlagar. Its one large village is Chirk, from which were His Reverence Maulana Yaqub and Mullazada Usman. Khwaja a letter 1E25M a D and Khwaja Yunas were from Sajawand, another of its villages. Chirk has many gardens, but there are none in any other village of Luhagar. Its people are Onshal, a term common in Kabul, seeming to be a mispronouncement of Onsha'ar. Again, there is the Wilayat, or, as some say, Tuman of Ghazni, said to have been the capital of Sabuktijan, Sl. A letter 1E25 MUD and their descendants. Many write at Ghaznin. It is said also to have been the seat of government of Shihabuddin Gyuri, styled Mu-Izzuddin in the Tabakatina Siri, and also some of the histories of Hind. Ghazni is known also as Zabulistan. It belongs to the 3rd climate. Some hold that Qandahar is a part of it. It lies 14 yighach, south, west of Kabul. Those leaving it at dawn may reach Kabul between the 2 prayers, i.e. in the afternoon, whereas the 13 yighach between Adanapur and Kabul can never be done in one day because of the difficulties of the road. Ghazni has little cultivated land. Its torrent, a 4-mill or 5-mill stream maybe, makes the town habitable and fertilizes 4 or 5 villages. 3 or 4 others are cultivated from underground watercourses, Kurez. Ghazni grapes are better than those of Kabul. Its melons are more abundant. Its apples are very good and are carried to Hindustan. Agriculture is very laborious in Ghazni because, whatever the quality of the soil, it must be newly top-dressed every year. It gives a better return, however, than Kabul. Ghazni grows madder. The entire crop goes to Hindustan and yields excellent profit to the growers. In the open country of Ghazni dwell Hazara and Afghans. Compared with Kabul, it is always a cheap place. Its people hold to the letter 1E25, a N a Fi faith, are good, Orthodox Musulmans, many keep a 3 months fast, and their wives and children live modestly secluded. One of the eminent men of Ghazni was Mullah Abdur letter 1E25MN, a learned man and always a learner, Dars, a most orthodox, pious, and virtuous person. He left this world the same year as Nasir Mirza, 921 1515 ad. Sl. A letter 1E25 MUD's tomb is in the suburb called Rau letter 1E93, from which the best grapes come. There also are the tombs of his descendants, Sl. Mas'ud and Sl. Ibrahim. Ghazni has many blessed tombs. The year I took Kabul and Ghazni, overran Kohat, the plain of Banu and lands of the Afghans, and went on to Ghazni by way of Duki, Dugi, and Abastada. People told me there was a tomb in a village of Ghazni, which moved when a benediction on the Prophet was pronounced over it. We went to see it. In the end, I discovered that the movement was a trick, presumably of the servants at the tomb, who had put a sort of platform above it which moved when pushed, so that, to those on it, the tomb seemed to move, just as the shore does to those passing in a boat. I ordered the scaffold destroyed and a dome built over the tomb. Also, I forbade the servants, with threats, ever to bring about the movement again. Ghazni is a very humble place. Strange indeed it is that rulers in whose hands were Hindustan and Khorasanat should have chosen it for their capital. In the Sul letter 1E6F, a NSM, a letter 1E25 MUDS, time there may have been 3 or 4 dams in the country. One he made, some 3 yighach 18M, up the Ghazni water to the north. It was about 40-50 kari yards high and some 300 long. Through it the stored waters were let out as required. It was destroyed by Alauddin Jahanshah's Guri when he conquered the country, 550 a 1152 AD, burned and ruined the tombs of several descendants of Sl. A letter 1225 MUD, sacked and burned the town, in short, left undone no tittle of murder and rapine. Since side note, fall, 139. That time, the Sul letter 1e6f, a NS dam has lain in ruins, but through God's favor, there is hope that it may become of use again, by means of the money which was sent in K.H. Wajakalan's hand, in the year Hindustan was conquered, 932 a 1526 AD. The Sakundam is another, 2 or 3 Yighatch, 1218 m, maybe, on the east of the town. It has long been in ruins, indeed is past repair. There is a dam in working order at Sarraidi, village head. In books it is written that there is in Ghazni a spring such that, if dirt and foul matter be thrown into it, a tempest gets up instantly, with a blizzard of rain and wind. It has been seen said also in one of the histories that Sabuk-Tijan, when besieged by the Rai Jaipal of Hind, ordered dirt and foulness to be thrown into the spring. By this aroused, in an instant, a tempest with blizzard of rain and snow, and by this device drove off his foe. Though we made many enquiries, no intimation of the spring's existence was given us. In these countries, Ghazni and Khwarizm are noted for cold, in the same way that Sul letter 1e6f, a Ni, and Tabriz are in the 2 Iraqs and a letter 1e95, a Rb, a Ij, and N. Zermatt is another Tuman, some 12-13 Yighatch south of Kabul and 7-8 southeast of Ghazni. Its Daragha's headquarters are side note, Fall, 139b. In Gurdas, their most houses are 3 or 4 stories high. It does not want for strength, and gave Nasir Mirza trouble when it went into hostility to him. Its people are Anshal, they grow corn but have neither vineyards nor orchards. The tomb of Sheikh Mu letter 1e25, a Adi Musalman is at a spring, high on the skirt of a mountain, known as Berkistan, in the south of the Tuman. Farmal is another Tuman, a humble place, growing not bad apples which are carried into Hindustan. Of Farmal were the Sheikhzadas, descendants of Sheikh Mu letter 1e25, a Adi Musalman, who were so much in favor during the Afghan period in Hindustan. Bangash is another Tuman. All round about it are Afghan highwaymen, such as the Kujiani, Kirilchi, Tiri, and Landar. Lying out of the way as it does, its people do not pay taxes willingly. There has been no time to bring it to obedience. Greater tasks have fallen to me, the conquests of Qandahar, Balkh, Badakhshan, and Hindustan, but God willing, when I get the chance, I most assuredly will take order with those Bangash thieves. One of the Buluks of Kabul is a Lasai, 4 to 6 miles 2-3 Shar-I east of Nayaro. The direct road into it from Nayaro leads, at a place called Kura, through the quite small pass which in that locality separates the hot and cold climates. Through this pass the birds migrate at the change of the seasons, and at those times many are taken by the people of Pichkin, one of the dependencies of Nayaro, in the following manner. From distance to distance near the mouth of the pass, they make hiding places for the bird catchers. They fasten one corner of a net 5 or 6 yards away and weight the lower side to the ground with stones. Along the other side of the net, for half its width, they fasten a stick some 3 to 4 yards long. The hidden bird catcher holds this stick and by it, when the birds approach, lifts up the net to its full height. The birds then go into the net of themselves. Sometimes so many are taken by this contrivance that there is not time to cut their throats. Though the Alasai pomegranates are not first-rate, they have local reputation because none are better thereabouts. They are carried into Hindustan. Grapes also do not grow badly, and the wines of Alasai are better and stronger than those of Nayaro. Badaro Tago is another Buluk. It runs with Alasai, grows no fruit, and for cultivators has corn-growing Kafirs. Tribesmen of Kabul. Just as Turks and Mughal clans, Amak, dwell in the open country of Khurasan and Samarkand, so in Kabul do the Hazara and Afghans. Of the Hazara, the most widely scattered are the Sul letter 1e6f, a en masse Yudi Hazara, of Afghans, the Mamand. Revenue of Kabul. The revenues of Kabul, whether from the cultivated lands or from tolls, tamga, or from dwellers in the open country, amount to 8 lakhs of sharukas. H. The mountain tracts of Kabul. Where the mountains of Andar Rab, Kh Wast, and the Badakhshan have conifers, arche, many springs and gentle slopes, those of eastern Kabul have grass out, grass like a beautiful floor on hill, slope, and dale. For the most part it is Butaka grass out, very suitable for horses. In the Andajan country they talk of Butaka, but why they do so was not known to me. In Kabul it was heard say to be because the grass comes up in tufts, buta. The Alps of these mountains are like those of letter 1E25 ISAR, Kutlin, Fargana, Samarkand, and Mughalistan, all these being alike in mountain and Alp, though the Alps of Fargana and Mughalistan are beyond comparison with the rest. From all these the mountains of Nairo, the Lamganat and Sawad differ in having masses of cypresses, homoke, olive, and mastic konjac. Their grass also is different. It is dense, it is tall, it is good neither for horse nor sheep. Although these mountains are not so high as those already described, indeed they look to be low nonetheless, they are strongholds. What to the eye is even slope, really is hard rock on which it is impossible to ride. Many of the beasts and birds of Hindustan are found amongst them, such as the parrot, meena, peacock and luja, lucca, the ape, nilgau and hogdeer, cutepi. Some found there are not found even in Hindustan. The mountains to the west of Kabul are also all of one sort, those of the Zindan Valley, the letter 1E63 Valley, Garzewin and Garchistan. Their meadows are mostly in the dales, they have not the same sweep of grass on slope and top as some of those described have, nor have they masses of trees, they have, however, grass suiting horses. On their flat tops, where all the crops are grown, there is ground where a horse can gallop. They have masses of kiak. Their valley bottoms are strongholds, mostly precipitous and inaccessible from above. It is remarkable that, whereas other mountains have their fastnesses in their high places, these have theirs below. Of one sort again are the mountains of Gur, Karnad Var. Quzad and Hazara, their meadows are in their dales, their trees are few, not even the arche being there. Their grass is fit for horses and for the masses of sheep they keep. They differ from those last described in this, their strong places are not below. The mountains, southeast of Kabul of Khwaja Ismail, Dasht, Duki, and Afghanistan are all alike, all low, scant of vegetation, short of water, treeless, ugly, and good for nothing. Their people take after them, just as has been said, Ting Bulmaguncha side note, Fall 141b. Tush Bulmas. Likely enough the world has few mountains so useless and disgusting. H. Firewood of Kabul. The snowfall being so heavy in Kabul, it is fortunate that excellent firewood is had nearby. Given one day to fetch it, wood can be had of the konjac, mastic, billet, homoke, badamcha, small almond, and karkand. Of these konjac wood is the best. It burns with flame and nice smell, makes plenty of hot ashes and does well even if sappy. Homoke is also first-rate firewood, blazing less than mastic but like it, making a hot fire with plenty of hot ashes and nice smell. It has the peculiarity in burning that when its leafy branches are set alight, they fire up with amazing sound, blazing and crackling from bottom to top. It is good fun to burn it. The wood of the small almond is the most plentiful and commonly used, but it does not make a lasting fire. The karkand is quite a low shrub, thorny, and burning sappy or dry. It is the fuel of the Ghazni people. Fauna of Kabul. The cultivated lands of Kabul lie between mountains which are like great dams to the flat valley bottoms in which most villages and peopled places are. On these mountains, kiak and ahu are scarce. Across them, between its summer and winter quarters, the dun sheep, the arkargalcha, have their regular track, to which braves go out with dogs and birds to take them. Towards Kurd Kabul and the Surkrud there is wild ass, but there are no white kiak at all. Ghazni has both, and in few other places are white kiak found in such good condition. In the heats the fowling grounds of Kabul are crowded. The birds take their way along the barren water. For why? It is because the river has mountains along it, east and west, and a great Hindu Kush pass in a line with it, by which the birds must cross since there is no other near. They cannot cross when the north wind blows, or if there is even a little cloud on Hindu Kush. At such times, they alight on the level lands of the barren water and are taken in great numbers by the local people. Towards the end of winter, dense flocks of mallards, auduk, reach the banks of the barren in very good condition. Follow these the cranes and herons, great birds in large flocks and countless numbers. Bird catching. Along the barren, people take masses of cranes, turna, with the cord masses of akar, karkara, and qu letter 1e6f a n also. This method of bird catching is unique. They twist a cord as long as the arrow's flight, tie the arrow at one end and a bilderga at the other, and wind it up from the arrow end on a piece of wood, span long and wrist thick, right up to the bilderga. They then pull out the piece of wood, leaving just the hole it was in. The bilderga being held fast in the hand, the arrow is shot off towards the coming flock. If the cord twists round a neck or wing, it brings the bird down. On the barren, everyone takes birds in this way. It is difficult. It must be done on rainy nights, because on such nights the birds do not alight, but fly continually and fly low till dawn, in fear of ravening beasts of prey. Through the night the flowing river is their road, its moving water showing through the dark. Then it is, while they come and go, up and down the river, that the cord is shot. One night I shot it. It broke in drawing in. Both bird and cord were brought in to me next day. By this device, barren people catch the many herons from which they take the turban aigrettes sent from Kabul for sale in Khurasan. Of bird catchers there is also the band of slave fowlers, 200 or 300 households, whom some descendant of Timur Beg made migrate from near Multan to the barren. Bird catching is their trade. They dig tanks, set decoy birds on them, put a net over the middle, and in this way take all sorts of birds. Not fowlers only catch birds, but every dweller on the barren does it, whether by shooting the cord, setting the springe, or in various other ways. Fishing. The fish of the barren migrate at the same seasons as birds. At those times many are netted, and many are taken on wattles chai, fixed in the water. In autumn, when the plant known as wild astale has come to maturity, flowered and seeded, people take 10-20 loads of seed, and 20-30 of green branches, gukshibak, to some head of water, break it up small and cast it in. Then going into the water, they can at once pick up drugged fish. At some convenient place lower down, in a hole below a fall, they will have fixed beforehand a wattle of finger-thick willow withes, making it firm by piling stones on its sides. The water goes rushing and dashing through the wattle, but leaves on it any fish that may have come floating down. This way of catching fish is practiced in Gulbahar, Parwin, and Istalif. Fish are had in winter in the Lamganat by this curious device. People dig a pit to the depth of a house, in the bed of a stream, below a fall, line it with stones like a cooking place, and build up stones round it above, leaving one opening only under water. Except by this one opening, the fish have no inlet or outlet, but the water finds its way through the stones. This makes a sort of fish pond from which, when wanted in winter, fish can be taken, 30-40 together. Except at the opening, left where convenient, the sides of the fish pond are made fast with rice straw, kept in place by stones. A piece of wickerwork is pulled into the said opening by its edges, gathered together, and into this a second piece, a tube, is inserted, fitting it at the mouth but reaching halfway into it only. The fish go through the smaller piece into the larger one, out from which they cannot get. The second narrows towards its inner mouth, its pointed ends being drawn so close that the fish, once entered, cannot, side note, fall 144. Turn, but must go on, one by one, into the larger piece. Out of that they cannot return because of the pointed ends of the inner, narrow mouth. The wickerwork fixed and the rice straw making the pond fast, whatever fish are inside can be taken out. Any also which, trying to escape, may have gone into the wickerwork, are taken in it, because they have no way out. This method of catching fish we have seen nowhere else. Historical narrative resumed. A departure of Muqim and allotment of lands. A few days after the taking of Kabul, Muqim asked leave to set off for Qandahar. As he had come out of the town on terms and conditions, he was allowed to go to his father, letter 1E95 UN Nun, and his elder brother Shah Beg, with all his various people, his goods and his valuables, safe and sound. Directly he had gone, the Kabul country was shared out to the Mirzas and the guest begs. To Jahangir Mirza was given Ghazni with its dependencies and appurtenancies. To Nasir Mirza, the Ningnahar Tuman, Mandrawar, Nur Valley, Kunar, Nur Gal Rock Village, and Chayan Sarai. To some of the begs who had been with us in the guerrilla times and had come to Kabul with us were given villages, fief fashion. Wilayat itself was not given at all. It was not only then that I looked with more favor on guest begs and stranger begs than I did on old servants and anajanis. This I have always done whenever the Most High God has shown me his favor. Yet it is remarkable that, spite of this, people have blamed me constantly as though I had favored none but old servants and Andijanis. There is a proverb, Turkey, what will a foe not say? What enters not into dream? And Persian, a town gate can be shut, a foe's mouth never. Be a levy ingrained. Many clans and hordes had come from Samarkand, letter 1E25 ISAR, and Qandahar into the Kabul country. Kabul is a small country. It is also of the sword, not of the pen. To take in money from it for all these tribesmen was impossible. It therefore seemed advisable to take in grain, provision for the families of these clans, so that their men could ride on forays with the army. Accordingly, it was decided to levy 30,000 assloads of grain on Kabul, Ghazni, and their dependencies. We knew nothing at that time about the harvests and incomings. The impost was excessive, and under it the country suffered very grievously. In those days, I devised the Baburi script. See foray on the Ḥisar. A large tribute in horses and sheep had been laid on the Sul letter 1E6F a en masse ud Hazaras. Word came a few days after collector's side note. Fall, 145. Had gone to receive it, that the Hazaras were refractory and would not give their goods. As these same tribesmen had before that come down on the Ghazni and Gurdas roads, we got to horse, meaning to take them by surprise. Riding by the Maidan road, we crossed the Nurk Pass by night and at the morning prayer fell upon them near Jaltu Var Chatu. The incursion was not what was wished. We came back by the tunnel rock Sangai-Sarek, Jahangir Mirza there, took leave for Ghazni. On our reaching Kabul, Yarai letter 1E25 USIN, son of Daria Khan, coming in from Bira, waited on me. D. Babur's first start for Hindustan. When, a few days later, the army had been mustered, persons acquainted with the country were summoned and questioned about its every side and quarter. Some advised a march to the plain dashed, some approved of Bangesh, some wished to go into Hindustan. The discussion found settlement in a move on Hindustan. It was in the month of Shaban, 910 Ajjan, 1505 Ad. The sun being in Aquarius that we rode out of Kabul for Hindustan. We took the road by Badam Chashma and Jagdalik and reached Adnapur in 6 marches. Till that time I had never seen a hot country or the Hindustan borderland. In Ningnahar another world came to view. Other grasses, other trees, other animals, other birds, and other manners and customs of clan and horde. We were amazed, and truly there was ground for amaze. Nasir Mirza, who had gone earlier to his district, waited on me in Adnapur. We made some delay in Adnapur in order to let the men from behind join us, also a contingent from the clans which had come with us into Kabul and were wintering in the Lamganat. All having joined us, we marched to below Jui Shahai and dismounted at Qushjiu letter 1E43 Biazi. There Nasir Mirza asked for leave to stay behind, saying he would follow in a few days after making some sort of provision for his dependents and followers. Marching on from Qushjiu letter 1E43 Biazi, when we dismounted at Hot Spring, Garm Chashma, a head man of the Gajiani was brought in, a Faji presumably with his caravan. We took him with us to point out the roads. Crossing Khaibar in a march or two, we dismounted at Jam. Tales had been told us about Gurkhatri. It was said to be a holy place of the Jogas and Hindus who come from long distances to shave their heads and beards there. I rode out at once from Jam to visit Bigram, saw its great tree and all the country round, but, much as we inquired about Gurkhatri, our guide, one Malik Busa ID Kamari, would say nothing about it. When we were almost back in camp, however, he told Khwaja Mu letter 1E25 AMMAD that it was in Bigram, and that he had said nothing about it because of its confined cells and narrow passages. The Khwaja, having there and then abused him, repeated to us what he had said, but we could not go back because the road was long and the day far spent. Move against Kohat. Whether to cross the water of Sind or where else to go was discussed in that camp. Baki Chaganiani represented that it seemed we might go, without crossing the river and with one night's halt, to a place called Kohat where were many rich tribesmen. Moreover, he brought Kabulais forward who represented the matter just as he had done. We had never heard of the place, but as he, my man in great authority, saw it good to go to Kohat and had brought forward support of his recommendation, this being so. We broke up our plan of crossing the Sindwater into Hindustan, marched from Jam, forded the Barawater, and dismounted not far from the pass, Dabin, through the Mu letter 1E25 AMMAD mountain Faj. At the time, the Ghazni Afghans were located in Peshawar, but in dread of our army had drawn off to the skirt hills. One of their headmen coming into this camp did me obeisance. We took him, as well as the Faji with us, so that between them they might point out the roads. We left that camp at midnight, crossed MU letter 1E25, AMMAD Faj at Dayrise, and by breakfast time descended on Kohat. Much cattle and buffalo fell to our men. Many Afghans were taken, but I had them all collected and set them free. In the Kohat houses, corn was found without limit. Our foragers raided as far as the Sindh River Darya, rejoining us after one night's halt. As what Baki Chaganiani had led us to expect did not come to hand, he grew rather ashamed of his scheme. When our foragers were back and after 2 nights in Kohat, we took counsel together as to what would be our next good move, and we decided to overrun the Afghans of Bangladesh and the Banu neighborhood, then to go back to Kabul, either through Nagar Bagzan or by the Farmal Road, Tachai Valley. In Kohat, Darya Khan's son, Yarrai letter 1E25 USIN, who had waited on me in Kabul, made petition, saying, if royal orders were given me for the Dilazak, the Yusufzai, and the Ghazni, these would not go far from my orders if I called up the Padshah's swords on the other side of the water of Sindh. The farman he petitioned for being given, he was allowed to go from Kohat. F. March to Thal. Marching out of Kohat, we took the Hanga Road for Bangladesh. Side note, Fall, 147. Between Kohat and Hengu, that road runs through a valley shut in on either hand by the mountains. When we entered this valley, the Afghans of Kohat and thereabouts who were gathered on both hill skirts raised their war cry with great clamor. Our then guide, Malik Busa ID Kamari, was well acquainted with the Afghan locations. He represented that further on there was a detached hill on our right, where, if the Afghans came down to it from the hill skirt, we might surround and take them. God brought it right. The Afghans, on reaching the place, did come down. We ordered one party of braves to seize the neck of land between that hill and the mountains, others to move along its sides, so that under attack made from all sides at once, the Afghans might be made to reach their doom. Against the all-round assault, they could not even fight. 100 or 2 were taken, some were brought in alive, but of most, the heads only were brought. We had been told that when Afghans are powerless to resist, they go before their foe with grass between their teeth, this being as much as to say, I am your cow. Here we saw this custom. Afghans unable to make resistance came before us with grass between their teeth. Those our men had brought in as prisoners were ordered to be beheaded, and a pillar of their heads was set up in our camp. Next day we marched forward and dismounted at Hengu, where local Afghans had made a sangar on a hill. I first heard the word sangar after coming to Kabul, where people describe fortifying themselves on a hill as making a sangar. Our men went straight up, broke into it, and cut off 100 or 2 of insolent Afghan heads. There also a pillar of heads was set up. From Hengu we marched with one night's halt to Til Thal, below Bangladesh. There also our men went out and raided the Afghans nearby, some of them however turned back rather lightly from a sangar. G across country into Banu. On leaving Til Thal we went, without a road, right down a steep descent, on through out-of-the-way narrows, halted one night, and next day came down into Banu, man, horse and camel, all worn out with fatigue and with most of the booty and cattle left on the way. The frequented road must have been a few miles to our right. The one we came by did not seem a riding road at all. It was understood to be called the Gosfin Liar, sheep road, Liar being Afghani for a road, because sometimes shepherds and herdsmen take their flocks and herds by it through those narrows. Most of our men regarded our being brought down by that left-hand road as an ill design of Malik Busa ID Kamari. H. Banu and the Issaquail country. The Banu lands lie, a dead level, immediately outside the Bangladesh and Nagar hills, these being to their north. The Bangladesh torrent, the Kuram, comes down into Banu and fertilizes its lands. Southeast of them are Chopara and the water of Sindh, to their east is Dinkat. Southwest is the plain dashed, known also as Bazar and Tak. The Banu lands are cultivated by the Kurani, Kiwi, Sur, Issaquail, and Niazai of the Afghan tribesmen. After dismounting in Banu, we heard that the tribesmen in the plain dashed were for resisting and were entrenching themselves on a hill to the north. A force headed by Jahangir Mirza went against what seemed to be the Kiwi sangar, took it at once, made general slaughter, cut off and brought in many heads. Much white cloth fell into their hands. In Banu also a pillar of heads was set up. After the Sangar had been taken, the Kiwi headman, Shadi Khan, came to my presence with grass between his teeth and did me obeisance. I pardoned all the prisoners. After we had overrun Kohat, it had been decided that Bangash and Banu should be overrun, and return to Kabul made through Nagar or through Farmal. But when Banu had been overrun, persons knowing the country represented that the plain was close by, with its good roads and many people. So it was settled to overrun the plain and to return to Kabul afterwards by way of Farmal. Marching next day, we dismounted at an Issaquail village on that same water, the Kuram, but as the villagers had gone into the Chowpara hills on hearing of us, we left it and dismounted on the skirt of Chowpara. Our foragers went from there into the hills, destroyed the Issaquail Sangar, and came back with sheep, herds, and cloth. That night, the Issaquail made an attack on us, but as good watch was kept all through these operations, they could do nothing. So cautious were we that at night our right and left, center and van were just in the way they had dismounted, each according to its place in battle, each prepared for its own post, with men on foot all round the camp, at an arrow's distance from the tents. Every night the army was posted in this way, and every night 3 or 4 of my household made the rounds with torches, each in his turn. I, for my part, made the round once each night. Those not at their posts had their noses slit, and were led round through the army. Jahangir Mirza was the right wing, with Baki Chaganiani, Sharam Taghai, Syed Letterwani 25 Usain Akbar, and other begs. Mirza Khan was the left wing, with Abdur Razak Mirza, Qasim Beg, and other begs. In the center there were no great begs, all were household begs. Syed Qasim, Lord of the Gate, was the van with Baba Oyalai, Aliberti Var, Aliquali Purin, and some other begs. The army was in 6 divisions, each of which had its day and night on guard. Marching from that hill skirt, our faces set west, we dismounted on a waterless plain, Qull between Banu and the plain. The soldiers got water here for themselves, their herds and so on, by digging down, from 1 to 1.5 yards, into the dry watercourse, when water came. Not here only did this happen, for all the rivers of Hindustan have the peculiarity that water is safe to be found by digging down from 1 to 1.5 yards in their beds. It is a wonderful provision of God that where, except for the great rivers, there are no running waters, water should be so placed within reach in dry watercourses. We left that dry channel next morning. Some of our men, riding light, reached villages of the plain in the afternoon, raided a few, and brought back flocks, cloth and horses bred for trade. Pack animals and camels, and also the braves we had outdistanced, kept coming into camp all through that night, till dawn and on till that morrow's noon. During our stay there, the foragers brought in from villages in the plain masses of sheep and cattle, and from Afghan traders met on the roads, white cloths, aromatic roots, sugars, tipachaks, and horses bred for trade. Hindi Var. Mindy, Mughal unhorsed Khwaja Khi letter 1093 R. Luhani, a well-known and respected Afghan merchant, cutting off and bringing in his head. Once when Sharam Taghai went in the rear of the foragers, an Afghan faced him on the road and struck off his index finger. I return made for Kabul. 2 roads were heard of as leading from where we were to Ghazni. One was the Tunnel Rock, Sangai Surek, road, passing Burk Barak and going on to Farmal. The other was one along the Gumul, which also comes out at Farmal but without touching Burk Barak. As during our stay in the plain rain had fallen incessantly, the Gumul was so swollen that it would have been difficult to cross at the ford we came to. Moreover, persons well acquainted with the roads represented that going by the Gumul road, this torrent must be crossed several times, that this was always difficult when the waters were so high, and that there was always uncertainty on the Gumul road. Nothing was settled then as to which of these 2 roads to take. I expected it to be settled next day when, after the drum of departure had sounded, we talked it over as we went. It was the Idi Fitter, March 7, 1505 ad. While I was engaged in the ablutions due for the breaking of the fast, Jahangir Mirza and the begs discussed the question of the roads. Someone said that if we were to turn the bill of the Mater Suleiman range, this lying between the plain and the hill country, Des Uduki, we should get a level road, though it might make the difference of a few marches. For this they decided and moved off. Before my ablutions were finished, the whole army had taken the road, and most of it was across the Gumul. Not a man of us had ever seen the road, no one knew whether it was long or short. We started off just on a rumored word. the prayer of the Id was made on the bank of the Gumul. That year New Year's Day fell close to the Idi Fitr, there being only a few days between. On their approximation, I composed the following Turkey ode. Glad is the Bahram moon for him who sees both the face of the moon and the moon face of his friend. Sad is the Bahram moon for me, far away from thy face and from thee. O Bābur, dream of your luck when your feast is the meeting, your new year the face, for better than that could not be with 100 New Years and Bahrams. After crossing the Gumul torrent, we took our way along the skirt of the hills, our faces set south. A mile or two further on, side note, fall 150b. Some death-devoted Afghans showed themselves on the lower edge of the hill slope. Loose rein, off we went for them. Most of them fled, but some made foolish stand on rocky piles of the foothills. One took post on a single rock seeming to have a precipice on the further side of it, so that he had not even a way of escape. Sl Ḥusain, one-eared, all in his mail as he was, got up, slashed at, and took him. This was one of Sl Ḥusain's deeds done under my own eyes, which led to his favor and promotion. At another pile of rock, when Qalat-i-ghilzai exchanged blows with an Afghan, they grappled and came down together, a straight fall of 10 to 12 yards. In the end, Qalat-i-ghilzai cut off and brought in his man's head. Qupuk Beg got hand-on collar with an Afghan at another hill, both rolled down to the bottom. That head also was brought in. All Afghans taken prisoner were set free. Marching south through the plain and closely skirting Mater Suleiman, we came, with 3 nights' halt, to a small township, called Bila, on the Sind water and dependent on Multan. The villagers crossed the water, mostly taking to their boats, but some flung themselves in to cross. Some were seen standing on an island in front of Bila. Most of our men, man and horse and mail, plunged in and crossed to the island. Some were carried down, one being Qalat-i-Ghilzai, thin slave, one of my servants, another the head tent pitcher, another Jahangir Mirza's servant, Katma's Turkman. Cloth and things of the baggage, Bābur-nāma, fell to our men. The villagers all crossed by boat to the further side of the river. Once there, some of them, trusting to the broad water, began to make play with their swords. Qulai Bayazid, the taster, one of our men who had crossed to the island, stripped himself and his horse, and right in front of them, plunged by himself into the river. The water on that side of the island may have been twice or thrice as wide as on ours. He swum his horse straight for them till, an arrow's flight away, he came to a shallow where his weight must have been upborne, the water being as high as the saddle flap. There he stayed for as long as milk takes to boil. No one supported him from behind, he had not a chance of support. He made a dash at them, they shot a few arrows at him, but this not checking him, they took to flight. To swim such a river as the Sind, alone, bare on a bare-backed horse, no one behind him, and to chase off a foe and occupy his ground, was a mightily bold deed. He having driven the enemy off, other soldiers went over who returned with cloth and droves of various sorts. Qulai Bayazid had already his place in my favor and kindness on account of his good service, and of courage several times shewn. From the cook's office, I had raised him to the royal tasters. This time, as will be told, I took up a position full of bounty, favor, and promotion. In truth, he was worthy of honor and advancement. 2 other marches were made down the Sind water. Our men, by perpetually galloping off on raids, had knocked up their horses. Usually what they took, cattle mostly, was not worth the gallop. Sometimes indeed in the plain there had been sheep, sometimes one sort of cloth or other, but, the plain left behind, nothing was had but cattle. A mere servant would bring in 300 or 400 head during our marches along the Sind water, but every march many more would be left on the road than they brought in. The westward march. Having made 3 more marches close along the Sind, we left it when we came opposite Pir Kanu's tomb. Going to the tomb, we there dismounted. Some of our soldiers having injured several of those in attendance on it, I had them cut to pieces. It is a tomb on the skirt of one of the Mater Suleiman mountains and held in much honor in Hindustan. Marching on from Pir Kanu, we dismounted in the Pawat Pass, next again in the bed of a torrent in Duki. After we left this camp, there were brought in as many as 20 to 30 followers of a retainer of Shah Beg, F. a letter 193 il Kukuldash, the Daragha of Siwi. They had been sent to reconnoiter us, but as at that time we were not on bad terms with Shah Beg, we let them go, with horse and arms. After 1 night's halt, we reached Chushiali, a village of Duki. Although our men had constantly galloped off to raid, both before we reached the Sind water and all along its bank, they had not left horses behind, because there had been plenty of green food and corn. When, however, we left the river and set our faces for Pir Kanu, not even green food was to be had. A little land under green crop might be found every 2 or 3 marches, but of horse corn, none. So, beyond the camps mentioned, there began the leaving of horses behind. After passing Chushiali, my own felt tent had to be left from want of baggage beasts. One night at that time, it rained so much that water stood knee-deep in my tent, Chadar. I watched the night out till dawn, uncomfortably sitting on a pile of blankets. Ke Baki Chaganiani's treachery. A few marches further on came Jahangir Mirza, saying, I side note, Fall 152b, have a private word for you. When we were in private, he said, Baki Chaganiani came and said to me, you make the Padshah cross the water of Sind with 7, 8, 10 persons, then make yourself Padshah. Said I, what others are heard of as consulting with him? Said he, it was but a moment ago Baki Beg spoke to me, I know no more. Said I, find out who the others are. Likely enough Syed letter 1E25 US, IN Akbar, and SL. Ali the page are in it, as well as Khusrau Shah's begs and braves. Here the Mirza really behaved very well and like a blood relation. What he now did was the counterpart of what I had done in Kamard, in this same ill-fated mannequin's other scheme of treachery. On dismounting after the next march, I made Jahangir Mirza lead a body of well-mounted men to raid the Awans, Afghans, of that neighborhood. Many men's horses were now left behind in each camping ground, the day coming when as many as 200 or 300 were left. Braves of the first rank went on foot. Syed M, a letter 1E25 M.U.D. Al-Akshi, one of the best of the household braves, left his horses behind and walked. In this state as to horses, we went all the rest of the way to Ghazni. 3 or 4 marches further on, Jahangir Mirza plundered side note, Fall, 153. Some Afghans and brought in a few sheep. Il the Abayastada. When, with a few more marches, we reached the standing water, Abayastada, a wonderfully large sheet of water presented itself to view. The level lands on its further side could not be seen at all. Its water seemed to join the sky. The higher land and the mountains of that further side looked to hang between heaven and earth, as in a mirage. The waters there gathered are said to be those of the spring rain floods of the Katawaz Plain, the Zermatt Valley, and the Karabagh meadow of the Ghazni torrent, floods of the spring rains, and the overplus of the summer rise of streams. When within 2 miles of the Abayastada, we saw a wonderful thing. Something as red as the rose of the dawn kept showing and vanishing between the sky and the water. It kept coming and going. When we got quite close, we learned that what seemed the cause were flocks of geese, not 10,000, not 20,000 in a flock, but geese innumerable which, when the mass of birds flapped their wings in flight, sometimes showed red feathers, sometimes not. Not only was this bird there in countless numbers, but birds of every sort. Eggs lay in masses on the shore. When 2 Afghans, come there to collect eggs, saw us, side note, Fall, 153b. They went into the water half a kuro a mile. Some of our men following brought them back. As far as they went, the water was of one depth up to a horse's belly. It seemed not to lie in a hollow, the country being flat. We dismounted at the torrent coming down to the Abayastada from the plain of Katawaz. The several other times we have passed it, we have found a dry channel with no water whatever. But this time, there was so much water from the spring rains that no ford could be found. The water was not very broad but very deep. Horses and camels were made to swim it. Some of the baggage was hauled over with ropes. Having got across, we went on through Old Nanny and Sarraidi to Ghazni, where for a few days Jahangir Mirza was our host, setting food before us and offering his tribute. M returned to Kabul. That year most waters came down in flood. No ford was found through the water of Diayak Ub. For this reason we went straight on to Kamari, through the Sajuan Pass. At Kamari, I had a boat fashioned in a pool, brought and set on the Diayak Ub water in front of Kamari. In this, all our people were put over. We reached Kabul in the month of letter 1E95 UL letter 1E25 IJJ, May 1505 ad. A few days earlier Syed Yusuf Al-Akshi had gone to God's side note. Fall, 154. Mercy through the pains of colic. End misconduct of Nasir Mirza. It has been mentioned that at Qushjiu letter 1E43 BAZ, Nasir Mirza asked leave to stay behind, saying that he would follow in a few days after taking something from his district for his retainers and followers. But having left us, he sent a force against the people of Nur Valley, they having done something a little refractory. The difficulty of moving in that valley, owing to the strong position of its fort and the rice cultivation of its lands, has already been described. The Mirza's commander, F. a letter 1E93Li, in ground so impracticable and in that one road tracked, instead of safeguarding his men, scattered them to forage. Out came the Valesmen, drove the foragers off, made it impossible to the rest to keep their ground, killed some, captured a mass of others and of horses, precisely what would happen to any army chancing to be under such a person as F. a letter 1E93Li. Whether because of this affair, or whether from want of heart, the Mirza did not follow us at all. He stayed behind. Moreover, Ayub's sons, Yusuf and Balal Bekshik, more seditious, silly and arrogant persons than whom there may not exist, to whom I had given, to Yusuf a langar, to Balal, Ali Shang, they like Nasir Mirza, were to have taken something from their districts and to have come on with him, but he not coming, neither did they. All that winter they were the companions of his cups and social pleasures. They also overran the Tarkalani Afghans in it. With the oncoming heats, the Mirza made march off the families of the clans, outside tribes and hordes who had wintered in Ningnahar and the Lamganat, driving them like sheep before him, with all their goods as far as the barren water. O affairs of Badakhshan! While Nasir Mirza was in camp on the barren water, he heard that the Badakhshis were united against the Ozbegs and had killed some of them. Here are the particulars. When Shaybak Khan had given Quinduz to Q a letter 1E43B a Arbai, and gone himself to Kh Warizm. Q a letter 1E43B a Arbai, in order to conciliate the Badakhshis, sent them a son of Mu letter 1E25 a Mmadi Makshami, M a letter 1E25 Mud by name, but Mubarak Shah, whose ancestors are heard of as begs of the Badakhshan Shahs, having uplifted his own head and cut off M a letter 1E25 Muds and those of some Ozbegs, made himself fast in the fort once known as Shaftiwar, but renamed by him Kilai letter 1E95FR. Moreover, in Rustak Mu letter 1E25 a Adikuachi, an armorer of Khusrau Shah, then occupying Kamalangan, slew Shaybak Khan's satyr and some Ozbegs and made that place fast. Zubair of Rog again, whose forefathers also will have been begs of the Badakhshan Shahs, uprose in Rog. Jahangir Turkman, again, a servant of Khusrau Shah's Wali, collected some of the fugitive soldiers and tribesmen Wali had left behind, and with them withdrew into a fastness. Nasir Mirza, hearing these various items of news, and spurred on by the instigation of a few silly, short-sighted persons to covet Badakhshan, marched along the Shibertu and Abdara road, driving like sheep before him the families of the men who had come into Kabul from the other side of the Amo. P. Affairs of Khusrau Shah. At the time Khusrau Shah and a letter 1E25 Madi Qasim were in flight from Ajar for Khurasan, they meeting in with Badi Zaman Mirza and letter 1E95 Un Beg, all went on together to the presence of Sl. Letter 1E25 Us a In Mirza and Harry, all had long been foes of his, all had behaved unmannerly to him, what brands had they not set on his heart? Yet all now went to him in their distress, and all went through me. For it is not likely they would have seen him if I had not made Khusrau Shah helpless by parting him from his following, and if I had not taken Kabul from letter 1E95, UN and UNS son, Muqim. Badi Zaman Mirza himself was as dough in the hands of the rest. Beyond their word he could not go. Sl. Letter 1E25 US a In Mirza took up a gracious attitude towards one and all, mentioned no one's misdeeds, even made them gifts. Shortly after their arrival Khusrau Shah asked for leave to go to his own country, saying, "If I go, I shall get it all into my hands." As he had reached Harry without equipment and without resources, they finessed a little about his leave. He became importunate. Mu letter 1E25 a Adi Baranduk retorted roundly on him with, "When you had 30,000 men behind you and the whole country in your hands, what did you effect against the Ozbeg? What will you do now with your 500 men and the Ozbegs in possession?" He added a little good advice and a few sensible words, but all was in vain because the fated hour of Khusrau Shah's death was near. Leave was at last given because of his importunity. Khusrau Shah, with his 300 or 400 followers, went straight into the borders of Dahana. There, as Nasir Mirza had just gone across, these two met. Now the Badakhshi chiefs had invited only the Mirza. They had not invited Khusrau Shah. Try as the Mirza did to persuade Khusrau Shah to go into the hill country, the latter, quite understanding the whole time, would not consent to go, his own idea being that if he marched under the Mirza, he would get the country into his own hands. In the end, unable to agree, each of them, near Ishkamish, arrayed his following, put on mail, drew out to fight, and departed. Nasir Mirza went on for Badakhshan. Khusrau Shah, after collecting a disorderly rabble, good and bad of some 1,000 persons, went, with the intention of laying siege to Qandahar, to Khwaja Chartak, 1 or 2 yighach outside it. Death of Khusrau Shah. At the time Shaybak Khan, after overcoming Sul letter 1e6f, a n a letter 1e25 m a d and Andijan, made a move on letter 1e25 isar, his honor Khusrau Shah flung away his country, Qandahar and letter 1e25 isar without a blow struck, and saved himself. Thereupon Shaybak Khan went to letter 1e25 isar, in which were Sharam the page and a few good braves. They did not surrender letter 1e25 isar, though their honorable beg had flung his country away and gone off. They made letter 1e25 isar fast. The siege of letter 1e25 isar, Shaybak Khan entrusted to letter 1e25 a mz a sl. And Mahdi sul letter 1e6f a n went to Qandahar, gave Qandahar to his younger brother, a letter 1e25 mud sul letter 1e6f a n, and betook himself without delay to Khwarizm against Chin letter 1e63 ufi. But as, before he reached Samarkand on his way to Khwarizm, he heard of the death in Qandahar of his brother, a letter 1e25 mud sul letter 1e6f a n, he gave that place to Q a letter 1e43b a arbai of Marv. Q a letter 1e43b a arbai was in Qandahar when Khusrau Shah went against it. He at once sent off gallopers to summon letter 1e25 a mz a sl, and the others Shaybak Khan had left behind. Letter 1e25 a mz a sl came himself as far as the Sarai on the Amu bank, where he put his sons and begs in command of a force which went direct against Khusrau Shah. There was neither fight nor flight for that fat little man. Letter 1e25 a mz a sul letter 1e6f a n s men unhorsed him, killed his sister's son, a letter 1e25 m a di Qasim, Sharam the page and several good braves. Him they took into Qandahar, there struck his head off, and from there sent it to Shaybak Khan in Khwarizm. Our conduct in Kabul of Khusrau Shah's retainers. Just as Khusrau Shah had said they would do, his former retainers and followers, no sooner than he marched against Qandahar, changed in their demeanor to me, most of them marching off to near Khwaja. The greater number of the men in my service had been in his. The Mughuls behaved well, taking up a position of adherence to me. On all this, the news of Khusrau Shah's death fell like water on fire. It put his men out. June 4th, 1505 to May 24th, 1506 ad. A death of Qalat-i-ghilzai Khanim. In the month of M.U. letter 1e25 a r a m my mother had fever. Blood was let without effect, and a Khurasani doctor, known as Sayyid Tabib, in accordance with the Khurasan practice, gave her watermelon, but her time to die must have come, for on the Saturday after 6 days of illness, she went to God's mercy. On Sunday I and Qasim, Quldash conveyed her to the New Year's garden on the mountain skirt where Alag Beg Mirza had built a house, and there, with the permission of his heirs, we committed her to the earth. While we were mourning for her, people let me know about the death of my younger Khan Dada Alacha Khan and my grandmother Asin Dalet Bajim. Close upon Khanim's 40th arrived from Khurasan Shah Bajim, the mother of the Khans, together with my maternal aunt Mihirnigar Khanim, formerly of Sl. A letter 1e25 m a d Mirza's letter 1e25 a r a m, and mu letter 1e25 a m a d letter 1e25 us a I n Kirkin Duglat. Lament broke out afresh. The bitterness of these partings was extreme. When the mourning rites had been observed, food and victuals set out for the poor and destitute, the Koran recited, and prayers offered for the departed souls, we steadied ourselves and all took heart again. Be a futile start for Qandahar. When set free from these momentous duties, we got an army to horse for Qandahar under the strong insistence of Baki Chaganiani. At the start I went to Qushnadir, Var. Nawar, where on dismounting I got fever. It was a strange sort of illness, for whenever with much trouble I had been awakened, my eyes closed again in sleep. In 4 or 5 days I got quite well. See an earthquake. At that time there was a great earthquake such that most of the ramparts of forts and the walls of gardens fell down. Houses were leveled to the ground in towns and villages, and many persons lay dead beneath them. Every house fell in Pagman village, side note, fall 157b. And 70 to 80 strong heads of houses lay dead under their walls. Between Pagman and Begtut a piece of ground, a good stone throw wide maybe, slid down as far as an arrow's flight, where it had slid springs appeared. On the road between Istargach and Maiden, the ground was so broken up for 6 to 8 yighatch, 3648 m, that in some places it rose as high as an elephant, in others sank as deep, here and there people were sucked in. When the earth quaked, dust rose from the tops of the mountains. Nur-Allah the letter 1e6f, a mbourchi had been playing before me. He had 2 instruments with him, and at the moment of the quake had both in his hands. So out of his own control was he that the 2 knocked against each other. Jahangir Mirza was in the porch of an upper room at a house built by Ulugh Beg Mirza in Tipa. When the earth quaked, he let himself down and was not hurt, but the roof fell on someone with him in that upper room, presumably one of his own circle. That this person was not hurt in the least must have been solely through God's mercy. In Tipa, most of the houses were leveled to the ground. The earth quaked 33 times on the first day, and for a month afterwards used to quake 2 or 3 times in the 24 hours. The begs and soldiers having been ordered to repair the breaches made in the towers and ramparts of the Fort Kabul, everything was made good again in 20 days or a month by their industry and energy. Campaign against Qalat-i-ghilzai. Owing to my illness and to the earthquake, our plan of going to Qandahar had fallen somewhat into the background. The illness left behind and the fort repaired, it was taken up again. We were undecided at the time we dismounted below Shniz whether to go to Qandahar or to overrun the hills and plains. Jahangir Mirza and the begs having assembled, counsel was taken, and the matter found settlement in a move on Qalat. On this move, Jahangir Mirza and Baqi Chagatai insisted strongly. At Tazi there was word that Shurai Ali the page with Kichik Baqi Diwana and others had thoughts of desertion. All were arrested. Shurai Ali was put to death because he had given clear signs of disloyalty and misdoing both while in my service and not in mine, in this country and in that country. The others were let go with loss of horse and arms. On arriving at Qalat, we attacked at once and from all sides, without our mail and without siege appliances. As has been mentioned in this history, Kichik Khwaja, the elder brother of Khwaja Kalin, was a most daring brave. He had used his sword in my presence several times. He now clambered up the southwest tower of Qalat, was pricked in the eye with a spear when almost up, and died of the wound 2 or 3 days after the place was taken. Here that Kichik Baqi Diwana, who had been arrested when about to desert with Shurai Ali the page, expiated his baseness by being killed with a stone when he went under the ramparts. 1 or 2 other men died also. Fighting of this sort went on till the afternoon prayer when, just as our men were worn out with the struggle and labor, those in the fort asked for peace and made surrender. Qalat had been given by letter 1e95 UN Nun Argun to Muqim, and in it now were Muqim's retainers, Farrukh Argun and Kara Billet, Afghan. When they came out with their swords and quivers hanging round their necks, we forgave their offenses. It was not my wish to reduce this high family to great straits. For why? Because if we did so when such a foe as the Ozbeg was at our side, what would be said by those of far and near who saw and heard? As the move on Qalat had been made under the insistence of Jahangir Mirza and Baqi Chagatai, it was now made over to the Mirza's charge. He would not accept it. Baqi also could give no good answer in the matter. So, after such a storming and assaulting of Qalat, its capture was useless. We went back to Kabul, after overrunning the Afghans of Sawisang and Alatog on the south of Qalat. The night we dismounted at Kabul I went into the fort, my tent and stable being in the charbagh. A Kirilchi thief going into the garden fetched out and took away a bay horse of mine with its accoutrements and my kachar. Death of Baqi Chagatai. From the time Baqi Chagatai joined me on the Amobank, no man of mine had had more trust and authority. If a word were said, if an act were done, that word was his word, that act his act. Spite of this, he had not done me fitting service, nor had he shewn me due civility. Quite the contrary. He had done things bad and unmannerly. Mean he was miserly and malicious, ill-tongued, envious and cross-natured. So miserly was he that although when he left TIRMI letter 1095 with his family and possessions, he may have owned 30 to 40,000 sheep. And although those masses of sheep used to pass in front of us at every camping ground, he did not give a single one to our bare braves, tortured as they were by the pangs of hunger. At last in Kamard, he gave 50. Spite of acknowledging me for his chief Pacha, he had Nagarites beaten at his own gate. He was sincere to none, had regard for none. What revenue there is from Kabul town comes from the letter 1E6F a MGH, the whole of this he had, together with the Darogaship in Kabul and Panjshir, the Gadai Var. Kitty, Hazara, and Kushluk and control of the gate. With all this favor and finding, he was not in the least content, quite the reverse. What medley of mischief he planned has been told. We had taken not the smallest notice of any of it, nor had we cast it in his face. He was always asking for leave, affecting scruple at making the request. We used to acknowledge the scruple and excuse ourselves from giving the leave. This would put him down for a few days, then he would ask again. He went too far with his affected scruple and his takings of leave. Sick were we too of his conduct and his character. We gave the leave. He repented asking for it and began to agitate against it, but all in vain. He got written down and sent to me. His Highness made compact not to call me to account till 9 misdeeds had issued from me. I answered with a reminder of 11 successive faults and sent this to him through Mullah Baba of Pashakar. He submitted and was allowed to go towards Hindustan, taking his family and possessions. A few of his retainers escorted him through Khybar and returned. He joined Baki Gajiani's caravan and crossed at Nilab. Darya Khan's son, Yarai letter 1025 USIN, was then in Kachakot, having drawn into his service, on the warrant of the farman taken from me in Kohat, a few Afghans of the Dilizak Var. Dilizak and Yusufzai, and also a few Jats and Gujars. With these he beat the roads, taking toll with might and main. Hearing about Baki, he blocked the road, made the whole party prisoner, killed Baki, and took his wife. We ourselves had let Baki go without injuring him, but his own misdeeds rose up against him. His own acts defeated him. Leave thou to fate the man who does thee wrong, for fate is an avenging servitor. Attack on the Turkmen Hazaras. That winter we just sat in the charbagh, till snow had fallen once or twice. The Turkmen Hazaras, since we came into Kabul, had done a variety of insolent things and had robbed on the roads. We thought therefore of overrunning them, went into the town to Aulug Beg Mirza's house at the Bustan Sarai, and thence rode out in the month of Shaban, Feb. 1506 ad. We raided a few Hazaras at Janglik, at the mouth of the Doro-i-Kush, Happy Valley. Some were in a cave near the valley mouth, hiding perhaps. Sheikh Darwish Kukuldash went incautiously right up to the cave mouth, was shot Lab in the nipple by a Hazara inside, and died there and then Author's note on Sheikh Darwish. He had been with me in the guerrilla times, was master armorer Qurbiji, drew a strong bow and shot a good shaft. As most of the Turkmen Hazaras seemed to be wintering inside the Doro-i-Kush, we marched against them. The valley is shut in by a mile-long gully stretching inwards from its mouth. The road engirdles the mountain, having side note, fall 160 b. A straight fall of some 50 to 60 yards below it and above it a precipice. Horsemen go along it in single file. We passed the gully and went on through the day till between the 2 prayers, 3 p.m., without meeting a single person. Having spent the night somewhere, we found a fat camel belonging to the Hazaras, had it killed, made part of its flesh into kababs, and cooked part in a ewer aftab. Such good camel flesh had never been tasted. Some could not tell it from mutton. Next day we marched on for the Hazara winter camp. At the first watch, 9 a.m., a man came from ahead, saying that the Hazaras had blocked a ford in front with branches, checked our men, and were fighting. That winter the snow lay very deep. To move was difficult except on the road. The swampy meadows, Tukab, along the stream were all frozen. The stream could only be crossed from the road because of snow and ice. The Hazaras had cut many branches, put them at the exit from the water, and were fighting in the valley bottom with horse and foot or reining. Side note, fall. 161. Arrows down from either side. Mu letter 1025 a MM Adi Ali Mubashir Beg, one of our most daring braves, newly promoted to the rank of Beg and well worthy of favor, went along the branch-blocked road without his mail, was shot in the belly and instantly surrendered his life. As we had gone forward in haste, most of us were not in mail. Shaft after shaft flew by and fell. With each one Yusuf's, a letter 1225 Adi said anxiously, "Bear like this you go into it." "I have seen 2 arrows go close to your head," said I. "Don't fear, many as good arrows as these have flown past my head." So much said, Qasim Beg, his men in full accoutrement, found a ford on our right and crossed. Before their charge the Hazaras could make no stand. They fled, swiftly pursued and unhorsed one after the other by those just up with them. In guerdon for this feat, Bangesh was given to Qasim Beg. Letter 1225 Atim, the armorer, having been not bad in the affair, was promoted to Sheikh Darwish's office of Qurbiji. Baba Quali's Kipik, Sikh, also went well forward in it, so we entrusted Mu letter 1225. Ali Mubashir's office to him. Sl Chunak, one-eared, started in pursuit of the Hazaras, but there was no getting out of the hollow because of the snow. Side note, fall, 161b. For my own part, one just went with these braves. Near the Hazara winter camp, we found many sheep and herds of horses. I myself collected as many as 400 to 500 sheep and from 20 to 25 horses. Sl Chunak and 2 or 3 of my personal servants were with me. I have ridden in a raid twice. This was the first time. The other was when, coming in from Khurasan 912 we raided these same Turkmen Hazaras. Our foragers brought in masses of sheep and horses. The Hazara wives and their little children had gone off up the snowy slopes and stayed there. We were rather idle, and it was getting late in the day, so we turned back and dismounted in their very dwellings. Deep indeed was the snow that winter. Off the road it was up to a horse's capital, so deep that the night watch was in the saddle all through till shoot of dawn. Going out of the valley, we spent the next night just inside the mouth, in the Hazara winter quarters. Marching from there, we dismounted at Janglik. At Janglik, Yerak Taghai and other latecomers were ordered to take the Hazaras who had killed Sheikh Darwish and who, luckless and death-doomed, seemed still to be in the cave. Yerak Taghai and his band, by sending smoke into the cave, took 70 to 80 Hazaras who mostly died by the sword. G. Collection of the Nayaro tribute. On the way back from the Hazara expedition, we went to the Ai Tugdi neighborhood below Baran in order to collect the revenue of Nayaro. Jahangir Mirza, come up from Ghazni, waited on me there. At that time, on R.A.M. letter 193 A.N. 13th, Feb. 7th, such sciatic pain attacked me that for 40 days someone had to turn me over from one side to the other. Of the 7 valleys of the Nayar water, the Pichkan Valley, and of the villages in the Pichkan Valley Gain, and of Gain its headman letter 1225 U.S.A.I.N. Gaini in particular, together with his elder and younger brethren, were known and notorious for obstinacy and daring. On this account, a force was sent under Jahangir Mirza, Qasim Beg going too, which went to Saraitup, hilltop, stormed and took a sangar and made a few meet their doom. Because of the sciatic pain, people made a sort of litter for me in which they carried me along the bank of the Baran and into the town to the Bustan Sarai. There I stayed for a few days. Before that trouble was over, a boil came out on my left cheek. This was lanced, and for it I also took a purge. When relieved, I went out into the Charbagh. Misconduct of Jahangir Mirza. At the time Jahangir Mirza waited on me, Ayub's sons Yusuf and Bulal, who were in his service, had taken up a strifeful and seditious attitude towards me, so the Mirza was not found to be what he had been earlier. In a few days he marched out of Tipa in his mail, hurried back to Ghazni, there took Nani, killed some of its people and plundered all. After that he marched off with whatever men he had, through the Hazaras, his face set for Bamiyan. God knows that nothing had been done by me or my dependents to give him ground for anger or reproach. What was heard of later on as perhaps explaining his going off in the way he did was this. When Qasim Beg went with other begs, to give him honoring meeting as he came up from Ghazni, the Mirza threw a falcon off at a quail. Just as the falcon, getting close, put out its pounce to seize the quail dropped to the ground. Hereupon shouts and cries, "Taken, is it taken?" Said Qasim Beg, "Who looses the foe in his grip?" Their misunderstanding of this was their sole reason for going off, but they backed themselves on 1 or 2 other worse and weaker old Kronish matters. After doing in Ghazni what has been mentioned, they drew off through the Hazaras to the Mughal clans. These clans at that time had left Nasir Mirza but had not joined the Ozbeg, and were in Yai, Astarab and the summer pastures thereabouts. ISL, letter 1225 USAIN Mirza calls up help against Shaybek Khan. SL, Letter 1225 Ḥusain Mirza, having resolved to repel Shaybak Khan, summoned all his sons. Me too he summoned, sending to me Sayyid F. Letter 1293 Al, son of Sayyid Ali Khwa bin Seer of Dreams. It was right on several grounds for us to start for Khurasan. One ground was that when a great ruler, sitting as a Sl. Letter 1225 Ḥusain Mirza sat in Timur-Beg's place, had resolved to act against such a foe as Shaybak Khan and had called up many men and had summoned his sons and his begs. If there were some who went on foot, it was for us to go if on our heads. If some took the bludgeon, we would take the stone. A second ground was that, since Jahangir Mirza had gone to such lengths and had behaved so badly, we had either to dispel his resentment or to repel his attack. J. Chin Letter 1263 Ufis death. This year Shaybak Khan took Khwarazm after besieging Chin Ṣufi in it for 10 months. There had been a mass of fighting during the siege. Many were the bold deeds done by the Khwarizmi braves, nothing soever did they leave undone. Again and again, their shooting was such that their arrows pierced shield and cuirass, sometimes the two cuirasses. For 10 months, they sustained that siege without hope in any quarter. A few bare braves then lost heart, entered into talk with the Ozbeg, and were in the act of letting him up into the fort when Chin Letter 1263 Ufi had the news and went to the spot. Just as he was beating and forcing down the Ozbegs, his own page, in a discharge of arrows, shot him from behind. No man was left to fight. The Ozbegs took Khwarazm. God's mercy on Chin Letter 1263 Ufi, who never for one moment ceased to stake his life. Side note, fall. 163b, for his chief. Shaybak Khan entrusted Khwarazm to Kupuk, by, and went back to Samarkand. Death of Sultan Letter 1225 Ḥusain Mirza. Sl. Letter 1225 Ḥusain Mirza, having led his army out against Shaybak Khan as far as Baba Ilahi went to God's mercy. In the month of Letter 1295, Ul Letter 1225 Ijj. Letter 1295 Ul Letter 1225 Ijj, 11th 911 May 5th, 1506 ad. Sultan Letter 1225 Ḥusain Mirza and his court. His birth and descent. He was born in Hari Haret, in Mu Letter 1225 RRM, 842, June-July, 1438 ad. In Shahrukh Mirza's time and was the son of Mansur Mirza, son of Baikara Mirza, son of Umar Sheikh Mirza, son of Amir Timur. Mansur Mirza and Baikara Mirza never reigned. His mother was Firuza Begim, a great-grandchild Nabira of Timur Beg. Through her he became a grandchild of Miran Shah also. He was of high birth on both sides, a ruler of royal lineage. Of the marriage of Mansur with Firuza were born 2 sons and 2 daughters, namely Baikara Mirza and Sl. Letter 1225 Ḥusain Mirza, Akka Begim, and another daughter, Badka Begim, whom a Letter 1225 Adi Khan took. Baikara Mirza was older than Sl. Letter 1225 Ḥusain Mirza. He was his younger brother's retainer but used not to be present as head of the court, except in court. He used to share his brother's divan tushak. He was given balk by his younger brother and was its commandant for several years. He had 3 sons, Sl. Mu Letter 1225 Adi Mirza, Sl. Wise Mirza, and Sl. Iskandar Mirza. Akka Begim was older than the Mirza. She was taken by side note. Fall 164. Sl. A Letter 1225 Adi Mirza, a grandson Nabira of Miran Shah. By him she had a son, Mu Letter 1225 Adi Sul Letter 166 N Mirza, known as Kichik Little Mirza, who at first was in his maternal uncle's service, but later on gave up soldiering to occupy himself with letters. He is said to have become very learned and also to have taste in verse. Here is a Persian quatrain of his. For long on a life of devotion I plumed me, as one of the band of the abstinent ranged me, where when love came was devotion. Denial, by the mercy of God it is I have proved me. This quatrain recalls one by the Mullah. Kichik Mirza made the circuit of the Kaaba towards the end of his life. Badka Badi ul-Jamal, Begim also was older than the Mirza. She was given in the guerrilla times to a Letter 1225 Adi Khan of Letter 1225 Aj Tarkin. By him she had 2 sons, Sl. A Letter 1225 Mud Khan and Bahadur Sl. Who went to Hari and were in the Mirza's service. B. His appearance and habits. He was slant-eyed, Kiik Guzluk, and lion-bodied, being slender from the waist downwards. Even when old and white-bearded, he wore silken garments of fine red and green. He used to wear either the black lambskin cap, burq, or the kalpak, but on a feast day would sometimes set up a little three-fold turban, wound broad and badly, stick a heron's plume in it, and so go to prayers. When he first took Harry, he thought of reciting the names of Sidenote Fall, 164b. The 12 imams in the Khu letter 1E6FB, but Ali Shir Beg and others prevented it. Thereafter all his important acts were done in accordance with orthodox law. He could not perform the prayers on account of a trouble in the joints, and he kept no fasts. He was lively and pleasant, rather immoderate in temper, and with words that matched his temper. He showed great respect for the law in several weighty matters. He once surrendered to the avengers of blood a son of his own who had killed a man, and had him taken to the judgment gate, Darul Letter 1E93. He was abstinent for 6 or 7 years after he took the throne. Later on, he degraded himself to drink. During the almost 40 years of his rule in Khurasan, there may not have been one single day on which he did not drink after the midday prayer. Earlier than that, however, he did not drink. What happened with his sons, the soldiers, and the town was that everyone pursued vice and pleasure to excess. Bold and daring he was. Time and again he got to work with his own sword, getting his own hand in wherever he arrayed to fight. No man of Timur Beg's line has been known to match him in the slashing of swords. He had a leaning to poetry and even put a diwan together, writing in Turkey with letter 1E25 US a INI for his pen name. Many couplets in his diwan are not bad. It is, however, in one and the same meter throughout. Great ruler though he was, both by the length of his reign, Yash, and the breadth of his dominions, he yet, like little people, kept fighting rams, flew pigeons, and fought cocks. See his wars and encounters. He swam the Gurgan water in his guerrilla days, and gave a party of Ozbegs a good beating. Again, with 60 men he fell on 3,000 under paymaster Mu letter 1E25 a Adi, Ali, sent ahead by Sl Ḥusain Mirza, and gave them a downright good beating, 868 Ah. This was his one fine, outstanding feat of arms. Again, he fought and beat Sl a letter 1E25 Mud Mirza near Asterabad, 865 Ah. Again, this also in Asterabad, he fought and beat Sa Idlik Sa'idi, son of letter 1E25 US a In Turkmen, 873 Ah. Again, after taking the throne of Harry in R a M letter 1E93, a N 873 Ah March, 1469 Ad. He fought and beat Yadgarai Emu letter 1E25 Mmadi Mirza at Chanaran, 874 Ah. Again, coming swiftly from the Murgab bridgehead, Saraipul, he fell suddenly on Yadgarai Emu letter 1E25 Mmadi Mirza, where he lay drunk in the Raven's Garden, 875 Ah. A victory which kept all Khurasan quiet. Again, he fought and beat Sl a letter 1E25 Mud Mirza at Chikmansari in the neighborhood of Andikhud and Shibagin, 876 Ah. Again, he fell suddenly on a Babikar Mirza after that Mirza, joined by the Black Sheep Turkmens, had come out of Iraq, beaten Ulugh Beg Mirza, Kabulai in Takana and Kamar, Var. Letter 1E25 Imar, taken Kabul, left it because of turmoil in Iraq, crossed Khaybar, gone on to Kushab and Multan, on again to Siwi, thence to Karman, and unable to stay there, had entered the Khurasan country, 884 Ah. Again, he defeated his son Badi Az-Zaman Mirza at Palai-Kairag, 902 Ah. He also defeated his sons Abulemu letter 1E25 Sin Mirza and Kupuk, round-shouldered, Mirza at letter 1E25, ALW Spring, 904 Ah. Again, he went to Qandahar, laid siege to it, could not take it, and retired. He laid siege to letter 1E25 Isar, could not take that either, and rose from before it, 901 Ah. He went into letter 1E95 UN Nun's country, was given bast by its Daragha, did no more, and retired, 903 Ah. A ruler so great and so brave, after resolving royally on these 3 movements, just retired with nothing done. Again, he fought his son Badi Az-Zaman Mirza in the Nishan meadow, who had come there with letter 1E95 UN Nun's son, Shah Beg, 903 Ah. In that affair were these curious coincidences. The Mirza's force will have been small, most of his men being in Asterabad. On the very day of the fight, one force rejoined him coming back from Asterabad, and Sl Mas Ud Mirza arrived to join Sl Letter 1225 Ḥusain Mirza, after letting Bāshanghar Mirza take letter 1225 Ḥisar. And letter 1225 Id Mirza came back from reconnoitering Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza at Sabzawar. His countries. His country was Khurasan, with Balkh to the east, Bistam and Damgan to the west, Khwarizm to the north, Qandahar and Sistan to the south. When he once had in his hands such a town as Harry, his only affair, by day and by night, was with comfort and pleasure, nor was there a man of his either who did not take his ease. It followed, of course, that, as he no longer tolerated the hardships and fatigue of conquest and soldiering, his retainers and his territories dwindled instead of increasing right down to the time of his departure. His children. 14 sons and 11 daughters were born to him. The oldest of all his children was Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza, Begabijim, a daughter of Sl. Sanjar of Marv, was his mother. Sl Mirza was another. He had a stoop bucuri. Though ill to the eye, he was of good character. Though weak of body, he was powerful of pen. He even put a diwan together, using garbati, lowliness, for his pen name and writing both Turkey and Persian verse. Here is a couplet of his. Seeing a peri face as I passed, I became its fool, not knowing what was its name, where was its home. For a time he was his father's governor in Harry. He died before his father, leaving no child. Muzaffar letter 1225 Ḥusain Mirza was another. He was his father's favorite son, but though this favorite had neither accomplishments nor character. It was Sl. Letter 1225 Ḥusain Mirza's overfondness for this son that led his other sons into rebellion. The mother of Sl Mirza and of Muzaffar letter 1225 Ḥusain Mirza was Khadija Bijim, a former mistress of Sl. Abu Sa'id Mirza, by whom she had had a daughter also, known as Fair Bijim. Two other sons were Abul letter 1225 Ḥusain Mirza and Qupuk Var. Qipik Mirza, whose name was Mu letter 1225, a D Mu letter 1225, Sin Mirza. Their mother was La letter 166F, Ifsul letter 166F and Akacha. Abu Turab Mirza was another. From his early years, he had an excellent reputation. When the news of his father's increased illness reached him, and other news of other kinds also, he fled with his younger brother Mu letter 1225, Adi letter 1225 Ḥusain Mirza into Iraq, and their abandoned soldiering to lead the Darwish life. Nothing further has been heard about him. His son Sorab was in my service when I took letter 1225 Ḥisar after having beaten the Sul letter 166F, a NS led by letter 1225 MZ SL, and Mahdi SL, 917 A-1511 ad. He was blind of one eye and of wretchedly bad aspect. His disposition matched even his ill looks. Owing to some immoderate act, by eye title, he could not stay with me, so went off. For some of his immoderate doings, Naam Sani put him to death near Asterabad. Mu letter 1225, Adi letter 1225 Ḥusain Mirza was another. He must have been shut up bunned with Shah Ismail at some place in Iraq and have become his disciple. He became a rank heretic later on, and became this although his father and brethren, older and younger, were all orthodox. He died in Asterabad, still on the same wrong road, still with the same absurd opinions. A good deal is heard about his courage and heroism, but no deed of his stands out as worthy of record. He may have been poetically disposed. Here is a couplet of his. Grimed with dust, from tracking what game dost thou come, steeped in sweat, from whose heart of flame dost thou come. Faridani letter 1225 Ḥusain Mirza was another. He drew a very strong side note, fall, 167. Bow and shot a first-rate shaft. People say his crossbow, Kamanai Giroha, may have been 40 batmans. He himself was very brave, but he had no luck in war. He was beaten wherever he fought. He and his younger brother Ibn letter 1225 Ḥusain Mirza were defeated at Raba letter 16 Fiduzd, Var. Dujir by Timur Sl. and Ubaid Sl. Leading Shaybak Khan's advance, 913 but he had done good things there. In Damgan, he and Mu letter 1225, Adi Zaman Mirza fell into the hands of Shaybak Khan, who, killing neither, let both go free. Faridani letter 1225 Ḥusain Mirza went later on to Qalat, where Shah Mu letter 1225, a D Diwana had made himself fast. There, when the Ozbegs took the place, he was captured and killed. The three sons last named were by Mingli Bibi Akacha, SL. Letter 125 US a IN Mirza's Ozbeg mistress. Letter 125 a ID a R Mirza was another. His mother Piandu Sul letter 126 FN Bajim was a daughter of SL. Abusa ID Mirza. Letter 125 a ID a R Mirza was governor of Balkh and Mashhad for some time during his father's life. For him, his father, when besieging letter 125 IS a R 901 A, took Bigab Bajim, a daughter of SL. M a letter 125 MUD Mirza and Khanzada Bajim. This done, he rose from before letter 125 IS a R. One daughter only was born of that marriage. She was named Shad Joy Bajim and given to Adil SL. When she came to Kabul later on, letter 125 a ID a R Mirza departed from the world in his father's side note. Fall, 167b. Lifetime. MU letter 125 a MM a D Masum Mirza was another. He had Qandahar given to him and, as was fitting with this, a daughter of Aulug Beg Mirza, Bigabajim, was set aside for him when she went to harry 902 A, SL. Letter 125 US a IN Mirza made a splendid feast, setting up a great char letter 1E6 FAQ for it, though Qandahar was given to MU letter 125. Masum Mirza, he had neither power nor influence there, since, if black were done, or if white were done, the act was Shah Beg Argun's. On this account the Mirza left Qandahar and went into Khurasan. He died before his father. Farrakhi letter 1E25 USIN Mirza was another. Brief life was granted to him. He bade farewell to the world before his younger brother Ibrahimi letter 1E25 USIN Mirza. Ibrahimi letter 1E25 USIN Mirza was another. They say his disposition was not bad. He died before his father from bibbing and bibbing Harry wines. Ibn letter 1E25 USIN Mirza and MU letter 1E25. Qasim Mirza were others, their story will follow. Papa Akacha was the mother of the 5 sons last named. Of all the Mirza's daughters, SUL letter 1E6F a NIM Bijim was the oldest. She had no brother or sister of the full blood. Her mother, known as Chuli Desert, Bijim, was a daughter of one of the letter 1E95 Aq begs. SUL letter 1E6F a NIM Bijim had great acquaintance with words, Saz Biller 80. She was never at fault for a word. Her father sent her out to SL. Wise Mirza, the middle son of his own elder brother Baikara Mirza. She had a son and a daughter by him. The daughter was sent out to Asinquili SL. Younger brother of Yili Bars of the Shaban, SUL letter 1E6F a NS. The son is that MU letter 1E25 a MM a D SL. Mirza to whom I have given the Kannauj district. At that same date, SUL letter 1E6F a NIM Bijim, when on her way with her grandson from Kabul to Hindustan, went to God's mercy at Nilab. Her various people turned back, taking her bones. Her grandson came on. 4 daughters were by Piandu SUL letter 1E6FN Bijim. Ak Bijim, the oldest, was sent out to MU letter 1E25 a MM a D Qasim Arlet, a grandson of Bigab Bijim, the younger sister of Bābur Mirza. There was one daughter, Burjina Kiz, known as Karaguz Dark-eyed Bijim, whom Nasir Mirza Muran Shahi took. Kichik Bijim was the second, for her SL. Mas'ud Mirza had great desire, but, try as he would, Piandu SUL letter 1E6FN Bijim, having an aversion for him, would not give her to him. She sent Kichik Bijim out afterwards to Mullah Khwaja of the line of Sayyid Ada. Her 3rd and 4th daughters, Bigab Bijim and Agha Bijim, she gave to Bābur Mirza and Murad Mirza, the sons of her younger sister, Rabbi ASUL letter 1E6FN Bijim. 2 other daughters of the Mirza were by Mingli Bibi Akacha. They gave the elder one, Baram SUL letter 1E6FN Bijim, to Sayyid Abdullah, one of the Sayyids of Andakud, who was a grandson of Baikara Mirza through a daughter. A son of this marriage, Sayyid Barka, was in my service when Samarkand was taken, 917 A 1511 ad. He went to Auganj later, and there made claim to rule. The redheads killed him in Astarabad. Mingli Bibi's 2nd daughter was FA letter 1E6F, IM ASUL letter 1E6FN Bijim. Her they gave to Yadgar I Farrukh, Mirza of Timur-beg's line. 3 daughters were by Papa Akacha. Of these the oldest, SUL letter 1E6F AN Nijad Bijim, was made to go out to Iskandar Mirza, youngest son of SL, letter 1E25 US a IN Mirza's elder brother Baikara Mirza. The second, Sayadat Bak, known as Bijim Sul letter 1E6F An, was given to Sl Mas'ud Mirza after his blinding. By Sl Mas'ud Mirza, she had one daughter and one son. The daughter was brought up by a Pak Bijim of Sl letter 1E25 Usain Mirza's letter 1E25 Aram. From Harry she came to Kabul and was there given to Sayyid Mirza Pak. Sadat Bak, Bijim Sul letter 1E6F An, after the Ozbeg killed her husband, set out for the Kaaba with her son. News has just come, circa 934 that they have been heard of as in Makkah, and that the boy is becoming a bit of a great personage. Papa Aghacha's third daughter was given to a Sayyid of Andikud, generally known as Sayyid Mirza. Another of the Mirza's daughters, Aisha Sul letter 1E6F N Bijim, was by a mistress, Zubaydah Aghacha, the granddaughter of letter 1E25 Usaini Sheikh Timur. They gave her to Qasim Sl. Of the Shaban Sul letter 1E6F Ans, she had by him a son named Qasim letter 1E25 Usin Sl, who came to serve me in Hindustan, was in the holy battle with Rana Sanga, and was given Badyan. When Qasim Sl. died, his widow, Aisha Sul letter 1E6F N Bijim, was taken by Buran Sl, one of his relations, by whom she had a son named Abdullah Sl, now serving me and though young, not doing badly. His wives and concubines. The wife he first took was Biga Sul letter 1E6F N Bijim, a daughter of Sl Sanjar of Marv. She was the mother of Badi Zaman Mirza. She was very cross-tempered and made the Mirza endure much wretchedness, until driven at last to despair, he set himself free by divorcing her. What was he to do? Right was with him. A bad wife in a good man's house makes this world already his hell. God preserve every Musalman from this misfortune. Would that not a single cross or ill-tempered wife were left in the world? Chuli Bijim was another. She was a daughter of the letter 1E95 Begs, and was the mother of Sul letter 1E6F Nim Bijim. Sharbanu Bijim was another. She was Sl Abusa Id Mirza's daughter, taken after Sl letter 1E25 Usain Mirza took the throne 873 When the Mirza's other ladies got out of their litters and mounted horses at the Battle of Chikman, Sharbanu Bijim, putting her trust in her younger brother, Sl a letter 1E25 Mudm, did not leave her litter, did not mount a horse. People told the Mirza of this, so he divorced her and took her younger sister, Piandu Sul letter 1E6F N Bijim. When the Ozbegs took Khurasan, 913 Piandu Sul letter 1E6F N Bijim went into Iraq, and in Iraq she died in great misery. Khadija Bijim was another. She had been a mistress of Sl Abusa Id Mirza, and by him had had a daughter, Ak Bijim, after his defeat, 873 1468 ad. She betook herself to Harry where Sl letter 1E25 Usain Mirza took her, made her a great favorite, and promoted her to the rank of Bijim. Very dominant indeed she became later on. It was wrought Mu letter 1E25. Mumin Mirza's death, she in chief it was caused Sl letter 1E25 Usain Mirza's sons to rebel against him. She took herself for a sensible woman, but was a silly chatterer, may also have been a heretic. Of her were born Shah Garib Mirza and Muzaffar Rai letter 1E25 Usin Mirza. Apak Bijim was another. She had no children. That Papa Aghacha the Mirza made such a favorite of was her foster sister. Being childless, Apak Bijim brought up as her own the children of Papa Aghacha. She nursed the Mirza admirably when he was ill. None of his other wives could nurse as she did. The year I came into Hindustan, 932 she came into Kabul from Harry, and I showed her all the honor and respect I could. While I was besieging Chandiri, 934 news came that in Kabul she had fulfilled God's will. One of the Mirza's mistresses was La letter 1E6F, Ifsul letter 1E6FN Aghacha of the Charshamba people. She became the mother of a Bulemu letter 1E25 Sin Mirza and Kupuk, or Kipik Mirza, i.e. Mu letter 1E25, a DMU letter 1E25, Sin. Another mistress was Mingli Bibai Aghacha, an Ozbeg, and one of Sharbanu Bijim's various people. She became the mother of Abuturab Mirza, Mu letter 1E25, a Di letter 1E25 Usin Mirza, Faridani letter 1E25 Usin Mirza, and of two daughters. Papa Aghacha, the foster sister of Apak Bijim, was another mistress. The Mirza saw her, looked on her with favor, took her, and, as has been mentioned, she became the mother of 5 of his sons and 4 of his daughters. Biji Sul letter 1e6f, N Aghacha was another mistress. She had no child. There were also many concubines and mistresses held in little respect. Those enumerated were the respected wives and mistresses of Sl. Letter 1e25 Ḥusain Mirza. Strange indeed it is that of the 14 sons born to a ruler so great as Sl. Letter 1e25 Ḥusain Mirza, one governing 2 in such a town as Harry, 3 only were born in legal marriage. In him, in his sons, and in his tribes and hordes vice and debauchery were extremely prevalent. What shows this point precisely is that of the many sons born to his dynasty, not a sign or trace was left in 7 or 8 years, excepting only Mu letter 1e25 Adi Mirza. G. Has amirs. There was Mu letter 1e25 Adi Baranduk Barlas, descending from Chaku Barlas as follows: Mu letter 1e25 Adi Baranduk, son of Ali, son of Baranduk, son of Jahan Shah, son of Chaku Barlas. He had been a beg of Babur Mirza's presence, later on Sl. Abu Sa'id Mirza favored him, gave him Kabul conjointly with Jahangir Barlas, and made him Ulugh Beg Mirza's guardian. After the death of Sl. Abu Sa'id Mirza, Ulugh Beg Mirza formed designs against the 2 Barlas. They got to know this, kept tight hold of him, made the tribes and hordes march, moved as for Qandahar, and went up on Hindu Kush, courteously compelled Ulugh Beg Mirza to start back for Kabul, they themselves going on to Sl. Letter 1e25 Ḥusain Mirza in Khurasan, who, in his turn, showed them great favor. Mu letter 1e25 Adi Baranduk was remarkably intelligent, a very leader-like man indeed. He was extravagantly fond of a hawk, so much so, they say, that if a hawk of his had strayed or had died, he would ask, taking the names of his sons on his lips, what it would have mattered if such or such a son had died or had broken his neck, rather than this or that bird had died or had strayed. Muzaffar Barlas was another. He had been with the Mirza in the guerrilla fighting, and for some cause unknown, had received extreme favor. In such honor was he in those guerrilla days that the compact was for the Mirza to take 4 dang, 6ths of any country conquered, and for him to take 2 dang. A strange compact indeed. How could it be right to make even a faithful servant a co-partner in rule? Not even a younger brother or a son obtains such a pact. How then should a beg? When the Mirza had possession of the throne, he repented the compact, but his repentance was of no avail. That muddy-minded mannequin, favored so much already, made growing assumption to rule. The Mirza acted without judgment. People say Muzaffar Barlas was poisoned in the end. God knows the truth. Alisher Nawe was another, the Mirza's friend rather than his beg. They had been learners together in childhood, and even then are said to have been close friends. It is not known for what offense Sl. Abu Sa'id Mirza drove Alisher Beg from Harry. He then went to Samarkand, where he was protected and supported by a letter 1e25 a D letter 1e25, a J I Beg during the several years of his stay. He was noted for refinement of manner. People fancied this due to the pride of high fortune, but it may not have been so. It may have been innate, since it was equally noticeable also in Samarkand. Alisher Beg had no match. For as long as verse has been written in the Turki tongue, no one has written so much or so well as he. He wrote 6 books of poems, Masnawi, 5 of them answering to the quintet Kamsa, the 6th, entitled the Lisanu letter 1e6f letter 1e6f ir, Tongue of the Birds, was in the same meter as the Man letter 1e6f, Iqu letter 1e6f letter 1e6f ir, Speech of the Birds. He put together 4 diwans collections of odes, bearing the names, curiosities of childhood, marvels of youth, wonders of manhood, and advantages of age. There are good quatrains of his also. Some others of his compositions rank below those mentioned. Amongst them is a collection of his letters, imitating that of Maulana Abdur letter 1e25 and Jami, and aiming at gathering together every letter on any topic he had ever written to any person. He wrote also the Mizan-al-Azan, Measure of Measures on prosody. It is very worthless. He has made mistake in it about the meters of 4 out of 24 quatrains, while about other measures he has made mistakes such as anyone who has given attention to prosody will understand. He put a Persian diwan together also, Fani, transitory being his pen name for Persian verse. Some couplets in it are not bad, but for the most part it is flat and poor. In music also he composed good things Nima. Some excellent airs and preludes, Nakshu Peshrao. No such patron and protector of men of parts and accomplishments is known, nor has one such been heard of as ever appearing. It was through his instruction and support that Master Usted, Qualayemu letter 1225 Mmd the lutenist, Sheikhai the flautist, and letter 1225 US AIN the lutenist, famous performers all, rose to eminence and renown. It was through his effort and supervision that Master Bizad and Shah Muzaffar became so distinguished in painting. Few are heard of as having helped to lay the good foundation for future excellence he helped to lay. He had neither son nor daughter, wife or family. He let the world pass by, alone and unencumbered. At first he was keeper of the seal. In middle life he became a beg, and for a time was commandant in Asterabad. Later on he forsook soldiering. He took nothing from the Mirza. On the contrary, he each year offered considerable gifts. When the Mirza was returning from the Asterabad campaign, Ali Shir Beg went out to give him meeting. They saw one another, but before Ali Shir Beg should have risen to leave, his condition became such that he could not rise. He was lifted up and carried away. The doctors could not tell what was wrong. He went to God's mercy next day, one of his own couplets suiting his case. I was felled by a stroke out of their ken and mine. What in such evils can doctors avail? A letter 1225 M. Adi, the son of Tawakkul Barlas, was another. For a time he held Qandahar. Wali Beg was another. He was of letter 1E25 a J.I. Saifuddin Beg's line, and had been one of the Mirza's fathers, Mansur's, great begs. Short life was granted to him after the Mirza took the throne 973 Ah. He died directly afterwards. He was orthodox and made the prayers, was rough, Turk, and sincere. Letter 1E25 USAIN of Sheikh Timur was another. He had been favored and raised to the rank of Beg by Babur Mirza. Nuyan Beg was another. He was a Sayyid of Tirmi letter 1E95 on his father's side. On his mother's he was related both to Sl Abu Sa'idi Mirza and to Sl letter 1E25 Usain Mirza. Sl Abu Sa'idi Mirza had favored him. He was the Beg honored in Sl a letter 1E25 M. Adi Mirza's presence, and he met with very great favor when he went to Sl letter 1E25 Usain Mirza's. He was a bragging, easygoing, wine-bibbing, jolly person. Through being in his father's service, letter 1E25 ASAN of Yaqub used to be called also Nuyan's letter 1E25 ASAN. Jahangir Barlas was another. For a time he shared the Kabul command with MU letter 1E25 Adi Baranduk Barlas, later on went to Sl letter 1E25 Usain Mirza's presence and received very great favor. His movements and poses, letter 1E25 Atu Sakanat, were graceful and charming. He was also a man of pleasant temper. As he knew the rules of hunting and hawking, in those matters the Mirza gave him chief charge. He was a favorite of Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza, and bearing that Mirza's friendliness in mind, used to praise him. Mirza a letter 1E25 Adi of Ali Farsi Barlas was another. Though he wrote no verse, he knew what was poetry. He was a gay-hearted, elegant person, one by himself. Abdul Khalik Beg was another. Firaz Shah, Shahrukh Mirza's greatly favored Beg, was his grandfather, hence people called him Firaz Shah's Abdul Khalik. He held Khwarism for a time. Ibrahim Duldai was another. He had good knowledge of revenue matters and the conduct of public business. His work was that of a second MU letter 1E25, Baranduk. Letter 1E95 UN Nun Argun was another. He was a brave man, using his sword well in Sl Abu Sa'idi Mirza's presence and later on getting his hand into the work whatever the fight. As to his courage there was no question at all, but he was a bit of a fool. After he left our Muran Shah Mirza's to go to Sl letter 1E25 Usain Mirza, the Mirza gave him Gur and the Nictaris. He did excellent work in those parts with 70 to 80 men, with so few beating masses and masses of Hazaras and Nictaris. He had not his match for keeping those tribes in order. After a while, Zaman Dower was given to him. His son Shah Shuja, Argun used to move about with him, and even in childhood used to chop away with his sword. The Mirza favored Shah Shuja, and, somewhat against letter 1E95 UN Nun Beg's wishes, joined him with his father in the government of Qandahar. Later on this father and son made dissension between that father and that son, and stirred up much commotion. After I had overcome Khusrau Shah and parted his retainers from him, and after I had taken Kabul from letter 1E95 UN Nun Argan S son Muqim, letter 1E95 UN Nun Beg and Khusrau Shah both went, in their helplessness, to see Sl. Letter 1E25 US I.N. Mirza. Letter 1E95 UN Nun Argan grew greater after the Mirza's death, when they gave him the districts of the Hari Kodaman, such as Aba, Ube, and Chatshuran. He was made Lord of Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza's Gate, and Mu letter 1E25, a D. Baranduk Barla's Lord of Muzaffarai letter 1E25 USIN Mirzas, when the two Mirzas became joint rulers in Hari. Brave though he was a little crazed and shallow-pated. If he had not been so, would he have accepted flattery as he did? Would he have made himself so contemptible? Here are the details of the matter. While he was so dominant and so trusted in Hari, a few sheikhs and mullahs went to him and said, "The spheres are holding commerce with us. You are to be styled Hizb-ul-Allah, Lion of God. You will overcome the Ozbeg." Fully accepting this flattery, he put his FU letter 1E6F, a bathing cloth, round his neck and gave thanks. Then, after Shaybak Khan, coming against the Mirzas, had beaten them one by one near bad guys, letter 1E95 UN Nun Argan met him face to face near Kara Arabia letter 1E6F, and relying on that promise, stood up against him with 100 to 150 men. A mass of Ozbegs came up, overcame them and hustled them off. He himself was taken and put to death. He was orthodox and no neglecter of the prayers, indeed made the extra ones. He was mad for chess. He played it according to his own fancy, and if others play with one hand, he played with both. Avarice and stinginess ruled in his character. Darwish-i Ali Beg was another, the younger full brother of Ali Shir Beg. He had the bulk command for a time, and there did good beg-like things, but he was a muddlehead and somewhat wanting in merit. He was dismissed from the bulk command because his muddle-headedness had hampered the Mirza in his first campaign against Qandahar and letter 1E25 ISAR. He came to my presence when I went to Qandahar in 916 AH. 1510 AD. Brutalized and stupefied, far from capable begship and outside peaceful home life. Such favor as he had had, he appears to have had for Ali Shir Beg's sake. Mughal Beg was another. He was governor of Hari for a time, later on was given Asterabad, and from there fled to Yaqub Beg in Iraq. He was of amorous disposition and an incessant dicer. Syed Badr Full Moon was another, a very strong man, side note, Fall 173b. Graceful in his movements and singularly well-mannered. He danced wonderfully well, doing one dance quite unique and seeming to be his own invention. His whole service was with the Mirza, whose comrade he was in wine and social pleasure. Islam Barlas was another, a plain Turk, person who understood hawking well and did some things to perfection. Drawing a bow of 30 to 40 batman's strength, he would make his shaft pass right through the target takta. In the gallop from the head of the kabak maiden, he would loosen his bow, string it again, and then hit the gourd kabak. He would tie his string grip, ziggur, to the one end of a string from 1 to 112 yards long, fasten the other end to a tree, let his shaft fly, and shoot through the string grip while it revolved. Many such remarkable feats he did. He served the Mirza continuously and was at every social gathering. Sl. Junaid Barlas was another. In his latter days he went to Sl. A letter 1E25 a D. Mirza's presence. He is the father of the Sl. Junaid Barlas on whom at the present time the joint government of Jaunpur depends. Sheikh Abu Sa'id Khan Darmian, in between, was another. It is not known whether he got the name of Darmian because he took a horse to the Mirza in the middle of a fight, or whether because he put himself in between the Mirza and someone designing on his life. Bibud Beg was another. He had served in the page's circle Chura Jurgasi during the guerrilla times and gave such satisfaction by his service that the Mirza did him the favor of putting his name on the stamp, Tamga, and the coin, Sikka. Sheikh Him Beg was another. People used to call him Sheikh Him Suhaili because Suhaili was his pen name. He wrote all sorts of verse, bringing in terrifying words and mental images. Here is a couplet of his. In the anguish of my nights, the whirlpool of my sighs engulfs the firmament, like a dragon. The torrent of my tears swallows the quarters of the world. Well known it is that, when he once recited that couplet in Maulana, Abdur letter 1E25 and Jami's presence, the honored mullah asked him whether he was reciting verse or frightening people. He put a diwan together. Mesnawas of his are also in existence. Mu letter 1225 Adi Wali Beg was another, the son of the Wali Beg already mentioned. Latterly he became one of the Mirza's great begs, but great beg though he was, he never neglected his service and used to recline, yastanib, day and night in the gate. Through doing this, his free meals and open table were always set just outside the gate. Quite certainly a man who was so constantly in waiting would receive the favor he received. It is an evil noticeable today that effort must be made before the man, dubbed beg because he has 5 or 6 of the bald and blind at his back, can be got into the gate at all. Where this sort of service is, it must be to their own misfortune. Mu letter 1225 Adi Wali Beg's public table and free meals were good. He kept his servants neat and well-dressed, and with his own hands gave ample portion to the poor and destitute, but he was foul-mouthed and evil-spoken. He and also Darwish-i Ali the librarian were in my service when I took Samarkand in 917 Oct. 1511 Ad. He was palsied then, his talk lacked salt, his former claim to favor was gone. His assiduous waiting appears to have been the cause of his promotion. Baba Ali the Lord of the Gate was another. First, Ali Shir Beg showed him favor. Next, because of his courage, the Mirza took him into service, made him Lord of the Gate, and promoted him to be a beg. One of his sons is serving me now circa 934 That Yunus of Ali who is a beg, a confidant, and of my household, he will often be mentioned. Badruddin, full moon of the faith, was another. He had been in the service of Sl Ḥusain Mirza's Chief Justice Murak, Abdurar letter 1225 Im. It is said he was very nimble and sure-footed, a man who could leap over 7 horses at once. He and Baba Ali were close companions. Letter 1225 N of Ali Jalir was another. His original name was letter 1225 In Jalir, but he came to be called Ali's letter 1225 N. His father Ali Jalir must have been favored and made a beg by Babur Mirza. No man was greater later on when Yadgarai Mu letter 1225 Mmd M took Harry. Letter 1225 Asani Ali was Sl. Letter 1225 In Mirza's Qushbaji. He made Tufili, uninvited guest, his pen name, wrote good odes, and was the master of this art in his day. He wrote odes on my name when he came to my presence at the time I took Samarkand in 917 1511 Ad. Impudent, buyback, and prodigal he was, a keeper of catamites, a constant dicer and draft player. Khwaja Abdullah Marwarid Pearl was another. He was at first Chief Justice, but later on became one of the Mirza's favorite household begs. He was full of accomplishments. On the dulcimer he had no equal, and he invented the shake on the dulcimer. He wrote in several scripts, most beautifully in the Talik. He composed admirable letters, wrote good verse, with Bayani for his pen name, and was a pleasant companion. Compared with his other accomplishments, his verse ranks low, but he knew what was poetry. Vicious and shameless, he became the captive of a sinful disease through his vicious excesses, outlived his hands and feet, tasted the agonies of varied torture for several years, and departed from the world under that affliction. Sayyid Mu letter 1225 Ammadi Oris was another. He was the son of that Oris Russian, Argan who, when Sl Ḥusain Mirza took the throne, was his beg in chief authority. At that time there were excellent archer braves. One of the most distinguished was Sayyid Mu letter 1225 Ammadi Oris. His bow strong, his shaft long, he must have been a bold Urak shot and a good one. He was commandant in Andakud for some time. Mir Qa letter 1243 Bari Ali, the master of the horse, was another. He it was who, by sending a man to Sl letter 1225 In Mirza, brought him down on the defenseless Yadgarai Mu letter 1225 Mmd Mirza. Sayyid letter 1225 N Alakshi was another, a son of Sayyid Alakshi and a younger brother of Sayyid Yusuf Beg. He was the father of a capable and accomplished son named Mirza Farrukh. He had come to my presence before I took Samarkand in 917 1511 Ad. Though he had written little verse, he wrote fairly. He understood the astrolabe and astronomy well, was excellent company, his talk good too, but he was rather a bad drinker, bad shrab. He died in the fight at Gajdawan. Tingri Birdi the storekeeper, Samanshi, was another. He was a plain Turk, bold, sword-slashing brave. As has been said, he charged out of the gate of Balkh on Khusrau Shah's great retainer and a letter 195 ar Bahadur, and overcame him 903 ah. There were a few Turkmen braves also who were received with great favor when they came to the Mirza's presence. One of the first to come was Ali Khan Bayandar. Asad Beg and Tahamtan, strong-bodied Beg, were others, an elder and younger brother these. Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza took Tahamtan Beg's daughter, and by her had Mu letter 125 Ammadi Zaman Mirza. Mir Umar Beg was another. Later on he was in Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza's service. He was a brave, plain, excellent person. His son, Abul-Fatih letter 125 by name, came from Iraq to my presence, a very soft, unsteady and feeble person. Such a son from such a father. Of those who came into Khurasan after Shah Ismail took Iraq and a letter 195 a RB a IJ a N, circa 906 a 1500 ad. One was Abdul Baki Mirza of Timur Beg's line. He was a Muran Shah whose ancestors will have gone long before into those parts, put thought of sovereignty out of their heads, served those ruling there, and from them have received favor. That Timur Usman, who was the great, trusted Beg of Yaqub Beg, White Sheep Turkmen, and who had once even thought of sending against Khurasan the mass of men he had gathered to himself, must have been this Abdul Baki Mirza's paternal uncle. SL. Letter 125 USAIN Mirza took Abdul Baki Mirza at once into favor, making him a son-in-law by giving him SUL letter 126F a NIM Bijim, the mother of MU letter 125 a MM a DSL Mirza. Another late comer was Murad Beg Bayandari. His chief justices, Sadyar. One was Mir Sarai Barana, Barehead. He was from a village in Andijan and appears to have made claim to be a Sayyid Mutasayid. He was a very agreeable companion, pleasant of temper and speech. His were the judgment and rulings that carried weight amongst men of letters and poets of Khurasan. He wasted his time by composing, in imitation of the story of Amir letter 125 a MZ, a work which is one long, far-fetched lie, opposed to sense and nature. Kamaluddin letter 125 US a IN Gazargahai was another. Though not a letter 1E63 UFI, he was mystical. Such mystics as he will have gathered in Ali Shir Beg's presence, and there have gone into their raptures and ecstasies. Kamaluddin will have been better born than most of them. His promotion will have been due to his good birth, since he had no other merit to speak of. A production of his exists under the name Majlis al-Ushak, Assemblies of Lovers, the authorship of which he ascribes in its preface to SL. Letter 125 US a IN Mirza. It is mostly a lie and a tasteless lie. He has written such irreverent things in it that some of them cast doubt upon his orthodoxy. For example, he represents the prophets, peace be on them, and saints as subject to earthly passion, and gives to each a minion and a mistress. Another and singularly absurd thing is that, although in his preface he says, "This is SL, letter 125 US a IN Mirza's own written word and literary composition," he, nevertheless, enters, in the body of the book, all by the subsigned author, at the head of odes and verses well known to be his own. It was his flattery gave letter 1E95 UN Nun Argun the title Lion of God. His wazirs. One was Majduddin MU letter 1E25 a MM a D, son of KH Wajapir a letter 1E25 M a D of KH Waf, the one-man Yak Kalam of Sharak Mirza's finance office. In SL, letter 1E25 US a IN Mirza's finance office, there was not at first proper order or method. Waste and extravagance resulted. The peasant did not prosper, and the soldier was not satisfied. Once while Majduddin MU letter 1E25 a MM a D was still Parwanchi and styled Murak, Little Mir, it became a matter of importance to the Mirza to have some money. When he asked the finance officials for it, they said none had been collected, and that there was none. Majduddin MU letter 1E25 a MM a D must have heard this and have smiled, for the Mirza asked him why he smiled. Privacy was made, and he told Mirza what was in his mind. Said he, "If the honored Mirza will pledge himself to strengthen my hands by not opposing my orders, it shall so be before long that the country shall prosper, the peasant be content, the soldier well off, and the treasury full." The Mirza for his part gave the pledge desired, put Majduddin MU letter 1E25 a MM a D in authority throughout Khurasan, and entrusted all public business to him. He in his turn, by using all possible diligence and effort, before long had made soldier and peasant grateful and content, filled the treasury to abundance, and made the districts habitable and cultivated. He did all this, however, in face of opposition from the begs and men high in place, all being led by Ali Shir Beg, all out of temper with what Majduddin Mu letter 1025 a D had effected. By their effort and evil suggestion, he was arrested and dismissed. In succession to him, Ni letter 1095 Amul Mulk of Khwaf was made Diwan, but in a short time they got him arrested also, and him they got put to death. They then brought Khwaja a F letter 1093 a L out of Iraq and made him Diwan. He had just been made a beg when I came to Kabul, 910 and he also impressed the seal in Diwan. Khwaja Atta was another. Although, unlike those already mentioned, he was not in high office or finance minister, Diwan, nothing was settled without his concurrence the whole Khurasanat over. He was a pious, praying, upright, Mutadeyan person. He must have been diligent in business also. Others of the court. Those enumerated were Sl. Letter 1025 US a In Mirza's retainers and followers. His was a wonderful age. In it Khurasan, and Harry above all, was full of learned and matchless men. Whatever the work a man took up, he aimed and aspired at bringing that work to perfection. One such man was Maulana, Abdur letter 1025 Mn Jami, who was unrivaled in his day for esoteric and exoteric knowledge. Famous indeed are his poems. The mullah's dignity it is out of my power to describe. It has occurred to me merely to mention his honored name and one atom of his excellence, as a benediction and good omen for this part of my humble book. Shaykh al-Islam Saifuddin a letter 1025 D was another. He was of the line of that Mullah Sa'duddin, Mas'ud, Taftazani, whose descendants from his time downwards have given the Shaykh al-Islam to Khurasan. He was a very learned man, admirably versed in the Arabian sciences and the traditions, most God-fearing and orthodox. Himself a Shafi'i, he was tolerant of all the sects. People say he never once in 70 years omitted the congregational prayer. He was martyred when Shah Ismail took Harry, 916 There now remains no man of his honored line. Maulana Sheikh letter 1025 USIN was another. He is mentioned here, although his first appearance and his promotion were under Sl. Ḥusain Mirza, because he was living still under Sl. Letter 1025 USIN Mirza. Being well versed in the sciences of philosophy, logic, and rhetoric, he was able to find much meaning in a few words and to bring it out opportunely in conversation. Being very intimate and influential with Sl. Ḥusain Mirza, he took part in all momentous affairs of the Mirza's dominions. There was no better Mu letter 1025 T a SIB. This will have been why he was so much trusted. Because he had been an intimate of that Mirza, the incomparable man was treated with insult in Sl. Letter 1025 USIN Mirza's time. Mullahzada Mullah Usman was another. He was a native of Chirk, in the Luhagar Tuman of the Tuman of Kabul, and was called the born Mullah, Mullahzada, because in Aulug Beg Mirza's time he used to give lessons when 14 years old. He went to Harry on his way from Samarkand to make the circuit of the Kaaba, was there stopped, and made to remain by Sl. Letter 1025 USIN Mirza. He was very learned, the most so of his time. People say he was nearing the rank of Adihad, but he did not reach it. It is said of him that he once asked, "How should a person forget a thing heard?" A strong memory he must have had. Mir Jamaluddin the traditionalist was another. He had no equal in Khurasan for knowledge of the Mu letter 1025 a D a N traditions. He was advanced in years and is still alive, 934 to 937 Mir Murt a letter 1093 was another. He was well versed in the sciences. Sidenote Fall 178b. Of philosophy and metaphysics, he was called Murt a letter 1093, ascetic because he fasted a great deal. He was madly fond of chess, so much so that if he had met two players, he would hold one by the skirt while he played his game out with the other, as much as to say, "Don't go." Mir Mas'ud of Sherwin was another. Mir Abdul Ghaffar of Lar was another. Disciple and pupil both of Maulana, Abdur letter 1025 Mn Jami, he had read aloud most of the Mullah's poems, Masnawi, in his presence, and wrote a plain exposition of the Naf a letter 1025 T. He had good acquaintance with the exoteric sciences, and in the esoteric ones also was very successful. He was a curiously casual and unceremonious person. No person styled mullah by anyone so ever was debarred from submitting a Koran chapter to him for exposition. Moreover, whatever the place in which he heard there was a darwish, he had no rest till he had reached that darwish's presence. He was ill when I was in Khurasan, 912 Ah. I went to inquire for him where he lay in the mullah's college, after I had made the circuit of the mullah's tomb. He died a few days later, of that same illness. Mir ad-Dawlah of Mashhad was another. He knew the Arabian sciences well and also wrote a Persian treatise on rhyme. That treatise is well done, but it has the defect that he brings into it, as his examples, couplets of his own, and assuming them to be correct, prefixes to each, as must be observed in the following couplet by your slave, Banda. Several rivals of his find deserved comment in this treatise. He wrote another on the curiosities of verse, entitled Badakhshan, a very well-written treatise. He may have swerved from the faith. Q. A letter 1E93I Ikhtiar was another. He was an excellent Q. A letter 1E93I and wrote a treatise in Persian on jurisprudence, an admirable treatise. He also, in order to give elucidation iktibas, made a collection of homonymous verses from the Koran. He came with MU letter 1E25, AMM, ADI Yusuf, to see me at the time I met the Mirzas on the Murgab, 912 Ah. Talk turning on the Baburi script, he asked me about it, letter by letter. I wrote it out letter by letter. He went through it, letter by letter, and having learned its plan, wrote something in it there and then. Mir MU letter 1E25, AMM ADI Yusuf was another. He was a pupil of the Shaykhul Islam and afterwards was advanced to his place. In some assemblies he, in others, Q. A letter 1E93I Ikhtiar took the higher place. Towards the end of his life he was so infatuated with soldiering and military command that except of those two tasks, what could be learned from his conversation? What known from his pen? Though he failed in both, those two ambitions ended by giving to the winds his goods and his life, his house and his home. He may have been a Shi'a. K. The poets. The all-surpassing head of the poet band was Maulana Abdur letter 1E25 MN Jami. Others were Shaykhim Suhaili and letter 1E25 a S a N of Ali Jalir, whose names have been mentioned already as in the circle of the Mirzas, begs, and household. A Safi was another, he taking a Safi for his pen name because he was a wazir's son. His verse does not want for grace or sentiment, but has no merit through passion and ecstasy. He himself made the claim, I have never packed up Bulmati, my odes, to make the oasis wadi of a collection. This was affectation, his younger brothers and his intimates having collected his odes. He wrote little else but odes. He waited on me when I went into Khurasan, 912 Ah. Banay was another. He was a native of Harry and took such a pen name, Banay, on account of his father Ustad Mu letter 1E25 a MM a Desabs Bana. His odes have grace and ecstasy. One poem, Masnawi, of his on the topic of fruits, is in the mutakarib measure. It is random and not worked up. Another short poem is in the kafif measure, so also is a longer one finished towards the end of his life. He will have known nothing of music in his young days, and Ali Shir Beg seems to have taunted him about it. So one winter when the Mirza, taking Ali Shir Beg with him, went to winter in Merv, Banai stayed behind in Harry and so applied himself to study music that before the heats he had composed several works. These he played and sang, airs with variations, when the Mirza came back to Harry in the heats. All amazed, Ali Shir Beg praised him. His musical compositions are perfect. One was an air known as Narang 9 modulations, and having both the theme, Tukanash, and the variation Yilla on the note called Rast. Banai was Ali Shir Beg's rival. It will have been on this account he was so much ill-treated. When at last he could bear it no longer, he went into a letter 1E95 a RB a IJ a N and Iraq to the presence of Yaqub Beg. He did not remain, however, in those parts after Yaqub Beg's death, 896 1491 ad. But went back to Harry, just the same with his jokes and retorts. Here is one of them. Ali Shir at a chess party, in stretching his leg, touched Banai on the hinder parts and said jestingly, "It is the sad nuisance of Harry that a man can't stretch his leg without its touching a poet's backside." "Nor draw it up again," retorted Banai. In the end, the upshot of his jesting was that he had to leave Harry again. He went then to Samarkand. A great many good new things used to be made for Alisher Beg, so whenever anyone produced a novelty, he called it Alishers in order to give it credit and vogue. Some things were called after him in compliment, e.g. because when he had earache, he wrapped his head up in one of the blue triangular kerchiefs women tie over their heads in winter. That kerchief was called Alisher's comforter. Then again, Banai, when he had decided to leave Harry, ordered a quite new kind of pad for his ass and side note, Fall 180B, dubbed it Alishers. Maulana Saifi of Bukhara was another. He was a mullah complete who, in proof of his mullahship, used to give a list of the books he had read. He put 2 diwans together, one being for the use of tradesmen, letter 1E25A RFA car, and he also wrote many fables. That he wrote no Masnawi is shewn by the following quatrain. Though the Masnawi be the orthodox verse, I know the ode has divine command. 5 couplets that charm the heart I know to outmatch the 2 quintets. A Persian prosody he wrote is at once brief and prolix, brief in the sense of omitting things that should be included, and prolix in the sense that plain and simple matters are detailed down to the diacritical points, down even to their Arabic points. He is said to have been a great drinker, a bad drinker, and a mightily strong-fisted man. Abdullah the Masnawi writer was another. He was from Jam and was the mullah's sister's son. Hadafi was his pen name. He wrote poems, Masnawi, in emulation of the 2 quintets, and called them Haftema N letter 1E95R, 7 faces, in imitation of the Half-Paykar, 7 faces. In emulation of the Sikandar-Nama, he composed the Timur-Nama. His most renowned Masnawi is Layla and Majnun, but its reputation is greater than its charm. Mere letter 1E25 USAIN the enigmatist was another. He seems to have had no equal in making riddles, to have given his whole time to it, and to have been a curiously humble, disconsolate, non-murad, and harmless, by bad, person. Mir Mu letter 1E25 a D Badakhshi of Ishkamish was another. As Ishkamish is not in Badakhshan, it is odd he should have made it his pen name. His verse does not rank with that of the poets previously mentioned, and though he wrote a treatise on riddles, his riddles are not first-rate. He was a very pleasant companion. He waited on me in Samarkand, 917 Ah. Yusuf the Wonderful Badi was another. He was from the Fargana country. His odes are said not to be bad. Ahi was another, a good ode writer, latterly in Ibn I letter 1E25 USIN Mirza's service, and S.A. letter 1E25 IBI Diwan. MU letter 1E25 a D letter 1E63 a LI letter 1E25 was another. His odes are tasty but better flavored than correct. There is Turkey verse of his also, not badly written. He went to Shaybak Khan later on and found complete favor. He wrote a Turkey poem, Masnawi, named from Shaybak Khan, in the Ramal Masada's Majnun measure, that is to say the meter of the SUB letter 1E25 a T. It is feeble and flat. MU letter 1E25 a D letter 1E63 a LI letter 1E25, S reader soon ceases to believe in him. Here is one of his good couplets. A fat man, T a letter 1E43B a L, has gained the land of Fargana, making Fargana the house of the fat man, T a letter 1E43B a L Khana. Fargana is known also as T a letter 1E43B a L Khana. I do not know whether the above couplet is found in the Masnawi mentioned. MU letter 1E25 a D letter 1E63 a LI letter 1E25 was a very wicked, tyrannical, and heartless person. Maulana Shah letter 1E25 US a IN Kami was another. There are not bad verses of his. He wrote odes, and also seems to have put a diwan together. Hilali New Moon was another. He is still alive. Correct and graceful though his odes are, they make little impression. There is a diwan of his, and there is also the poem Masnawi in the Kafif measure, entitled Shah and Darwish, of which, fair though many couplets are, the basis and purport are hollow and bad. Ancient poets, when writing of love and the lover, have represented the lover as a man and the beloved as a woman. But Hilali has made the lover a darwish, the beloved a king, with the result that the couplets containing the king's acts and words set him forth as shameless and abominable. It is an extreme effrontery in Hilali that for a poem's sake he should describe a young man, and that young man a king, as resembling the shameless and immoral. It is heard said that Hilali had a very retentive memory, and that he had by heart 30 or 40, 000 couplets, and the greater part of the two quintets, all most useful for the minutiae of prosody and the art of verse. Ali was another. He was of the common people, Ami, wrote verse not bad, even produced a diwan. Artists. Of fine penmen there were many, the one standing out in Naqsh Talik was Sl. Ali of Mashhad, who copied many books for the Mirza and for Ali Shir Beg, writing daily 30 couplets for the first, 20 for the second. Of the painters, one was Bizad. His work was very dainty, but he did not draw beardless faces well. He used greatly to lengthen the double chin, gab-gab. Bearded faces he drew admirably. Shah Muzaffar was another. He painted dainty portraits, side note, Fall, 182, representing the hair very daintily. Short life was granted him. He left the world when on his upward way to fame. Of musicians, as has been said, no one played the dulcimer so well as Khwaja Abdullah Marwarid. Qulai Mu letter 1E25 Mmd the lutenist, Audi was another. He also played the guitar gichak beautifully and added 3 strings to it. For many and good preludes Peshraw, he had not his equal amongst composers or performers, but this is only true of his preludes. Shekai the flautist Ney was another. It is said he played also the lute and the guitar, and that he had played the flute from his 12th or 13th year. He once produced a wonderful air on the flute, at one of Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza's assemblies. Qulai letter 1E25 Mmd could not reproduce it on the guitar, so declared this a worthless instrument. Shekai Neyet once took the guitar from Qulai letter 1E25 Mmd's hands and played the air on it, well and in perfect tune. They say he was so expert in music that having once heard an air, he was able to say, "This or that is the tune of so-and-so's or so-and-so's flute." He composed few works, 1 or 2 airs are heard of. Shah Quli the guitar player was another. He was of Iraq, came into Khurasan, practiced playing, and succeeded. He composed many airs, preludes, and works, Naqsh, Peshraw u Ashlar. Letter 1E25 u Sain the lutenist was another. He composed and played with taste. He would twist the strings of his lute into one and play on that. His fault was affectation about playing. He made a fuss once when Shaybak Khan ordered him to play, and not only played badly, but on a worthless instrument he had brought in place of his own. The Khan saw through him at once and ordered him to be well beaten on the neck, there and then. This was the one good action Shaybak Khan did in the world. It was well done truly. A worse chastisement is the due of such affected mannequins. Ghulam-i Shadi, slave of festivity, the son of Shadi the reciter, was another of the musicians. Though he performed, he did it less well than those of the circle just described. There are excellent themes, sut, and beautiful airs Naqsh of his. No one in his day composed such airs and themes. In the end, Shaybak Khan sent him to the Kazan Khan, Mu letter 1E25 a D Amin. No further news has been heard of him. Mir Azu was another composer, not a performer. He produced few works, but those few were in good taste. Banai was also a musical composer. There are excellent airs and themes of his. An unrivaled man was the wrestler Mu letter 1E25 a D Busa ID. He was foremost amongst the wrestlers, wrote verse too, composed themes and airs, one excellent air of his being in Charga, 4-time, and he was pleasant company. It is extraordinary that such accomplishments as his should be combined with wrestling. Historical narrative resumed. A burial of Sl, letter 1E25 Ḥusain Mirza. At the time Sl, letter 1E25 Ḥusain Mirza took his departure from the world, there were present of the Mirzas only Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza and Muzaffar letter 1E25 Ḥusain Mirza. The latter had been his father's favorite son. His leading beg was Mu letter 1E25 a D Barandak Barlas. His mother Khadija Bajim had been the Mirza's most influential wife, and to him the Mirza's people had gathered. For these reasons, Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza had anxieties and thought of not coming, but Muzaffar letter 1E25 Ḥusain Mirza and Mu letter 1E25 a D Baranduk begged themselves rode out, dispelled his fears, and brought him in. Sl, letter 1E25 Ḥusain Mirza was carried into Hari, and there buried in his own college with royal rites and ceremonies. Be a dual succession. At this crisis, letter 1E95 UN Nunbeg was also present. He, Mu letter 1E25, Baranduk Beg, the late Mirza's begs and those of the two young Mirzas having assembled, decided to make the two Mirzas joint rulers in Harry. Letter 195 UN Nun Beg was to have control in Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza's Gate, MU Letter 125. Baron Duck Beg, in Muzaffar I Letter 125 USIN Mirzas. Sheikh Ali Taghai was to be Darogha and Harry for the first, Yusuf I Ali for the second. Theirs was a strange plan. Partnership in rule is a thing unheard of. Against it stand Sheikh Sadi's words in the Gilistan. 10 darwishes sleep under a blanket, Jillam. 2 kings find no room in a clime, Aklim. May 24, 1506 to May 13, 1507 ad. A. Bābur starts to join SL. Letter 125 USIN Mirza. In the month of MU Letter 125 RR we set out by way of Gurbund. Side note. Fall 183b. And Shibertu to oppose the Ozbeg. As Jahangir Mirza had gone out of the country in some sort of displeasure, we said, there might come much mischief and trouble if he drew the clans Amak to himself, and what trouble might come of it. And first let's get the clans in hand. So said, we hurried forward, riding light and leaving the baggage, Orak, at Ushtarshar in charge of Wali, the treasurer, and Daulat Kadam of the scouts. That day we reached Fort a Letter 125 AQ. From there we crossed the pass of the Little Dome, GU Letter 143 BAZAK Kudal, trampled through Sagan, went over the Dandanshikan Pass, and dismounted in the meadow of Kamard. From Kamard we sent Syed a F Letter 193, a L the Seer of Dreams, KHWA bin, and SL. MU Letter 125 a MM a D Duldai to SL. Letter 125 US a IN Mirza, with a letter giving the particulars of our start from Kabul. Jahangir Mirza must have lagged on the road, for when he got opposite Bamiyan and went with 20 or 30 persons to visit it, he saw near it the tents of our people left with the baggage. Thinking we were there, he and his party hurried back to their camp, and without an eye to anything, without regard for their own people marching in the rear, made off for Yakaling. B. Action of Shaybak Khan. When Shaybak Khan had laid siege to Balkh, in which was SL, Kwalinachak, he sent 2 or 3 SUL Letter 1E6F, a NS with 3 or 4,000 men to overrun Badakhshan. At the time, Mubarak Shah and Zubair had again joined Nasir Mirza, spite of former resentments and bickerings, and they all were lying at Shakdan, below Kishim and east of the Kishim water. Moving through the night, one body of Ozbegs crossed that water at the top of the morning and advanced on the Mirza. He at once drew off to rising ground, mustered his force, sounded trumpets, met and overcame them. Behind the Ozbegs was the Kishim water in flood. Many were drowned in it. A mass of them died by arrow and sword. More were made prisoner. Another body of Ozbegs, sent against Mubarak Shah and Zubair where they lay, higher up the water and nearer Kishim, made them retire to the rising ground. Of this the Mirza heard. When he had beaten off his own assailants, he moved against theirs. So did the Kohistan Begs, gathered with horse and foot, still higher up the river. Unable to make stand against this attack, the Ozbegs fled, but of this body also a mass died by sword, arrow, and water. In all some 1,000 to 1,500 may have died. This was Nasir Mirza's one good success. A man of his brought us news about it while we were in the Dale of Kamard. See Bābur moves on into Khurasan. While we were in Kamard, our army fetched corn from Guri and Dahana. There too we had letters from Syed a F Letter 1E93, a L and SL. MU Letter 1E25, a MM, a D Duldai whom we had sent into Khurasan. Their news was of SL. Letter 1E25 US a IN Mirza's death. This news notwithstanding, we set forward for Khurasan, though there were other grounds for doing this. What decided us was anxious thought for the reputation of this Timurid dynasty. We went up the trough Hi of the Ajar Valley, on Overtup and Mandagan, crossed the Balkwater and came out on Letter 1E63 AF Hill. Hearing there that Ozbegs were overrunning San and Charyak, we sent a force under Qasim Beg against them. He got up with them, beat them well, cut many heads off, and returned. We lay a few days in the meadow of Letter 1E63 AF Hill, waiting for news of Jahangir Mirza and the clans Amak, to whom persons had been sent. We hunted once, those hills being very full of wild sheep and goats, Kiak. All the clans came in and waited on me within a few days. It was to me they came. They had not gone to Jahangir Mirza, though he had sent men often enough to them, once sending even Imaduddin Mas'ud. He himself was forced to come at last. He saw me at the foot of the valley when I came down off letter 1E63 AF hill. Being anxious about Khurasan, we neither paid him attention nor took thought for the clans, but went right on through Gurzwan, Almer, Ḥisar, Chichiktu, and Fakhru Din's death, Alam, into the Bam Valley, one of the dependencies of bad guys. The world being full of divisions, things were being taken from country and people with the long arm. We ourselves began to take something, by laying an impost on the Turks and clans of those parts, in 2 or 3 months taking perhaps 300 tumans of Kipki. Decoalition of the Khurasan Mirzas. A few days before our arrival in Bam Valley, some of the Khurasan light troops and of letter 1E95 UN Nun Beg's men had well-beaten Ozbeg raiders in Pandi Panjde and Marachak, killing a mass of men. Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza and Muzaffar letter 1E25 USIN, Mirza with MU letter 1E25 a D Baranduk Barlas, letter 1E95 UN Nun Argan and his son Shah Beg resolved to move on Shaybak Khan, then besieging Sl Ḥusain in bulk. Accordingly they summoned all Sl letter 1E25 USIN Mirza's sons and got out of Harry to effect their purpose. At Chihildukturan Abul Emu letter 1E25 SIN M joined them from Marv. Ibn I letter 1E25 USIN M followed, coming up from Tun and Cain. Qupuk Kipik M was in Mashhad. Often though they sent to him, he behaved unmanly, spoke senseless words, and did not come. Between him and Muzaffar Mirza there was jealousy. When Muzaffar M was made joint ruler, he said, "How should I go to his presence?" Through this disgusting jealousy he did not come now, even at this crisis when all his brethren, older and younger, were assembling in Concord, resolute against such a foe as Shaybak Khan. Qupuk M laid his own absence to rivalry, but everybody else laid it to his cowardice. One word. In this world acts such as his outlive the man. If a man have any share of intelligence, why try to be ill-spoken of after death? If he be ambitious, why not try so to act that, he gone, men will praise him? In the honorable mention of their names, wise men find a second life. Envoys from the Mirzas came to me also, Baranduk Barlas himself following them. As for me, what was to hinder my going? It was for that very purpose I had traveled 100 or 200 yighatch, 500-600 miles. I at once started with MU letter 1E25. Baranduk begged for Murgab where the Mirzas were lying. Bābur meets the Mirzas. The meeting with the Mirzas was on Monday the 8th of the latter Jumada, Oct. 26th, 1506 Abul Emu letter 1E25 SIN Mirza came out a mile to meet me. We approached one another. On my side, I dismounted. On his side, we advanced, saw one another and remounted. Near the camp, Muzaffar Mirza and Ibn I letter 1E25 USIN Mirza met us. They, being younger than Abul Emu letter 1E25 SIN Mirza, ought to have come out further than he to meet me. Their dilatoriness may not have been due to pride, but to heaviness. Sidenote, Fall, 186. After wine, their negligence may have been no slight on me, but due to their own social pleasures. On this Muzaffar Mirza laid stress. We too saw one another without dismounting, so did Ibn I letter 1E25 USIN Mirza and I. We rode on together, and, in an amazing crowd and press, dismounted at Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza's gate. Such was the throng that some were lifted off the ground for 3 or 4 steps together, while others, wishing for some reason to get out, were carried willy-nilly 4 or 5 steps the other way. We reached Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza's audience tent. It had been agreed that I, on entering, should bend the knee, Yukinghai, once, that the Mirza should rise and advance to the edge of the estrade, and that we should see one another there. I went in, bent the knee once, and was going right forward. The Mirza rose rather languidly and advanced rather slowly. Qasim Beg, as he was my well-wisher and held my reputation as his own, gave my girdle a tug. I understood, moved more slowly, and so the meeting was on the appointed spot. 4 divans tushuk had been placed in the tent. Always in the Mirza's tents one side was like a gateway, and at the edge of this gateway he always sat. A divan was set there now on which he and Muzaffar Mirza sat together. Abul Emulet, or 1E25 SIN, Mirza and I sat on another, set in the right-hand place of honor tour. On another, to Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza's left, sat Ibn I letter 1E25 USIN Mirza with Qasim Sl Ozbeg, a son-in-law of the late Mirza and father of Qasim I letter 1E25 USIN, SUL letter 1E6F AN. To my right and below my divan was one on which sat Jahangir Mirza and Abdurazak Mirza. To the left of Qasim Sl and Ibn I letter 1E25 USIN Mirza, but a good deal lower, were MU letter 1E25. Baranduk Beg, letter 1E95 UN Nun Beg and Qasim Beg. Although this was not a social gathering, cooked viands were brought in, drinkables were set with the food, and near them gold and silver cups. Our forefathers through a long space of time had respected the Chingiz-Tura ordinance, doing nothing opposed to it, whether in assembly or court, in sittings down or risings up. Though it has not divine authority so that a man obeys it of necessity, still good rules of conduct must be obeyed by whomsoever they are left. Just in the same way that, if a forefather have done ill, his ill must be changed for good. After the meal I rode from the Mirza's camp some 2 miles to Sidenote Fall, 187, our own dismounting place. F. Bābur claims due respect. At my second visit, Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza showed me less respect than at my first. I therefore had it said to M.U. letter 1E25. Baranduk Beg, and to letter 1E95 UN Nun Beg that, small though my age was eat. 24. My place of honor was large, that I had seated myself twice on the throne of our forefathers in Samarkand by blow straight dealt, and that to be laggard in showing me respect was unreasonable, since it was for this Timurid dynasty's sake I had thus fought and striven with that alien foe. This said, and as it was reasonable, they admitted their mistake at once and showed the respect claimed. G. Bābur's temperance. There was a wine party, Chaghir Majlisi, once when I went after the midday prayer to Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza's presence. At that time I drank no wine. The party was altogether elegant. Every sort of relish to wine, gazak, was set out on the napery, with brochettes of fowl and goose and all sorts of viands. The Mirza's entertainments were much renowned. Truly was this one free from the pang of thirst, by gall, reposeful and tranquil. I was at 2 or 3 of his wine parties, while we were on the bank of the Murghab. Once it was known I did not drink, no pressure to do so was put on me. I went to one wine party of Muzaffar Mirza's. Letter 1E25 USIN of Ali Jalar and Mir Badr were both there, they being in his service. When Mir Badr had had enough kaifiyat, he danced, and danced well what seemed to be his own invention. H. comments on the Mirzas. 3 months it took the Mirzas to get out of Harry, agree amongst themselves, collect troops, and reach Murghab. Meantime Sl Ḥusain, reduced to extremity, had surrendered Balkh to the Ozbeg, but that Ozbeg, hearing of our alliance against him, had hurried back to Samarkand. The Mirzas were good enough as company and in social matters, in conversation and parties, but they were strangers to war, strategy, equipment, bold fight, and encounter. Winter plans. While we were on the Murghab, news came that letter 1E25 AQN letter 1E95 IR Chapa var. Letter 1E25 IAN was overrunning the neighborhood of Chichiktu with 400 or 500 men. All the Mirzas there present, do what they would, could not manage to send a light troop against those raiders. It is 10 Yighatch 50-55 m. From Murghab to Chichiktu. I asked the work. They, with a thought for their own reputation, would not give it to me. The year being almost at an end when Shaybak Khan retired, the Mirzas decided to winter where it was convenient, and to reassemble next summer in order to repel their foe. They pressed me to winter in Khurasan, but this not one of my well-wishers saw it good for me to do because, while Kabul and Ghazni were full of a turbulent and ill-conducted medley of sidenote. Fall, 188. People and hordes, Turks, Mughuls, clans, and nomads, Amak U a letter 1E25 SH Afghans and Hazara. The roads between us and that not yet desirably subjected country of Kabul were, 1. The mountain road, a month's journey even without delay through snow or other cause. The other, the low country road, a journey of 40 or 50 days. Consequently we excused ourselves to the Mirzas, but they would accept no excuse, and for all our pleas, only urged the more. In the end Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza, Abul Emulator 1E25 SIN Mirza and Muzaffar Mirza themselves rode to my tent and urged me to stay the winter. It was impossible to refuse men of such ruling position, come in person to press us to stay on. Besides this, the whole habitable world has not such a town as Harry had become under Sl. Letter 1E25 USIN Mirza, whose orders and efforts had increased its splendor and beauty as 10 to 1, rather, as 20 to 1. As I greatly wished to stay, I consented to do so. Abul Emu letter 125 SIN M went to Marv, his own district. Ibn I letter 125 USIN M went to his, Tun, and Cain. Badi Zaman M and Muzaffar M set off for Harry. I followed them a few days later, taking the road by Chihil Dukhtaran and Tasharabi letter 126F. J. Bābur visits the Bijims and Harry. All the Bijims, i.e. my paternal aunt Piandu Sul letter 126FN Bijim, Khadija Bijim, Apak Bijim, and my other paternal aunt Bijims, daughters of Sl Ḥusain Mirza, were gathered together at the time I went to see them in Sl letter 125 Usain Mirza's college at his mausoleum. Having bent the knee with Yukanub Bila, Pianda Sul letter 126FN Bijim, first of all, I had an interview with her. Next, not bending the knee, I had an interview with Apak Bijim. Next, having bent the knee with Khadija Bijim, I had an interview with her. After sitting there for some time during recitation of the Quran, we went to the South College where Khadija Bijim's tents had been set up and where food was placed before us. After partaking of this, we went to Piando Sul letter 1E6FN Bijim's tents and there spent the night. The New Year's garden was given us first for a camping ground. There our camp was arranged, and there I spent the night of the day following my visit to the Bijims, but as I did not find it a convenient place, Ali Shir Beg's residence was assigned to me, where I was as long as I stayed in Harry, every few days showing myself in Badi Zaman Mirza's presence in the world-adorning garden. The Mirzas entertained Bābur and Harry. A few days after Muzaffar Mirza had settled down in the White Garden, he invited me to his quarters. Khadija Bijim was also there, and with me went Jahangir Mirza. When we had eaten a meal in the Bijim's presence, Muzaffar Mirza took me to where there was a wine party, in the Tarab Khana, joy house, built by Bābur Mirza, a sweet little abode, a smallish, two-storied house in the middle of a smallish garden. Great pains have been taken with its upper story. This has a retreat, letter 1E25 UJR in each of its four corners, the space between each two retreats being like a shanishan. In between these retreats and shanishans is one large room on all sides of which are pictures which, although Bābur Mirza built the house, were commanded by Abu Sa'id Mirza and depict his own wars and encounters. Two divans had been set in the north shanishan, facing each other and with their sides turned to the north. On one Muzaffar Mirza and I sat, on the other Sl Mas'ud Mirza and Jahangir Mirza. We being guests, Muzaffar Mirza gave me place above himself. The social cups were filled, the cup-bearers ordered to carry them to the guests. The guests drank down the mere wine as if it were water of life. When it mounted to their heads, the party waxed warm. They thought to make me also drink and to draw me into their own circle. Though up till then I had not committed the sin of wine drinking and known the cheering sensation of comfortable drunkenness, I was inclined to drink wine and my heart was drawn to cross that stream Wada. I had had no inclination for wine in my childhood. I knew nothing of its cheer and pleasure. If, as sometimes, my father pressed wine on me, I excused myself. I did not commit the sin. After he died, KHWAJQ a letter 1E93 IS right guidance kept me guiltless. As at that time I abstained from forbidden viands, what room was there for the sin of wine? Later on when, with the young man's lusts and at the prompting of sensual passion, desire for wine arose, there was no one to press it on me, no one indeed aware of my leaning towards it. So that, inclined for it though my heart was, it was difficult of myself to do such a thing, one thitherto undone. It crossed my mind now, when the Mirzas were so pressing, and when too we were in a town so refined as Harry, where should I drink if not here? Here where all the chattels and utensils of luxury and comfort are gathered and in use. So saying to myself, I resolved to drink wine. I determined to cross that stream. But it occurred to me that as I had not taken wine in Badi Zaman Mirza's house or from his hand, who was to me as an elder brother, things might find way into his mind if I took wine in his younger brother's house and from his hand. Having so said to myself, I mentioned my doubt and difficulty. Said they, both the excuse and the obstacle are reasonable. Pressed me no more to drink then, but settled that when I was in company with both Mirzas, I should drink under the insistence of both. Amongst the musicians present at this party were letter 1E25, a FI letter 1E93, letter 1E25, a JI, side note, fall, 190. Jalaluddin M, a letter 1E25, MUD the flautist, and Ghulam Shadi's younger brother, Ghulam Baka the Jew's harpist. Letter 1E25 a Fi letter 1E93 letter 1E25 a Ji sang well, as Harry people sing, quietly, delicately, and in tune. With Jahangir Mirza was a Samarkandi singer Mir Jan whose singing was always loud, harsh, and out of tune. The Mirza, having had enough, ordered him to sing. He did so, loudly, harshly, and without taste. Khurasanis have quite refined manners. If under this singing one did stop his ears, the face of another put question, not one could stop the singer, out of consideration for the Mirza. After the evening prayer, we left the Tarabkhana for a new house in Muzaffar Mirza's winter quarters. There Yusufi Ali danced in the drunken time, and being, as he was, a master in music, danced well. The party waxed very warm there. Muzaffar Mirza gave me a sword belt, a lambskin surtout, and a grey tipachak horse. Janak recited in Turkey. Two slaves of the Mirzas, known as Big Moon and Little Moon, did offensive, drunken tricks in the drunken time. The party was warm till night when those assembled scattered, I, however, staying the night in that house. Qasim Beg, getting to hear that I had been pressed to drink wine, sent someone to letter 1E95 UN Nun Beg with advice for him and for Muzaffar Mirza, given in very plain words. The result was that the Mirzas entirely ceased to press wine upon me. Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza, hearing that Muzaffar M had entertained me, asked me to a party arranged in the Makowi-khana of the world-adorning garden. He asked also some of my close circle and some of our braves. Those about me could never drink openly on my own account. If they ever did drink, they did it perhaps once in 40 days, with doorstrap fast and under 100 fears. Such as these were now invited. Here too they drank with 100 precautions, sometimes calling off my attention, sometimes making a screen of their hands, notwithstanding that I had given them permission to follow common custom, because this party was given by one standing to me as a father or elder brother. People brought in weeping willows. At this party they set a roast goose before me, but as I was no carver or disjointer of birds, I left it alone. "Do you not like it?" inquired the Mirza. Said I am a poor carver. On this he at once disjointed the bird and set it again before me. In such matters he had no match. At the end of the party he gave me an enameled waist dagger, a charkab, and a tipachak. Bābur sees the sights of Harry. Every day of the time I was in Harry I rode out to see a new sight. My guide in these excursions was Yusufi Ali Kukaldash. Wherever we dismounted, he set food before me. Except Sl. Letter 1E25 Ḥusain Mirza's almshouse, not one famous spot maybe, was left unseen in those 40 days. I saw the Gazargah, Ali Shir's Bagsha, Little Garden, the Paper Mortars, Takhtistana, Royal Residence, Pulaigah Kahedistan, Na letter 1E95 Argah Garden, Nimatabad, Pleasure Place, Gazargah Avenue, Sl. A letter 1E25 Adi Mirza's letter 1E25 a letter 1E95 Irat. Taktai Safar, Taktai Nawe, Taktai Barkar, Taktai letter 1E25 Ji Beg, Taktai Bahuddin Umar, Taktai Sheikh Zainuddin, Maulana, Abdurar letter 1E25 Mn Jami S honored shrine and tomb, Namazgoi Mukhtar, the fish pond, Sakai Suleiman, Bulari Crystal, which originally may have been a Bulwalid, Imam Fakhr, Avenue Garden, Mirza's colleges and tomb. Guharshad Bijim's college tomb and congregational mosque, the Ravens Garden, New Gardens Ubaida Garden, Sl. Abusa ID Mirza's White House. Side note. Fall, 191b. Outside the Iraq Gate, Purin, the Archer Seat, Charg Hawk, Meadow, Amir W. A letter 1E25 ID, Malin Bridge, KH Wajatak, White Garden, Tarab Khana, Bagai Jahanara, Kushk Makowi Khana, Lily House, 12 Towers, the great tank to the north of Jahanara, and the 4 dwellings on its 4 sides, the 5 fort gates, viz. The Malik, Iraq, Firuzabad, Kush and Kibchak gates, Charsu, Sheikh al-Islam's college, Malik's congregational mosque town garden, Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza's college on the bank of the Angel Canal, Ali Shir Beg's dwellings where we resided and which people call Unsiya Ease, his tomb and mosque which they call Qudsiya, holy, his college and almshouse which they call Khalasiya and Aklasiya, freedom and sincerity, his hot bath and hospital which they call letter 1E63 a Friy and Shafia. All these I visited in that space of time. Bābur engages Masum Su letter 1E6FN in marriage. It must have been before those throneless times that letter 1E25 ABIB ASUL letter 1E6FN Bijim, the mother of Sl. A letter 125 M, Adi Mirza's youngest daughter Masumesua letter 126 Bijim, brought her daughter into Harry. One day when I was visiting my Akka, Masumesua letter 126 Bijim came there with her mother, and at once felt a rise in her a great inclination towards me. Private messengers having been sent, my Akka and my Yinka, as I used to call Piandu-sul letter 126 Bijim and Habibu-sul letter 126 Bijim, settled between them that the latter should bring her daughter after me to Kabul. N. Babur leaves Khurasan. Very pressingly had Mu letter 125 Baron Duk Beg and letter 195 UN Nun Argan said, "Winter here." But they had given me no winter quarters, nor had they made any winter arrangements for me. Winter came on, snow fell on the mountains between us and Kabul, anxiety grew about Kabul, no winter quarters were offered, no arrangements made. As we could not speak out, of necessity we left Harry. On the pretext of finding winter quarters, we got out of the town on the 7th day of the month of Shaban, Dec. 24th 1506 ad, and went to near Badguys. Such were our slowness and our tarryings that the RAM letter 193 AN moon was seen a few marches only beyond the langur of Mirgiyas. Of our braves who were absent on various affairs, some joined us, some followed us into Kabul 20 days or a month later, some stayed in Harry and took service with the Mirzas. One of these last was Sayyidim Ali the Gate Ward, who became Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza's retainer. To no servant of Khusrau Shah had I shewn so much favor as to him. He had been given Ghazni when Jahangir Mirza abandoned it, and in it when he came away with the army, had left his younger brother Dost-i-Anju, Sheikh. There were in truth no better men amongst Khusrau Shah's retainers than this man Sayyidim, Ali the Gate Ward and Mu letter 125 Ibbi Ali the Armorer. Sayyidim was of excellent nature and manners, a bold swordsman, a singularly competent and methodical man. His house was never without company and assembly. He was greatly generous, had wit and charm, a variety of talk and story, and was a sweet-natured, good-humored, ingenious, fun-loving person. His fault was that he practiced vice and pederasty. He may have swerved from the faith, may also have been a hypocrite in his dealings. Some of what seemed double-dealing people attributed to his jokes, but still, there must have been a something. When Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza had let Shaybak Khan take Harry and had gone to Shah Beg Argan, he had Sayyidim Ali thrown into the Harmand because of his double-dealing words spoken between the Mirza and Shah Beg. Mu letter 125, Ibbi Ali's story, will come into the narrative of events hereafter to be written. Oh, a perilous mountain journey! From the langur of Mirgiyas, we had ourselves guided past the border villages of Gargistan to Chachcharan. From the almshouse to Gargistan was an unbroken sheet of snow. It was deeper further on. Near Chachcharan itself, it was above the horse's knees. Chachcharan depended on letter 195 UN Nun Argan. His retainer Mir Janerdi was in it now. From him we took, on payment, the whole of letter 195 UN Nun Beg's store of provisions. A march or two further on, the snow was very deep, being above the stirrup. Indeed, in many places the horse's feet did not touch the ground. We had consulted at the langur of Mirgiyas which road to take for return to Kabul. Most of us agreed in saying, "It is winter, the mountain road is difficult and dangerous. The Qandahar road, though a little longer, is safe and easy." Qasim Beg said, "That road is long, you will go by this one." As he made much dispute, we took the mountain road. Our guide was a pasha named Pir Sul letter 126 An Old Sultan. Whether it was through old age, whether from want of heart, whether because of the deep snow, he lost the road and could not guide us. As we were on this route under the insistence of Qasim Beg, he and his sons, for his name's sake, dismounted, trampled the snow down, found the road again, and took the lead. One day the snow was so deep and the way so uncertain that we could not go on. There being no help for it, back we turned, dismounted where there was fuel, picked out 60 or 70 good men, and sent them down the valley in our tracks to fetch any one soever of the Ḥisar, wintering in the valley bottom, who might show us the road. That place could not be left till our men returned 3 or 4 days later. They brought no guide. Once more we sent Sul letter 126 N Pasha ahead, and putting our trust in God, again, took the road by which we had come back from where it was lost. Much misery and hardship were endured in those few days, more than at any time of my life. In that stress, I composed the following opening couplet. Is there one cruel turn of fortune's wheel unseen of me? Is there a pang? A grief my wounded heart has missed? We went on for nearly a week, trampling down the snow and not getting forward more than 2 or 3 miles a day. I was one of the snow stampers, with 10 or 15 of my household, Qasim Beg, his sons Tingri Birdie and Qa Letter 1E43 Bari Ali, and 2 or 3 of their retainers. These mentioned used to go forward for 7 or 8 yards, stamping the snow down and at each step sinking to the waist or the breast. After a few steps, the leading man would stand still, exhausted by the labor, and another would go forward. By the time 10, 15, 20 men on foot had stamped the snow down, it became so that a horse might be led over it. A horse would be led, would sink to the stirrups, could do no more than 10 or 12 steps, and would be drawn aside to let another go on. After we 10, 15, 20 men had stamped down the snow and had led horses forward in this fashion, very serviceable braves and men of renowned name would enter the beaten track, hanging their heads. It was not a time to urge or compel. The man with will and hardihood for such tasks does them by his own request. Stamping the snow down in this way, we got out of that afflicting place, Anjukan Ur, in 3 or 4 days to a cave known as the Qalat-i-ghilzai Blessed Cave, below the Zurin Pass. That night the snow fell in such an amazing blizzard of cutting wind that every man feared for his life. The storm had become extremely violent by the time we reached the Kawal, as people in those parts call a mountain cave gar or hollow kawak. We dismounted at its mouth. Deep snow, a one-man road, and even on that stamped down and trampled road, pitfalls for horses, the days at their shortest. The first arrivals reached the cave by daylight. Others kept coming in from the evening prayer till the bedtime one. Later than that, people dismounted wherever they happened to be, dawn shot with many still in the saddle. The cave seeming to be rather small, I took a shovel and shoveled out a place near its mouth, the size of a sitting mat, tacky enameled, digging it out breast-high but even then not reaching the ground. This made me a little shelter from the wind when I sat right down in it. I did not go into the cave, though people kept saying, "Come inside," because this was in my mind. Some of my men in snow and storm, I in the comfort of a warm house. The whole horde awless, outside in misery and pain, I inside sleeping at ease. That would be far from a man's act, quite another matter than comradeship. Whatever hardship and wretchedness there is, I will face. What strong men stand, I will stand for, as the Persian proverb says, to die with friends is a nuptial. Till the bedtime prayer I sat through that blizzard of snow and wind in the dugout, the snowfall being such that my head, back, and ears were overlaid 4 hands thick. The cold of that night affected my ears. At the bedtime prayer someone, looking more carefully at the cave, shouted out, "It is a very roomy cave with place for everybody." On hearing this I shook off my roofing of snow, and asking the braves near to come also, went inside. There was room for 50 or 60. People brought out their rations, cold meat, parched grain, whatever they had. From such cold and tumult to a place so warm, cozy, and quiet. Next day, the snow and wind having ceased, we made an early start, and we got to the pass by again stamping down a road in the snow. The proper road seems to make a dater up the flank of the mountain and to go over higher up, by what is understood to be called the Zurin Pass. Instead of taking that road, we went straight up the valley bottom, Qull. It was night before we reached the further side of the Bakak Pass. We spent the night there in the mouth of the valley, a night of mighty cold, got through with great distress and suffering. Many a man had his hands and feet frostbitten. That night's cold took both Keepa's feet, both Sianduk Turkman's hands, both Ahai's feet. Early next morning we moved down the valley. Putting our trust in God, we went straight down, by bad slopes and sudden falls, knowing and seeing it could not be the right way. It was the evening prayer when we got out of that valley. No long-memoried old man knew that anyone had been heard of as crossing that pass with the snow so deep, or indeed that it had ever entered the heart of man to cross it at that time of year. Though for a few days we had suffered greatly through the depth of the snow, yet its depth, in the end, enabled us to reach our destination. For why? How otherwise should we have traversed those pathless slopes and sudden falls? All ill, all good in the count, is gain if looked at aright. The Yaka-Aling people at once heard of our arrival and our dismounting, followed, warm houses, fat sheep, grass and horse corn, water without stint, ample wood and dried dung for fires. To escape from such snow and cold to such a village, to such warm dwellings, was comfort those will understand who have had our trials, relief known to those who have felt our hardships. We tarried one day in Yaka-Aling, happy of heart and easy of mind, marched to Yighatch, 1012 next day and dismounted. The day following was the Ram letter 1E93 AN feast. We went on through Bamiyan, crossed by Shibertu, and dismounted before reaching Janglik. P2nd raid on the Turkmen Hazaras. The Turkmen Hazaras with their wives and little children must have made their winter quarters just upon our road. They had no word about us. When we got in amongst their cattle pens and tents, Alachuk, 2 or 3 groups of these went to ruin and plunder, the people themselves drawing off with their little children and abandoning houses and goods. News was brought from ahead that, at a place where there were narrows, a body of Hazaras was shooting arrows, holding up part of the army, and letting no one pass. We, hurrying on, arrived to find no narrows at all. A few Hazaras were shooting from a naze, standing in a body on the hill like very good soldiers. They saw the blackness of the foe, stood idle-handed and amazed. I, arriving, went swift that way, pressed on with shout, "Move on, move on." I wanted to hurry my men on to make them stand up to the foe, with a hurry up. To my men I went on to the front. Not a man gave ear to my words. I had no armor nor horsemail nor arms, I had but my arrows and quiver. I went, the rest, maybe all of them, stood still as if slain by the foe. Your servant you take that you may have use of his arms, of his life, the whole time, not that the servant stand still while the beg makes advance to the front, not that the servant take rest while his beg is making the rounds. From no such a servant will come speed, or use in your gait, or zest for your food. At last I charged forward myself, herding the foe up the hill. Seeing me go, my men also moved, leaving their terrors behind. With me they swift spread over the slope, moving on without heed to the shaft, sometimes on foot, mounted sometimes, boldly we ever moved on, still from the hill poured the shafts. Our strength seen, the foe took to flight. We got out on the hill, we drove the Hazaras, drove them like deer by valley and ridge, we shot those wretches like deer, we shared out the booty in goods and in sheep. The Turkmen Hazaras kinsfolk we took, we made captive their people of sorts Kara. We laid hands on their men of renown, their wives and their children we took. I myself collected a few of the Hazaras' sheep, gave them into Yerak Taghai's charge, and went to the front. By ridge and valley, driving horses and sheep before us, we went to Timur Beg's langar and there dismounted. 14 or 15 Hazara thieves had fallen into our hands. I had thought of having them put to death when we next dismounted, with various torture, as a warning to all highwaymen and robbers, but Qasim Beg came across them on the road, and with mistimed compassion, set them free. To do good to the bad is one, and the same as the doing of ill to the good. On brackish soil no spikenard grows, waste no seed of toil upon it. Out of compassion, the rest of the prisoners were released also. Disloyalty in Kabul. News came while we were raiding the Turkmen Hazaras, that MU letter 1E25 a D letter 1E25 US a IN Mirza Duglat and SL. Sanjar Barlas had drawn over to themselves the Mughuls left in Kabul, declared Mirza Khan wise, supreme, Pacha, laid siege to the fort, and spread a report that Badi Uz-Zaman Mirza and Muzaffar Mirza had sent me, a prisoner, to Fort Ikhtiaruddin, now known as Alakwagan. In command of the Kabul fort there had been left Mullah Baba of Pashakar, Khalifa, MU letter 1E25 IBBI Ali the armorer, A letter 1E25 MADI Yusuf, and A letter 1E25 MADI Qasim. They did well, made the fort fast, strengthened it, and kept watch. K. Babur's advance to Kabul. From Timur Beg's langar we sent Qasim Beg's servant, MU letter 1E25. Of Andijan, a Tukbai, to the Kabul Begs, with written details of our arrival and of the following arrangements. When we are out of the Gurbund narrows, we will fall on them suddenly. Let our signal to you be the fire we will light directly we have passed Minar Hill. Do you in reply light one in the citadel on the old Kushk, kiosk, now the treasury, so that we may be sure you know of our coming. We will come up from our side, you come out from yours, neglect nothing your hands can find to do. This having been put into writing, MU letter 1E25 a D Andijani was sent off. Riding next on from the langar, we dismounted over against Ushtarshar. Early next morning we passed the Gurbund narrows, dismounted at Bridgehead, there watered and rested our horses, and at the midday prayer set forward again. Till we reached the Tutkowel, there was no snow, beyond that, the further we went the deeper the snow. The cold between letter 1E95 AMMA Yakshi and Minar was such as we had rarely felt in our lives. We sent on a letter 1E25 a D the messenger, Yasawal, and Kara a letter 125 Adi Urunchi to say to the begs, "Here we are at the time promised, be ready, be bold." After crossing Minar Hill and dismounting on its skirt, helpless with cold, we lit fires to warm ourselves. It was not time to light the signal fire, we just lit these because we were helpless in that mighty cold. Near shoot of dawn, we rode on from Minar Hill. Between it and Kabul, the snow was up to the horses' knees and had hardened, so off the road to move was difficult. Riding single file the whole way, we got to Kabul in good time undiscovered. Before we were at Bibi Marui, Lady Moonface, the blaze of fire on the citadel let us know that the begs were looking out. Attack made on the rebels. On reaching Syed Qasim's bridge, Sharam Taghai and the men of the right were sent towards Mullah Baba's bridge, while we of the left and center took the Baba Luli road. Where Khalifa's garden now is, there was then a smallish garden made by Aulug Beg Mirza for a langar, almshouse. None of its trees or shrubs were left, but its enclosing wall was there. In this garden Mirza Khan was seated, MU letter 125. Letter 125 US a I N Mirza being in Aulug Beg Mirza's great Bagai Bihisht. I had gone as far along the lane of Mullah Baba's garden as the burial ground when 4 men met us who had hurried forward into Mirza Khan's quarters, been beaten, and forced to turn back. One of the 4 was Syed Qasim, Lord of the Gate. Another was Qasim Beg's son Q a letter 143 Bari Ali. Another was Shirkuli the Scout. Another was SL. A letter 125 M a D Mughal, one of Shirkuli's band. These 4, without a God forbid, T a letter 125 a SHI had gone right into Mirza Khan's quarters. Thereupon he, hearing an uproar, had mounted and got away. A bull letter 125 SN, the armorer's younger brother even, MU letter 125. Letter 125 US a IN by name, had taken service with Mirza Khan. He had slashed at Shirkuli. One of those 4, thrown him down and was just striking his head off when Shirkuli freed himself. Those 4, tasters of the sword, tasters of the arrow, wounded one and all, came pelting back on us to the place mentioned. Our horsemen, jammed in the narrow lane, were standing still, unable to move forward or back. Said I to the braves near, "Get off and force a road." Off got Nasir's dust, Khwaja MU letter 125 a MM a D, Ali the librarian, Baba Shirzad Tigerwhelp, Shah M a letter 125 MUD and others, pushed forward and at once cleared the way. The enemy took to flight. We had looked for the begs to come out from the fort, but they could not come in time for the work. They only dropped in, by 1s and 2s, after we had made the enemy scurry off. A letter 125 M, Adi Yusuf had come from them before I went into the charbagh where Mirza Khan had been. He went in with me, but we both turned back when we saw the Mirza had gone off. Coming in at the garden gate was Dust of Saraipul, a foot soldier I had promoted for his boldness to be Kotwal and had left in Kabul. He made straight for me, sword in hand. I had my cuirass on, but had not fastened the garrocha, nor had I put on my helm. Whether he did not recognize me because of change wrought by cold and snow, or whether because of the flurry of the fight, though I shouted, "High dust! High dust!" And though a letter 125 M Adi Yusuf also shouted, he, without a God forbid, brought down his sword on my unprotected arm. Only by God's grace can it have been that not a hairbreadth of harm was done to me. If a sword shook the earth from her place, not a vein would it cut till God wills. It was through the virtue of a prayer I had repeated that the great God averted this danger and turned this evil aside. That prayer was as follows: O my God, thou art my creator, except thee there is no God. On thee do I repose my trust, thou art the Lord of the mighty throne. What God wills comes to pass, and what he does not will comes not to pass, and there is no power or strength but through the high and exalted God, and of a truth in all things God is almighty, and verily he comprehends all things by his knowledge, and has taken account of everything. O my Creator, as I sincerely trust in thee, do thou seize by the forelock all evil proceeding from within myself, and all evil coming from without, and all evil proceeding from every man who can be the occasion of evil, and all such evil as can proceed from any living thing, and remove them far from me, since, of a truth, thou art the Lord of the exalted throne. On leaving that garden we went to MU letter 125. Letter 125 US a IN Mirza's quarters in the Bagai Bihisht, but he had fled and gone off to hide himself. 7 or 8 men stood in a breach of the garden wall. I spurred at them. They could not stand, they fled. I got up with them and cut at one with my sword. He rolled over in such a way that I fancied his head was off, passed on and went away. It seems he was Mirza Khan's foster brother, Chagatai, and that my sword fell on his shoulder. At the gate of Mu letter 1225. Letter 1225 USAIN Mirza's quarters, a Mughal I recognized for one of my own servants, drew his bow and aimed at my face from a place on the roof as near me as a gate ward stands to a gate. People on all sides shouted, "Hi, hi, it is the Pacha." He changed his aim, shot off his arrow and ran away. The affair was beyond the shooting of arrows. His Mirza, his leaders, had run away or been taken. Why was he shooting? There they brought Sl. Sanjar Barlas, led in by a rope round his neck. He even, to whom I had given the Ningnahar Tumen, had had his part in the mutiny. Greatly agitated, he kept crying out, "Hi, what fault is in me?" said I. "Can there be one clearer than that you are higher than the purpose and counsels of this crew?" But as he was the sister's son of my Khan Dada's mother, Shah Bajim, I gave the order, "Do not lead him with such dishonor. It is not death." On leaving that place, I sent a letter 1225 a Di Qasim Kober, one of the begs of the fort with a few braves, in pursuit of Mirza Khan. Babur's dealings with disloyal women. When I left the Bagai Bihisht, I went to visit Shah Bajim and Mihir Nigar, Khanim who had settled themselves in tents by the side of the garden. As townspeople and black bludgeoners had raised a riot and were putting hands out to pillage property and to catch persons in corners and outside places, I sent men to beat the rabble off and had it herded right away. Shah Bajim and Khanim were seated in one tent. I dismounted at the usual distance, approached with my former deference and courtesy, and had an interview with them. They were extremely agitated, upset, and ashamed, could neither excuse themselves reasonably nor make the inquiries of affection. I had not expected this disloyalty of them. It was not as though that party, evil as was the position it had taken up, consisted of persons who would not give ear to the words of Shah Bajim and Khanim. Mirza Khan was the Bajim's grandson, in her presence night and day. If she had not fallen in with the affair, she could have kept him with her. Twice over, when fickle fortune and discordant fate had parted me from throne and country, retainer and following, I and my mother with me, had taken refuge with them and had had no kindness soever from them. At that time, my younger brother, i.e. cousin, Mirza Khan and his mother Sul letter 16f, an Nigar Khanim held valuable cultivated districts. Yet my mother and I, to leave all question of a district aside, were not made possessors of a single village or a few yoke of plough oxen. Was my mother not Yunus Khan's daughter? Was I not his grandson? In my days of plenty I have given from my hand what matched the blood relationship and the position of whatsoever member of that Chagatai dynasty chanced down upon me. For example, when the honored Shah Bajim came to me, I gave her Pamgan, one of the best places in Kabul, and failed in no sort of filial duty and service towards her. Again, when Sl. Sa'id Khan, Khan in Kashgar, came with 5 or 6 naked followers on foot, I looked upon him as an honored guest and gave him mandrawar of the Lamgan Tumans. Beyond this also, when Shah Ismail had killed Shaybak Khan in Marv, and I crossed over to Qinduz 916 1511 ad. The Andijanis, some driving there, Ozbeg Daraghazout, some making their places fast, turned their eyes to me and sent me a man. At that time I trusted those old family servants to that same Sl. Sa'id Khan gave him a force, made him Khan, and sped him forth. Again, down to the present time, circa 934 I have not looked upon any member of that family who has come to me in any other light than as a blood relation. For example, their side note fall. 201. Are now in my service Chin Timur, Sul letter 16f an, Asen Timur Sul letter 16f an Taktabugha, Sul letter 16f an, and Baba Sul letter 16f an. On one and all of these I have looked with more favor than on blood relations of my own. I do not write this in order to make complaint. I have written the plain truth. I do not set these matters down in order to make known my own deserts. I have set down exactly what has happened. In this history, I have held firmly to it that the truth should be reached in every matter, and that every act should be recorded precisely as it occurred. From this it follows of necessity that I have set down of good and bad whatever is known, concerning father and elder brother, kinsman and stranger. Of them, all I have set down carefully the known virtues and defects. Let the reader accept my excuse. Let the reader pass on from the place of severity. N letters of victory. Rising from that place and going to the Charbagh where Mirza Khan had been, we sent letters of victory to all the countries, clans, and retainers. This done, I rode to the citadel. O arrest of rebel leaders. MU letter 1225, a MM, a D letter 1225, US a IN Mirza in his terror having run away into Khanum's bedding room and got himself fastened up in a bundle of bedding. We appointed Miram Diwan with other begs of the fort to take control in those dwellings, capture, and bring him in. Miram Diwan said some plain rough words at Khanum's gate, by some means or other found the Mirza, and brought him before me in the citadel. I rose at once to receive the Mirza with my usual deference, not even showing too harsh a face. If I had had that MU letter 1225, letter 1225 US a INM cut in pieces, there was the ground for it that he had had part in base and shameful action, started and spurred on mutiny and treason. Death he deserved with one after another of varied pain and torture, but because there had come to be various connection between us, his very sons and daughters being by my own mother's sister Cubnigger Khanum, I kept this just claim in mind, let him go free, and permitted him to set out towards Khurasan. The cowardly ingrate then forgot altogether the good I did him by the gift of his life. He blamed and slandered me to Shaybak Khan. Little time passed, however, before the Khan gave him his deserts by death. Leave thou to fate the man who does thee wrong, for fate is an avenging servitor. A letter 1225 Madi Qasim Kober and the party of braves sent in pursuit of Mirza Khan overtook him in the low hills of Kargialak, not able even to run away, without heart or force to stir a finger. They took him and brought him to where I sat in the northeast porch of the old courthouse. Said I to him, "Come, let's have a look at one another, curashaling," but twice before he could bend the knee and come forward, he fell down through agitation. When we had looked at one another, I placed him by my side to give him heart, and I drank first of the sherbet brought in order to remove his fears. As those who had joined him, soldiers, peasants, Mughuls, and Chagatais, were in suspense, we simply ordered him to remain for a few days in his elder sister's house. But a few days later, he was allowed to set out for Khurasan because those mentioned above were somewhat uncertain, and it did not seem well for him to stay in Kabul. Excursion to Kodaman. After letting those two go, we made an excursion to Baran, Chashtupa, and the skirt of Gulai Bahar. More beautiful in spring than any part even of Kabul are the open lands of Baran, the plain of Chashtupa, and the skirt of Gulai Bahar. Many sorts of tulip bloom there. When I had them counted once, it came out at 34 different kinds, as has been said. This couplet has been written in praise of these places. Kabul in spring is an Eden of verdure and blossom, matchless in Kabul, the spring of Gulai Bahar and Baran. On this excursion I finished the ode. My heart, like the bud of the red rose lies, fold within fold aflame. Would the breath of even a myriad springs blow my heart's bud to a rose? In truth, few places are quite equal to these for spring excursions. For hawking, Quish Salmak, or bird shooting, Quish Atmak, as has been briefly mentioned in the praise and description of the Kabul and Ghazni country. Q. Nasir Mirza, expelled from Badakhshan. This year the begs of Badakhshan, i.e. MU letter 1225 a MM Adi the armorer, Mubarak Shah, Zubair and Jahangir, grew angry and mutinous because of the misconduct of Nasir Mirza and some of those he cherished. Coming to an agreement together, they drew out an army of horse and foot, arrayed it on the level lands by the Kuksha water, and moved towards Yaftal and Rog, to near Kamshan, by way of the lower hills. The Mirza and his inexperienced begs, in their thoughtless and unobservant fashion, came out to fight them just in those lower hills. The battlefield was uneven ground. The Badakhshis had a dense mass of men on foot who stood firm under repeated charges by the Mirza's horse, and returned such attack that the horsemen fled, unable to keep their ground. Having beaten the Mirza, the Badakhshis plundered his dependents and connections. Beaten and stripped bare, he and his close circle took the road through Ishkamish and Narin to Kilagahai. From there followed the Kizilsu up, got out on the Abdara road, crossed at Shibertu, and so came to Kabul, he with 70 or 80 followers, worn out, naked, and famished. That was a marvelous sign of the divine might. 2 or 3 years earlier, the Mirza had left the Kabul country like a side note. Fall, 203. Foe, driving tribes and hordes like sheep before him, reached Badakhshan and made fast its forts and valley strongholds. With what fancy in his mind had he marched out? Now he was back, hanging the head of shame for those earlier misdeeds, humbled and distraught about that breach with me. My face showed him no sort of displeasure. I made kind inquiry about himself and brought him out of his confusion. On May 13, 1507 to May 2, 1508 ad. A raid on the Ghilzai Afghans. We had ridden out of Kabul with the intention of overrunning the Ghilzai. When we dismounted at Sarraidi, news was brought that a mass of Mahmans, Afghans, was lying in Masht and Sikana 1 Yighatch, circa 5 m away from us. Our begs and braves agreed in saying, the Mahmans must be overrun, but I said, would it be right to turn aside and raid our own peasants instead of doing what we set out to do? It cannot be. Riding at night from Sarraidi, we crossed the plain of Katawaz in the dark, a quite black night, one level stretch of land, no mountain or rising ground in sight, no known road or track, not a man able to lead us. In the end, I took the lead. I had been in those parts several times before. Drawing inferences from those times, I took the pole star on my right shoulder blade and with some anxiety moved on. God brought it right. We went straight to the Kayaktu and the Alabatu torrent, that is to say, straight for Khwaja Isma-il Saridi where the Ghilzais were lying, the road to which crosses the torrent named. Dismounting near the torrent, we let ourselves and our horses sleep a little, took breath, and bestirred ourselves at shoot of dawn. The sun was up before we got out of those low hills and valley bottoms to the plain, on which the Ghilzai lay with a good yighatch of road between them and us. Once out on the plain, we could see their blackness, either their own or from the smoke of their fires. Whether bitten by their own whim, or whether wanting to hurry, the whole army streamed off at the gallop, Chapquin Quiddler. Off galloped I after them, and by shooting an arrow now at a man, now at a horse, checked them after a kuro or 2, 3 m. It is very difficult indeed to check 5 or 6,000 braves galloping loose rein. God brought it right, they were checked. When we had gone about 1 shar I 2 m. Further, always with the Afghan blackness in sight, the raid was allowed. Masses of sheep fell to us, more than in any other raid. After we had dismounted and made the spoils turn back, one body of Afghans after another came down into the plain, provoking a fight. Some of the begs and of the household went against one body and killed every man. Nasir Mirza did the same with another, and a pillar of Afghan heads was set up. An arrow pierced the foot of that foot soldier, Dus the Kotwal, who has been mentioned already. When we reached Kabul, he died. Marching from Khwaja Ismail, we dismounted once more at Alabatu. Some of the begs and of my own household were ordered to go forward and carefully separate off the 5th, comes of the enemy's spoils. By way of favor, we did not take the 5th from Qasim Beg and some others. From what was written down, the 5th came out at 16,000, that is to say, this 16,000 was the 5th of 80,000 sheep. No question, however, but that with those lost and those not asked for, alack, 100,000 of sheep had been taken. Be a hunting circle. Next day, when we had ridden from that camp, a hunting circle was formed on the plain of Katawaz, where deer, kiak, and wildass are always plentiful and always fat. Masses went into the ring, masses were killed. During the hunt I galloped after a wildass, on getting near shot one arrow, shot another, but did not bring it down, it only running more slowly for the 2 wounds. Spurring forwards and getting into position quite close to it, I chopped at the nape of its neck behind the ears and cut through the windpipe. It stopped, turned over and died. My sword cut well. The wildass was surprisingly fat. Its rib may have been a little under 1 yard in length. Sharam Taghai and other observers of kiak in Mughalistan said with surprise, even in Mughalistan we have seen few kiak so fat. I shot another wildass. Most of the wildasses and deer brought down in that hunt were fat, but not one of them was so fat as the one I first killed. Turning back from that raid, we went to Kabul and there dismounted. See Shaybak Khan moves against Khurasan. Shaybak Khan had got an army to horse at the end of last year, meaning to go from Samarkand against Khurasan, his march out being somewhat hastened by the coming to him of a servant of that vile traitor to his salt, Shah Mansur the paymaster, then in Andakud. When the Khan was approaching Andakud, that vile wretch said, I have sent a man to the Ozbeg, relied on this, adorned himself, stuck up an aigrette on his head, and went out, bearing gift and tribute. On this, the leaderless Ozbegs poured down on him from all sides, and turned upside down, tart part the blockhead, his offering and his people of all sorts. Resolution of the Khurasan Mirzas. Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza, Muzaffar Mirza, MU letter 1E25. Baranduk Barlas and letter 1E95 UN Nun Argun were all lying with their army in Baba Kaki, not decided to fight, not settled to make Harry fort fast. There they sat, confounded, vague, uncertain what to do. MU letter 1E25, a D Baranduk Barlas was a knowledgeable man. He kept saying, "You let Muzaffar Mirza and me make the fort fast. Let Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza and letter 1E95, UN Nun Beg go into the mountains near Harry and gather in Sl. Ali Argun from Sistan and Zamindawar, Shah Beg and Muqim from Qandahar with all their armies, and let them collect also what there is of Nikdiri and Ḥisar force. This done, let them make a swift and telling move. The enemy would find it difficult to go into the mountains, and could not come against the Harry fort because he would be afraid of the army outside." He said well, his plan was practical. Brave though letter 1E95 UN Nun Argun was, he was mean, a lover of goods, far from businesslike or judicious, rather shallow-pated and a bit of a fool. As has been mentioned, when that elder and that younger brother became joint rulers in Harry, he had chief authority in Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza's presence. He was not willing now for MU letter 1E25. Baranduk begged to remain inside Harry town. Being the lover of goods he was, he wanted to be there himself. But he could not make this seem one and the same thing. Is there a better sign of his shallow pate and craze than that he degraded himself and became contemptible by accepting the lies and flattery of rogues and sycophants? Here are the particulars. While he was so dominant and trusted in Harry, certain sheikhs and mullahs went to him and said, "The spheres are holding commerce with us. You are styled Hizabrullah, Lion of God. You will overcome the Ozbeg." Believing these words, he put his bathing cloth round his neck and gave thanks. It was through this he did not accept MU letter 1E25, a D Baranduk Beg's sensible counsel, did not strengthen the works of the fort, get ready fighting equipment, set scout or rearward to warn of the foe's approach, or plan out such method of array that, should the foe appear, his men would fight with ready heart. Shaybak Khan takes Harry. Shaybak Khan passed through Murgab to near Surkai in Sidenote Fall, 205b. The month of MU letter 1E25 a 913 May-June 1507 ad. When the Mirzas heard of it, they were altogether upset, could not act, collect troops, array those they had. Dreamers, they moved through a dream. Letter 1E95 UN Nun Argun, made glorious by that flattery, went out to Karo Arabia letter 1E6F, with 100 to 150 men, to face 40,000 to 50,000 Ozbegs. A mass of these coming up, hustled his off, took him, killed him, and cut off his head. In Fort Ikhtiyaruddin, it is known as a Lakwagan, were the Mirzas' mothers, elder and younger sisters, wives, and treasure. The Mirzas reached the town at night, let their horses rest till midnight, slept, and at dawn flung forth again. They could not think about strengthening the fort. In the respite and crack of time there was, they just ran away, leaving mother, sister, wife, and little child to Ozbeg captivity. What there was of Sl. Letter 1E25 USAIN Mirzas letter 1E25 ARAM, Piandesul letter 1E6FN Bijim and Khadija Bijim at the head of it, was inside a Lakwagan. There too were the letter 1E25 ARAMS of Badi-uz-Zaman Mirza and Muzaffar Mirza with their little children, treasure, and households, Biyutat. What was desirable for making the fort fast had not been done. Even braves to reinforce it had not arrived. Ashakai MU letter 1E25 Mmd Argun, the younger brother of Mazid Beg, had fled from the army on foot and gone into it. In it was also Emir, Umar Beg's son, Ali Khan, Turkmen. Sheikh Abdullah the Taster was there. Mirza Beg Kai Khusroy was there, and Murak Gur or Kur, the Diwan, was there. When Shaybak Khan arrived 2 or 3 days later, the Sheikh al-Islam and notables went out to him with the keys of the outer fort. That same, Ashakai MU letter 1E25 Mmd held a Lakwagan for 16 or 17 days. Then a mine, run from the horse market outside, was fired and brought a tower down. The garrison lost heart, could hold out no longer, so let the fort be taken. Shaybak Khan and Harry. Shaybak Khan, after taking Harry, behaved badly not only to the wives and children of its rulers, but to every person soever. For the sake of this 5 days' fleeting world, he earned himself a bad name. His first improper act and deed in Harry was that, for the sake of this rotten world, Chirk Dunya, he caused Khadija Bajim various miseries, through letting the vile wretch paymaster Shah Mansur get hold of her to loot. Then he let Abdul Wahab Mughal take to loot a person so saintly and so revered as Sheikh Puran, and each one of Sheikh Puran's children be taken by a separate person. He let the band of poets be seized by Mullah Banai, a matter about which this verse is well known in Khurasan. Except Abdullah the stupid fool, Kirkar, not a poet today sees the color of gold. From the poet's band Banai would get gold, all he will get is Kirkar. Directly he had possession of Harry, Shaybak Khan married and took Muzaffar Mirza's wife, Khanzada Khanum, without regard to the running out of the legal term. His own illiteracy not forbidding, he instructed in the exposition of the Quran, Q a letter 193 I Ikhtiyar, and MU letter 125 a MM a D Mir Yusuf, two of the celebrated and highly skilled mullahs of Harry. He took a pen and corrected the handwriting of Mullah Sl Ali of Mashhad and the drawing of Bizad, and every few days when he had composed some tasteless couplet, he would have it read from the pulpit, hung in the charsu, and for it accept the offerings of the townspeople. Spite of his early rising, his not neglecting the 5 prayers, and his fair knowledge of the art of reciting the Koran, there issued from him many an act and deed as absurd, as impudent, and as heathenish as those just named. Death of 2 Mirzas. 10 or 15 days after he had possession of Harry, Shaybak Khan came from Kodistan to Pulai Salar. From that place he sent Timur Sl and Ubaid Sl, with the army there present, against Abul Emulator 125 Sin Mirza and Kipik, Mirza then seated carelessly in Mashhad. The 2 Mirzas had thought at one time of making Qalat fast. At another, this after they had had news of the approach of the Ozbeg, they were for moving on Shaybak Khan himself, by forced marches and along a different road, which might have turned out an amazingly good idea. But while they sit still there in Mashhad with nothing decided, the Sul letter 1E6F, a NS arrive by forced marches. The Mirzas for their part array and go out. Abul Emulator 125 Sin Mirza is quickly overcome and routed. Kupuk Mirza charges his brother's assailants with somewhat few men, him too they carry off. Both brothers are dismounted and seated in one place. After an embrace, quichush, they kiss farewell. Abul Emulator 125 Sin shows some want of courage. In Kupuk Mirza it all makes no change at all. The heads of both are sent to Shaybak Khan in Palai Salar. Bābur marches for Qandahar. In those days Shah Beg and his younger brother Mu letter 125 a D Muqim, being afraid of Shaybak Khan, sent one envoy after another to me with dutiful letters Rs dashed, giving sign of amity and good wishes. Muqim, in a letter of his own, explicitly invited me. For us to look on at the Ozbeg overrunning the whole country was not seemly, and as by letters and envoys Shah Beg and Muqim had given me invitation, there remained little doubt they would wait upon me. When all begs and councillors had been consulted, the matter was left at this. We were to get an army to horse, join the Argun begs, and decide in accord and agreement with them, whether to move into Khurasan or elsewhere as might seem good. Ayan Gasni and Qalat-i-ghilzai. Letter 125 ABIB ASUL letter 126 FN Bajim, my aunt Yinka, as I used to call her, met us in Ghazni, having come from Harry, according to arrangement, in order to bring her daughter Mas Sul letter 126 FN Bajim. With the honored Bajim came Khusrau Kukuldash, SL. Quali Chunek, One-Eared, and Gadai Balal, who had returned to me after flight from Harry. First to Ibn I letter 1E25 USIN Mirza, then to Abul Emulator 1E25 SIN Mirza, with neither of whom they could remain. In Qalat, the army came upon a mass of Hindustan traders, come there to traffic, and, as it seemed, unable to go on. The general opinion about them was that people who, at a time of such hostilities, are coming into an enemy's country must be plundered. With this, however, I did not agree. Said I, what is the trader's offense? If we, looking to God's pleasure, leave such scrapings of gain aside, the Most High God will apportion our reward. It is now just as it was a short time back when we rode out to raid the Ghilzai. Many of you then were of one mind to raid the Mahmud Afghans, their sheep and goods, their wives and families, just because they were within 5 miles of you. Then, as now I did not agree with you. On the very next day, the Most High God apportioned you more sheep belonging to Afghan enemies than had ever before fallen to the share of the army. Something by way of peshkesh, offering, was taken from each trader when we dismounted on the other side of Qalat. J further marched south. Beyond Qalat, 2 Mirzas joined us, fleeing from Qandahar. One was Mirza Khan, wise, who had been allowed to go into Khurasan after his defeat at Kabul. The other was Abdur-Razak Mirza, who had stayed on in Khurasan when I left. With them came and waited on me the mother of Jahangir Mirza's son, Pirai Emulator 125 Memedi, a grandson of Pahar Mirza. K behavior of the Argun chiefs. When we sent persons and letters to Shah Beg and Muqim, saying, "Here we are at your word. A stranger foe like the Ozbeg has taken Khurasan. Come. Let us settle, in concert and amity, what will be for the general good." They returned a rude and ill-mannered answer, going back from the dutiful letters they had written and from the invitations they had given. One of their incivilities was that Shah Beg stamped his letter to me in the middle of its reverse, where begs seal if writing to begs, where indeed a great beg seals if writing to one of the lower circle. But for such ill manners and his rude answers, his affair would never have gone so far as it did, for, as they say, a strife-stirring word will accomplish the downfall of an ancient line. By these their headstrong acts they gave to the Wind's house, family, and the hordes of 30 to 40 years. One day while we were near Sharai Safa, a false alarm being given in the very heart of the camp, the whole army was made to arm and mount. At the time I was occupied with a bath and purification. The begs were much flurried. I mounted when I was ready. As the alarm was false, it died away after a time. March by march we moved on to Ḥisar. There we tried again to discuss with the Arguns, but paying no attention to us, they maintained the same obstinate and perverse attitude. Certain well-wishers who knew the local land and water represented to me that the head of the torrents, Rudler, which come down to Qandahar, being towards Baba letter 125, a S, a N Abdul and Kalashak, a move ought to be made in that direction, in order to cut off, Yikmak, all those torrents. Leaving the matter there, we next day made our men put on their mail, arrayed in right and left, and marched for Qandahar. Battle of Qandahar. Shah Beg and Muqim had seated themselves under an awning which was set in front of the naze of the Qandahar hill, where I am now having a rock residence cut out. Muqim's men pushed forward amongst the trees to rather near us. Tufan Argun had fled to us when we were near Sharai Safa. He now betook himself alone close up to the Argun array to where one named, a Shakwallah, was advancing, rather fast, leading 7 or 8 men. Alone, Tufan Argun faced him, slashed swords with him, unhorsed him, cut off his head and brought it to me as we were passing Sangai Lakshak, an omen we accepted. Not thinking it well to fight where we were, amongst suburbs and trees, we went on along the skirt of the hill. Just as we had settled on ground for the camp, in a meadow on the Qandahar side of the torrent opposite Kalashak, and were dismounting, Shur Quli the scout hurried up and represented that the enemy was arrayed to fight and on the move towards us. As on our march from Qalat the army had suffered much from hunger and thirst, most of the soldiers on getting near Kalashak scattered up and down for sheep and cattle, grain and eatables. Without looking to collect them, we galloped off. Our force may have been 2,000 in all, but perhaps not over 1,000 were in the battle, because those mentioned as scattering up and down could not rejoin in time to fight. Though our men were few, I had them organized and posted on a first-rate plan and method. I had never arrayed them before by such a good one. For my immediate command, Kasataban, I had selected braves from whose hands comes work and had inscribed them by 10s and 50s, each 10 and each 50 under a leader who knew the post in the right or left of the center for his 10 or his 50, knew the work of each in the battle, and was there on the observant watch. So that, after mounting, the right and left hands, right and left sides, charged right and left without the trouble of arraying them or the need of a tawachi. Author's note on his terminology. Although Berenghar, Ongquil, Ong Yan and Ong right wing, right hand, right side and right all have the same meaning, I have applied them in different senses in order to vary terms and mark distinctions. As in the battle array the R. Maimana and Maysara, i.e. what people call Turkey, Berenghar and Jawanghar R and L wings are not included in the R. Kalb, i.e. what people call T, gull center, so it is in arraying the center itself. taking the array of the center only, it's R. Yaman and Yasar R. And L are called by me Onquil and Sulquil R and L. Hands, again, the R. Casa Taban royal troop in the center has its Yaman and Yasar, which are called by me Ong Yan and Sul Yan R and L sides T Yan. Again, in the Casa Taban there is the T Bui Ning Tikini close circle. Its Yaman and Yasar are called Sung and Sul. In the Turkey tongue, they call one single thing a bui, but that is not the bui meant here. What is meant here is close, yakin. The right wing, Baringhar, was Mirza Khan Wise, Sharam Taghai Yurak Taghai with his elder and younger brethren, Chilma Mughal, Ayub Beg, Mu letter 125 a Adi Beg, Ibrahim Beg, Ali Syed Mughal with his Mughals, SL. Qualichura, Qudabaksh and Abul letter 125 SN with his elder and younger brethren. The left Jawanghar was Abdurazak Mirza, Qasim Beg Tingri Birdi, Qa letter 143 Bari Ali, a letter 125 Adi Ilchai Bugha, Guri Barlas, Sayyid letter 125 Usain Akbar, and Mir Shah Chin. The advance Aral was Nasir Mirza, Syed Qasim Lord of the Gate, Mu letter 125 Ibbi Ali the Armorer, Papa Ayulai Papa's son, Alawaran Turkmen, Shirquali Mughal the scout with his elder and younger brethren, and Mu letter 125 a Adi Ali. In the center Gul, on my right hand, were Qasim Kukuldash, Khusrau Kukuldash, SL. Mu letter 125 a Adi Duldai, Shah M a letter 125 Mud the secretary, Qualai Bayazid the taster, and Camel the sherbet server. Side note. Fall, 210. Server, on my left were Khwaja Mu letter 125 a Adi Ali, Nasir's Dust, Nasir's Miram, Baba Shirzad, Konkwali, Wali the treasurer, Quitluk Kadam the scout, Maksud the water-bearer Sukai, and Baba Sheikh. Those in the center were all of my household. There were no great begs. Not one of those enumerated had reached the rank of beg. Those inscribed in this bui were Shir Beg, letter 125 a Tim the armory master, Qupuk, Quali Baba, a Bull letter 125 SN the armorer. Of the Mughals, Oris Russian. Ali Syed, Darwishai Ali Syed, Kushkildi, Chilma, Doskildi, Chilma Tagshai, Damachi Mindi. Of the Turkmens, Mansur, Rustamai Ali with his elder and younger brother, and Shah N a letter 195 IR and Sianduk. The enemy was in two divisions, one under Shah Shuja Argun, known as Shah Beg and hereafter to be written of simply as Shah Beg, the other under his younger brother Muqim. Some estimated the dark mass of Arguns at 6,000 or 7,000 men. No question whatever but that Shah Beg's own men in mail were 4,000 or 5,000. He faced our right, Muqim with a force smaller maybe than his brothers, faced our left. Muqim made a mightily strong attack on our left, that is on Qasim Beg from whom 2 or 3 persons came before fighting began to ask for reinforcement. We however could not detach a man, because in front of us also the enemy was very strong. We made our onset without any delay. The enemy fell suddenly on our van, turned it back and rammed it on our center. When we, after a discharge of arrows, advanced, they who also had been shooting for a time seemed likely to make a stand tuck to Gandik. Someone, shouting to his men, came forward towards me, dismounted and was for adjusting his arrow, but he could do nothing because we moved on without stay. He remounted and rode off. It may have been Shah Beg himself. During the fight, Piri Beg Turkmen and 4 or 5 of his brethren turned their faces from the foe, and, turban in hand, came over to us. Author's note on Piri Beg. This Piri Beg was one of those Turkmens who came with the Turkmen Begs led by Abdulbaki Mirza and Murad Beg, after Shah Ismail vanquished the Bayandar Sul letter 1E6F, a NS, and seized the Iraq countries. Our right was the first to overcome the foe. It made him hurry off. Its extreme point had gone pricking Sanjalib as far as where I have now laid out a garden. Our left extended as far as the great tree-tangled irrigation channels, a good way below Baba letter 1E25 a S a N Abdul. Muqim was opposite it, its numbers very small compared with his. God brought it right. Between it and Muqim were 3 or 4 of the tree-tangled water channels going on to Qandahar. It held the crossing place and allowed no passage. Small body though it was, it made splendid stand and kept its ground. Letter 1E25, a LW a CH, I Tarkin, slashed away in the water with Tingri Birdie, and QA letter 1E43, Bari Ali. QA letter 1E43, Bari Ali was wounded. An arrow stuck in Qasim Beg's forehead. Another struck Guri Barlas above the eyebrow and came out above his cheek. We meantime, after putting our adversary to flight, had crossed those same channels towards the naze of Merganco, Birds Hill. Someone on a grey tippachak was going backwards and forwards irresolutely along the hill skirt, while we were getting across. I likened him to Shah Beg, seemingly it was he. Our men having beaten their opponents, all went off to pursue and unhorse them. Remained with me 11 to count, Abdullah the librarian being one. Muqim was still keeping his ground and fighting. Without a glance at the fewness of our men, we had the nagarets sounded, and putting our trust in God, moved with face set for Muqim. Turkey, for few, or from any god is full strength, no man has might in his court. Arabic, how often, God willing it, a small force has vanquished a large one. Learning from the nagarets that we were approaching, Muqim forgot his fixed plan and took the road of flight. God brought it right. After putting our foe to flight, we moved for Qandahar and dismounted in Farrukhzad Beg's charbagh, of which at this time not a trace remains. Bābur enters Qandahar. Shah Beg and Muqim could not get into Qandahar when they took to flight. Shah Beg went towards Shal and Mastung, Quetta, Muqim towards Zamindawar. They left no one able to make the fort fast. A letter 1E25 M.A.D. Ali Tarkin was in it together with other elder and younger brethren of Quli Beg Argun, whose attachment and good feeling for me were known. After parley, they asked protection for the families of their elder and younger brethren. Their request was granted, and all mentioned were encompassed with favor. They then opened the masher gate of the town. With leaderless men in mind, no other was opened. At that gate were posted Sharim Taghai and Yarim Beg. I went in with a few of the household, charged the leaderless men, and had 2 or 3 put to death by way of example. And the spoils of Qandahar. I got to Muqim's treasury first, that being in the outer fort. Abdur-Razak Mirza must have been quicker than I, for he was just dismounting there when I arrived. I gave him a few things from it. I put Dostine Asir Beg, Qulai Bayazid the Taster, and of paymasters, Mu letter 1E25 a Dibakshi in charge of it, then passed on into the citadel and posted Khwaja Mu letter 1E25 a D. Ali. Shah M a letter 1E25 Mud, and of the paymasters, Taghai Shah Bakshi in charge of Shah Beg's treasury. Nasir's Mirim and Maqsud, the sherbet server, were sent to keep the house of letter 1E95 UN nuns Diwan Mir Jan for Nasir Mirza. For Mirza Khan was kept Sheikh Abusa Idi Tarkani's, for Abdur-Razak Mirza. S. Such masses of white money had never been seen in those countries. No one indeed was to be heard of who had seen so much. That night, when we ourselves stayed in the citadel, Shah Beg's slave S. a letter 1E43 BHL was captured and brought in. Though he was then Shah Beg's intimate, he had not yet received his later favor. I had him given into someone's charge, but his good watch was not kept. He was allowed to escape. Next day, I went back to my camp in Farrukhzad Beg's charbagh. I gave the Qandahar country to Nasir Mirza. After the treasure had been got into order, loaded up and started off, he took the loads of white tankas off a string of camels, i.e. 7 beasts, at the citadel treasury, and kept them. I did not demand them back, I just gave them to him. On leaving Qandahar, we dismounted in the Qushkhana meadow. After setting the army forward, I had gone for an excursion, so I got into camp rather late. It was another camp, not to be recognized. Excellent tippachaks, strings and strings of he-camels, she-camels, and mules, bearing saddlebags, curzon of silken stuffs and cloth, tents of scarlet, cloth, and velvet, all sorts of awnings, every kind of workshop, ass-load after ass-load of chests. The goods of the elder and younger Argun, brethren, had been kept in separate treasuries. Out of each had come chest upon chest, bale upon bale of stuffs and clothes and wear, artmak, sack upon sack of white tonkas. In Autog and Chadar, lattice tent and pole tent, was much spoil for every mansoever. Many sheep also had been taken, but sheep were less cared about. I made over to Qasim Beg Muqim's retainers in Kalat, under side note, Fall, 212b. Quj Argun and Tajuddin M a letter 1E25 MUD, with their goods and effects. Qasim Beg was a knowing person. He saw it unadvisable for us to stay long near Qandahar, so, by talking and talking, worrying and worrying, he got us to march off. As has been said, I had bestowed Qandahar on Nasir Mirza. He was given leave to go there. We started for Kabul. There had been no chance of portioning out the spoils while we were near Qandahar. It was done at Qarabagh, where we delayed 2 or 3 days. To count the coins being difficult, they were apportioned by weighing them in scales. Begs of all ranks, retainers and household, Tabin loaded up assload after assload of sacks full of white tonkas and took them away for their own subsistence and the pay of their soldiers. We went back to Kabul with masses of goods and treasure, great honor and reputation. O Babur's marriage with Ma Sume Sl Ḥusain. After this return to Kabul, I concluded alliance. Act killed him with Sl Ḥusain Mirza's daughter Ma Sume Sl Ḥusain Bajim, whom I had asked in marriage at Khurasan and had brought from there. P. Shaybek Khan before Qandahar. A few days later, a servant of Nasir Mirza brought the news that Shaybek Khan had come and laid siege to Qandahar. That Muqim had fled to Zamindawar has been said already. From there he went on and saw Shaybek Khan. From Shah Beg also one person after another had gone to Shaybek Khan. At the instigation and petition of these two, the Khan came swiftly down on Qandahar by the mountain road, thinking to find me there. This was the very thing that experienced person Qasim Beg had in his mind when he worried us into marching off from near Qandahar. Persian, what a mirror shows to the young man, a baked brick shows to the old one. Shaybek Khan arriving, besieged Nasir Mirza in Qandahar. Cue alarm in Kabul. When this news came, the begs were summoned for council. The matters for discussion were these. Strangers and ancient foes, such as our Shaybek Khan and the Ozbegs, are in possession of all the countries once held by Timur Beg's descendants. Even where Turks and Chagatais survive in corners and borderlands, they have all joined the Ozbeg, willingly or with aversion. One remains, I myself, in Kabul, the foe mightily strong, I very weak, with no means of making terms, no strength to oppose. That, in the presence of such power and potency, we had to think of some place for ourselves, and, at this crisis, and in the crack of time there was, to put a wider space between us and the strong foeman. That choice lay between Badakhshan and Hindustan, and that decision must now be made. Qasim Beg and Sharam Taghai were agreed for Badakhshan. Author's note on Badakhshan. Those holding their heads up in Badakhshan at this crisis were, of Badakhshis, Mubarak Shah and Zubair, Jahangir Turkman and Mu letter 1225 a Adi the armorer. They had driven Nasir Mirza out but had not joined the Ozbeg. I and several household begs preferred going towards Hindustan and were for making a start to Lamgan. Our movements of some Mirzas. After taking Qandahar, I had bestowed Qalat and the Tarnak country on Abdur-Razak Mirza and had left him in Qalat, but with the Ozbeg besieging Qandahar, he could not stay in Qalat, so left it and came to Kabul. He arriving just as we were marching out, was there left in charge. There being in Badakhshan no ruler or ruler's son, Mirza Khan inclined to go in that direction, both because of his relationship to Shah Bajim and with her approval. He was allowed to go, and the honored Bajim herself started off with him. My honored maternal aunt Mihirnigar Khanim also wished to go to Badakhshan, notwithstanding that it was more seemly for her to be with me, a blood relation. But whatever objection was made, she was not to be dissuaded. She also betook herself to Badakhshan. Babur's second start for Hindustan. Under our plan of going to Hindustan, we marched out of Kabul in the month of the 1st Jumada, September 1507 AD. Taking the road through Little Kabul and going down by Sir Karabiya letter 1E6F to Quraksai. The Afghans belonging between Kabul and Lamgan Ningnahar are thieves and abettors of thieves even in quiet times. For just such a happening as this they had prayed in vain. Said they, he has abandoned Kabul and multiplied their misdeeds by 10, changing their very merits for faults. To such lengths did things go that on the morning we marched from Jagdalik, the Afghans located between it and Lamgan, such as the KHI letter 1E93 Arkyle, Shimukyle, Kirilchi and Kujiani, thought of blocking the pass, arrayed on the mountain to the north, and advancing with sound of tambour and flourish of sword, began to show themselves off. On our mounting I ordered our men to move along the mountainside, each man from where he had dismounted. Off they set at the gallop up every ridge and every valley of the saddle. The Afghans stood a while, but could not let even one arrow fly, and betook themselves to flight. While I was on the mountain during the pursuit, I shot one in the hand as he was running back below me. That arrow-stricken man and a few others were brought in. Some were put to death by impalement, as an example. We dismounted over against the Adnapur fort in the Ningnahar Tumen. Tia raid for winter stores. Up till then we had taken no thought where to camp, where to go, where to stay. We had just marched up and down, camping in fresh places, while waiting for news. It was late in the autumn. Most lowlanders had carried in their rice. People knowing the local land and water represented that the mill Kafirs up the water of the Alishang Tumen grow great quantities of rice, so that we might be able to collect winter supplies from them for the army. Accordingly, we rode out of the Ningnahar Dale Julga, crossed the barren water at Sakal, and went swiftly as far as the Puraman Easeful Valley. There the soldiers took a mass of rice. The rice fields were all at the bottom of the hills. The people fled, but some Kafirs went to their death. A few of our braves had been sent to a lookout, Sarkub, on a naze of the Puranam Valley. When they were returning to us, the Kafirs rushed from the hill above, shooting at them. They overtook Qasim Beg's son-in-law Puran, chopped at him with an axe, and were just taking him when some of the braves went back, brought strength to bear, drove them off, and got Puran away. After one night spent in the Kafirs' rice fields, we returned to camp with a mass of provisions collected. Marriage of Muqims' daughter. While we were near Mandrawar in those days, an alliance was concluded between Muqims' daughter Machachuk, now married to Shah Letter 1E25 a N Argun, and Qasim Kukuldash, via abandonment of the Hindustan project. As it was not found desirable to go on into Hindustan, I sent Mullah Baba of Pashakar back to Kabul with a few braves. Meantime, I marched from near Mandrawar to Adur and Shiwa and lay there for a few days. From Adur, I visited Qandahar and Nergal. From Qandahar, I went back to camp on a raft. It was the first time I had sat on one. It pleased me much, and the raft came into common use thereafter. Shaybek Khan retires from Qandahar. In those same days, Mullah Baba of Farkat came from Nasir Mirza with news in detail that Shaybek Khan, after taking the outer fort of Qandahar, had not been able to take the citadel, but had retired. Also that the Mirza, on various accounts, had left Qandahar and gone to Ghazni. Shaybek Khan's arrival before Qandahar, within a few days' fall, 215 of our own departure had taken the garrison by surprise, and they had not been able to make fast the outer fort. He ran mines several times round about the citadel and made several assaults. The place was about to be lost. At that anxious time, Khwaja Mu Letter 1E25, Amin, Khwaja Dost Kawend, Mu Letter 1E25, Ali, a foot soldier, and Shami, Syrian, let themselves down from the walls and got away. Just as those in the citadel were about to surrender in despair, Shaybek Khan interposed words of peace and uprose from before the place. Why he rose was this. It appears that before he went there, he had sent his letter 1E25 a M to Nuratu, and that in Nuratu someone lifted up his head and got command in the fort. The Khan therefore made a sort of peace and retired from Qandahar. Babur returns to Kabul. Midwinter though it was, we went back to Kabul by the Badai Pitch Road. I ordered the date of that transit, and that crossing of the pass to be cut on a stone above Badai Pitch. Letter 1E25, a Fi Letter 1E93 Murak wrote the inscription, Usted Shah Mu Letter 1E25, a D did the cutting, not well though, through haste. I bestowed Ghazni on Nasir Mirza, and gave Abdurazak Mirza the Ningnahar Tumen with Mandrawar, Nur Valley, Qandahar, and Nergal. Why Babur styles himself Padshah? Up to that date, people had styled Timur Beg's descendants Mirza, even when they were ruling. Now I ordered that people should style me Padshah. Birth of Babur's first son. At the end of this year, on Tuesday the 4th day of the month of letter 1E95 Ulqa March 6, 1506 ad. The sun being in Pisces. Side note. Fall, 215b. Letter 1E25 UT, Humayun was born in the citadel of Kabul. The date of his birth was found by the poet Maulana Masnadi in the words Sul Letter 1E6F, a N Humayun Khan, and a minor poet of Kabul found it in Shah-i-Fur Scatter, Shah of Victorious Might. A few days later, he received the name Humayun. When he was 5 or 6 days old, I went out to the Charbagh where was had the feast of his nativity. All the begs, small and great, brought gifts. Such a mass of white tonkas was heaped up as had never been seen before. It was a first-rate feast. May 2, 1508 to April 21, 1509 ad. This spring a body of Mahmud Afghans was overrun near Muqwar. A Mughal rebellion. A few days after our return from that raid, Quj Beg, Fakirai Ali, Karimdad and Baba Chura were thinking about deserting, but their design becoming known, people were sent who took them below a Stargach. As good-for-nothing words of theirs had been reported to me, even during Jahangir M's lifetime, I ordered that they should be put to death at the top of the bazaar. They had been taken to the place, the ropes had been fixed, and they were about to be hanged when Qasim Beg sent Khalifa to me with an urgent entreaty that I would pardon their offenses. To please him, I gave them their lives, but I ordered them kept in custody. What there was of Khusrau Shah's retainers from letter 1225 Isar and Qinduz, together with the head men of the Mughuls, Chilma, Ali Sayyid, Sakma, Shirkwali and Aku Salam, and also Khusrau Shah's favorite Chagatai retainers under Sl Ali Chura and Qutabakhsh, with also 2,000 or 3,000 serviceable Turkmen braves led by Sianduk and Shah N a letter 195 AR. The whole of these, after consultation, took up a bad position towards me. They were all seated in front of Khwaja Riwaj, from the Sunkwagan meadow to the Chalak. Abdur-Razak Mirza, come in from Ningnahar, being in Di Afghan. Earlier on Mu letter 1225 Ibbi Ali the armorer had told Khalifa and Mullah Baba once or twice of their assemblies, and both had given me a hint, but the thing seeming incredible, it had had no attention. One night towards the bedtime prayer, when I was sitting in the audience hall of the Charbagh, Musa Khwaja, coming swiftly up with another man, said in my ear, "The Mughuls are really rebelling. We do not know for certain whether they have got Abdur-Razak M to join them. They have not settled to rise tonight." I feigned disregard, and a little later went towards the letter 1225 ARAMS, which at the time were in the Urunchka garden and the Bagai Kilwat, but after page, servitor, and messenger, Yasawal, had turned back on getting sidenote. Fall, 216b. Near them, I went with the chief slave towards the town, and on along the ditch. I had gone as far as the iron gate when Khwaja Mu letter 1225. Ali met me, he coming by the bazaar road from the opposite direction. He joined me, of the porch of the hot bath, letter 1225 MM. Translator's note on 914 to 925 A. 1508 to 1519 add. From several references made in the Bābur-nāma and from a passage in Gulbadan's Humayun-nāma, F15, it is inferable that Babur was composing the annals of 914 A, not long before his last illness and death. Before the diary of 925 A, 1519 add, takes up the broken thread of his autobiography, there is a lacuna of narrative extending over nearly 11 years. The break was not intended, several references in the Bābur-nāma showing Babur's purpose to describe events of the unchronicled years. Mr. Erskine, in the Leyden and Erskine memoirs, carried Babur's biography through the major Lacony, but without first-hand help from the best sources, the Habibuz Siyar and Tariq Rashidi. He had not the help of the first even in his history of India. M. de Curté, working as a translator only, made no attempt to fill the gaps. Babur's biography has yet to be completed. Much time is demanded by the task, not only in order to exhaust known sources and seek others further afield, but to weigh and balance the contradictory statements of writers deep sundered in sympathy and outlook. To strike such a balance is essential when dealing with the events of 914 to 920 A. Because in those years, Babur had part in an embittered conflict between Sunni and Shia. What I offer below, as a stopgap, is a mere summary of events, mainly based on material not used by Mr. Erskine, with a few comments prompted by acquaintance with Baburiana. Useful sources. Compared with what Babur could have told of this most interesting period of his life, the yield of the sources is scant, a natural sequel from the fact that no one of them had his biography for its main theme, still less had his own action in crises of enforced ambiguity. Of all known sources, the best are K.H. Damir's letter 1225, Abibuscr, and letter 1225, Aid Mirza Douglat's Tariq Rashidi. The first was finished nominally in 930 A. 1524-5 add. 7 years, therefore, before Babur's death, but it received much addition of matter concerning Babur after its author went to Hindustan in 934 A. F. 339. Its fourth part, A Life of Shah Isma-il letter 1E63, a F a WI, is especially valuable for the years of this lacuna. Letter 1E25, a ID a RS book, was finished under Humayun in 953 A, 1547 AD, when its author had reigned 5 years in Kashmir. It is the most valuable of all the sources for those interested in Babur himself, both because of Letter 1E25 a ID a RS excellence as a biographer, and through his close acquaintance with Babur's family. From his 11th to his 13th year, he lived under Babur's protection, followed this by 19 years' service under Sa'id Khan, the cousin of both, in Kashgar, and after that Khan's death, went to Babur's sons Kamran and Humayun in Hindustan. A work issuing from a Sunni Uzbek center, F a letter 1E93 El bin Ruzbahan Isfahani's Sulukul Muluk, has a preface of special value, as showing one view of what it writes of as the spread of heresy in Mawara-an-Nar through Babur's invasions. The book itself is a treatise on Musalman law, and was prepared by order of Ubidullah Khan Ozbeg for his help in fulfilling a vow he had made, before attacking Babur in 918 A, at the shrine of Khwaja a letter 1E25 M Adi Yasawi, that, if he were victorious, he would conform exactly with the divine law and uphold it in Mawara-an-Nar, Riu's purse. Cat. Roman 2, 448. The Tarakai letter 1E25, a JIMU letter 1E25, a MM a D Arif Qandahari appears, from the frequent use Firishta made of it, to be a useful source, both because its author was a native of Qandahar, a place much occupying Babur's activities, and because he was a servant of Bahram Khan-i-Khanan, whose assassination under Akbar he witnessed. Unfortunately, though his Life of Akbar survives no copy, is now known of the section of his general history which deals with Babur's. An early source is Yahya Kazwini's Lubat Tawarik, written in 948 A, 1541 AD, but brief only in the Babur period. It issued from a Shi'a source, being commanded by Shah Isma-il letter 1E63, a F a WIS Sun Bahram. Another work issuing also from a letter 1E63, a F a WI center, is Mir Sikandar's Tarakai Alamare, a history of Shah Abbas I, with an introduction treating of his predecessors, which was completed in 1025 A, 1616 AD. Its interest lies in its outlook on Babur's dealings with Shah Isma-il. A later source, brief only, is Firishta's Tarakai Firishta, finished under Jahangir in the first quarter of the 17th century. Mr. Erskine makes frequent reference to K.H.W. Afi Khan's Tariq, a secondary authority, however, written under Aurangzeb, mainly based on Firishta's work and merely summarizing Babur's period. References to detached incidents of the period are found in Sheikh Abdul Qadir's Tarakai Bajuni and Mir Masum's Tarakai Sind. Events of the Unchronicled Years. 914 May 2nd, 1508 to April 21st, 1509 AD. The mutiny, of which an account begins in the text, was crushed by the victory of 500 loyalists over 3,000 rebels, one factor of success being Babur's defeat in single combat of 5 champions of his adversaries. The disturbance was not of long duration. Kabul was tranquil in Shaban, November, when Sl Ḥusain Khan Chagatai, then 21, arrived there seeking his cousin's protection, after defeat by his brother Mansur at Almadu, escape from death, commanded by Shaybani in Fargana, a winter journey through Kara-Tijan to Mirza Khan in Qilai letter 1E93 FR, refusal of an offer to put him in that feeble Mirza's place, and so on to Kabul, where he came a destitute fugitive and enjoyed a freedom from care never known by him before F200B. Tr. p. 226. The year was fatal to his family and to letter 1E25 a ID a RS. In it Shaybani murdered Sl a letter 1E25 Mud Khan and his 6 sons, Mu letter 1E25 a a D letter 1E25 US a IN Mirza, and other Duglat Sul letter 1E6F a NS. 915 April 21st, 1509 to April 11th, 1510 AD. In this year hostilities began between Shah Isma-il letter 1E63, a F a WI, and Mu letter 1E25. Shaybani Khan Ozbeg, news of which must have excited keen interest in Kabul. In it occurred also what was in itself a minor matter of a child's safety, but became of historical importance. namely, the beginning of personal acquaintance between Babur and his sympathetic biographer, Letter 1225 A'id Ar Mirza Duglat. Letter 1225 A'id Ar, like Sa'id, came a fugitive to the protection of a kinsman. He was then 11, had been saved by servants from the death commanded by Shaybani, conveyed to Mirza Khan in Badakhshan, thence sent for by Babur to the greater security of Kabul, F11, Index SN, TR, p. 227. 916, April 11, 1510, to March 31, 1510 ad. A. News of the Battle of Merv. Over half of this year passed quietly in Kabul. RAM Letter 1293 AN December, brought from Mirza Khan, wise the stirring news that Ismail had defeated Shaybani near Merv. It is not known, wrote the Mirza, whether Shahai Beg Khan has been killed or not. All the Ozbegs have crossed the Amu. Emir Oris, who was in Qandahar, has fled. About 20,000 Mughuls who left the Ozbeg at Merv have come to Qandahar. I have come there. He then invited Babur to join him, and with him to try for the recovery of their ancestral territories, tr. p. 237. Babur's campaign in Transoxiana begun. The Mirza's letter was brought over passes blocked by snow. Babur, with all possible speed, took the one winter route through Abdurrah, kept the RAM Letter 1293 AN feast in Bamiyan, and reached Qandahar in Shawwal Jan. 1511 ad. Letter 1225 A'id Ar's detail about the feast seems likely to have been recorded because he had read Babur's own remark, made in RAM Letter 1293 AN 933 A. June 1527, that up to that date, when he kept it in Sikri, he had not since his 11th year kept it twice in the same place, F 330. See Mughal affairs. Outside Qandahar lay the Mughuls mentioned by Mirza Khan as come from Merv, and so mentioned, presumably, as a possible reinforcement. They had been servants of Babur's uncles M, a letter 1225 MUD, and a letter 1225 MAD, and when Shaybani defeated those Khans at Aksi in 908 AH, had been compelled by him to migrate into Khurasan to places remote from Mughalistan. Many of them had served in Kashgar, none had served a Timurid Mirza. Set free by Shaybani's death, they had come east, a Khanless 20,000 of armed and fully equipped men, and they were there. As Letter 1225 A'id Ar says, in their strength while of Chagatai's, there were not more than 5,000. They now, and with them the Mughuls from Kabul, used the opportunity offering for return to a more congenial location and leadership, by the presence in Qandahar of a legitimate Khakan and the clearance in Andajan, a threshold of Mughalistan, of its Ozbeg governors F200B. The chiefs of both bodies of Mughuls, Sharam Taghai at the head of one, Ayub Begshik of the other, proffered the Mughal Khanship to Sa'id with offer to set Babur aside, perhaps to kill him. It is improbable that in making their offer they contemplated locating themselves in the confined country of Kabul. What they seem to have wished was what Babur gave, Sa'id for their Khakan and permission to go north with him. Sa'id, in Wordsworth reading, rejected their offer to injure Babur, doing so on the grounds of right and gratitude. But, the two men agreeing that it was now expedient for them to part, asked to be sent to act for Babur where their friendship could be maintained for their common welfare. The matter was settled by Babur's sending him into Andajan in response to an urgent petition for help there just arrived from Letter 1225 A'id Ar's uncle. He was made Khan and started forth in the following year, on Letter 1263 Fr 14th 917 A. May 13th 1511 ad. With him went most of the Mughuls, but not all, since even of those from Merv, Ayub Begshik and others are found mentioned on several later occasions as being with Babur. Babur's phrase, I made him Khan, F200B, recalls his earlier mention of what seems to be the same appointment, F10B, made by Abu Sa'id of Yunus as Khan of the Mughuls. In each case, the meaning seems to be that the Timurid Mirza made the Chagatai Khan Khakan of the Mughuls. D. First attempt on Letter 1225 ISOR. After spending a short time in Qandahar, Babur moved for Letter 1225 ISOR, in which were the Ozbeg SUL Letter 126F, AN Mahdi, and Letter 1225 AMZ. They came out into Waksh to meet him, but owing to an imbroglio, there was no encounter and each side retired tr. p. 238. Intercourse between Babur and Ismail letter 163, a f a wi. While Babur was now in Qandahar, his sister Khanzada arrived there, safe returned under escort of the Shah's troops, after the death in the Battle of Merv of her successive husbands Shaybani and Sayyid Hadi. And with her came an envoy from Ismail proffering friendship, civilities calculated to arouse a hope of Persian help in Babur. To acknowledge his courtesies, Babur sent Mirza Khan with thanks and gifts. Letter 125 AIDAR says that the Mirza also conveyed protestations of good faith and a request for military assistance. He was well received, and his request for help was granted. That it was granted under hard conditions, then stated later occurrences show. 917, on March 30, 1511 to March 19, 1512 add. A second attempt on letter 125 ISOR. In this year Babur moved again on letter 125 ISOR. He took post, where once his forebear Timur had wrought out success against great odds, at the Palai-Sangan stone bridge on the Sirkab, and lay there a month awaiting reinforcement. The Ozbeg Sul letter 126F, a NS faced him on the other side of the river, they too, presumably, awaiting reinforcement. They moved when they felt themselves strong enough to attack, whether by addition to their own numbers, whether by learning that Babur had not largely increased his own. Concerning the second alternative, it is open to surmise that he hoped for larger reinforcement than he obtained. He appears to have left Qandahar before the return of Mirza Khan from his embassy to Ismail, to have expected Persian reinforcement with the Mirza, and at Palai-Sangan, where the Mirza joined him in time to fight, to have been strengthened by the Mirza's own following, and few, if any, foreign auxiliaries. These surmises are supported by what Kh-Damir relates of the conditions on which the Shah's main contingent was dispatched, and by his showing that it did not start until after the Shah had had news of the battle at Palai-Sangan. At the end of the month of waiting, the Ozbegs one morning swam the Sirkab below the bridge. In the afternoon of the same day, Babur retired to better ground amongst the mountain fastnesses of a local Abdara. In the desperate encounter, which followed, the Ozbegs were utterly routed with great loss in men. They were pursued to Darbendiahinin, Iron Gate, on the letter 1E25 ISAR border, on their way to join a great force assembled at Karshi under Kuchum Khan, Shaybani's successor as Ozbeg Khakan. The battle is admirably described by letter 1E25 AIDAR, who was then a boy of 12 with keen eye watching his own first fight, and that fight with foes who had made him the last male survivor of his line. In the evening of the victory Mahdi, letter 1E25 AMZ and letter 1E25 AMZ S son Mamak were brought before Babur, who, says letter 1E25 AIDAR, did to them what they had done to the Mughal Khakans and Chagatai Sul letter 1E6F NS. That is, he retaliated in blood for the blood of many kinsmen. B. Persian reinforcement. After the battle, Babur went to near letter 1E25 ISAR, was there joined by many local tribesmen, and, some time later, by a large body of Ismail's troops under a letter 1E25M, a D beg letter 1E63, a F a WI, Ali Khan Istilju and Sharak SL. Ifshar, Ismail's seal keeper. The following particulars, given by Kh-Damir, about the dispatch of this contingent help to fix the order of occurrences, and throw light on the price paid by Babur for his auxiliaries. He announced his victory over Mahdi and letter 1E25, a MZ, to the Shah, and at the same time promised that if he reconquered the rest of Transoxiana by the Shah's help, he would read his name in the KHU letter 1E6F, stamp it on coins together with those of the 12 Imams, and work to destroy the power of the Ozbegs. These undertakings look like a response to a demand. Such conditions cannot have been proffered. Their acceptance must have been compelled. Kh-Damir says that, when Ismail fully understood the purport of Babur's letter, by which would seem to be meant, when he knew that his conditions of help were accepted, he dispatched the troops under the 3 commanders named above. The Persian chiefs advised a move direct on Bukhara and Samarkand, and with this Babur's counselors concurred, they saying, according to letter 1E25 IDAR, that Bukhara was then empty of troops and full of fools. Ubaid Khan had thrown himself into Karshi. it was settled not to attack him but to pass on and encamp a stage beyond the town. This was done. Then scout followed scout, bringing news that he had come out of Karshi and was hurrying to Bukhara, his own fief. Instant and swift pursuit followed him up the 100 miles of caravan road into Bukhara, and on beyond, sweeping him and his garrison, plundered as they fled into the open land of Turkestan. Many Sul Ḥusain Mirza had collected in Samarkand, some no doubt being, like Timur its governor, fugitives escaped from Palai Sangan. Dismayed by Babur's second success, they scattered into Turkestan, thus leaving him an open road. See Samarkand reoccupied and relations with Ismail Ḥusain Mirza. He must now have hoped to be able to dispense with his dangerous colleagues, for he dismissed them when he reached Bukhara, with gifts and thanks for their services. It is letter 1E25 Idar, himself present, who fixes Bukhara as the place of the dismissal tr. p. 246. From Bukhara, Babur went to Samarkand. It was Midrajab 917 October 1511 ad. Some 10 months after leaving Kabul, and after 9 years of absence, that he re-entered the town, itself gay with decoration for his welcome, amidst the acclaim of its people. 8 months were to prove his impotence to keep it against the forces ranged against him. Ozbeg's strength in arms compacted by Sunni zeal, Sunni hatred of a Shi'a's suzerainty, intensified by dread lest that potent Shi'a should resolve to perpetuate his dominance. Both as a Sunni and as one who had not owned a suzerain, the position was unpleasant for Babur. That his alliance with Ismail was dangerous, he will have known, as also that his risks grew as Transoxiana was overspread by news of Ismail's fanatical barbarism to pious and learned Sunnis, notably in Harry. He manifested desire for release both now and later. Now when he not only dismissed his Persian helpers, but so behaved to the Shah's envoy Mu letter 1E25 Adijan, he was Najm Sani's Lord of the Gate. That the Env felt neglect and made report of Babur as arrogant, in opposition, and unwilling to fulfill his compact. Later, when he eagerly attempted success unaided against Ubayd Khan, and was then worsted. It illustrates the Shah's view of his suzerain relation to Babur that on hearing Mu letter 1E25 Adijan's report, he ordered Najm Sani to bring the offender to order. Meantime, the Shah's conditions seem to have been carried out in Samarkand, and Babur's subservience clearly shewn. Of this there are the indications that Babur had promised and was a man of his word, that Sunni irritation against him waxed and did not wane as it might have done without food to nourish it, that Babur knew himself impotent against the Ozbegs unless he had foreign aid, expected attack, knew it was preparing, that he would hear of Mu letter 1E25 Adijan's report and of Najm Sani's commission against himself. Honesty, policy, and necessity combined to enforce the fulfillment of his agreement. What were the precise terms of that agreement beyond the two as to the KHU letter 1E6FB and the coins? It needs close study of the wording of the sources to decide, lest metaphor be taken for fact. Great passions, ambition, religious fervor, sectarian bigotry, and fear confronted him. His problem was greater than that of Henry of Navarre and of Napoleon in Egypt. They had but to seem what secured their acceptance. He had to put on a guise that brought him hate. Khanzada was not the only member of Babur's family who now rejoined him after marriage with an Ozbeg. His half-sister Yadgar Sul letter 1E6FN had fallen to the share of letter 1E25, MZ, Sul letter 1E6F, NS son, Abdallah letter 1E6FIF in 908 when Shaybani defeated the Khans near Aksi. Now that her half-brother had defeated her husband's family, she returned to her own people, F9. 918 March 19, 1512, to March 9, 1513 ad. A return of the Ozbegs. Emboldened by the departure of the Persian troops, the Ozbegs in the spring of the year came out of Turkestan, their main attack being directed on Tashkent, then held for Babur. Ubayd Khan moved for Bukhara. He had prefaced his march by vowing that, if successful, he would thenceforth strictly observe Musalman law. The vow was made in letter 1E25 a letter 1E93 a T Turkestan at the shrine of Khwaja, a letter 1E25 a D Yasawi, a saint revered in Central Asia through many centuries. He had died about 1120 ad. Timur had made pilgrimage to his tomb in 1397 AD, and then had founded the mosque still dominating the town, still the pilgrim's landmark. Ubayd's vow, like Babur's of 933 AH, was one of return to obedience. Both men took oath in the Ghazi's mood. Babur set against the Hindu whom he saw as a heathen. Ubayd set against Babur whom he saw as a heretic. Babur's defeat at Qalat-i-Malik. In letter 1E63, a F.A.R. April-May, Ubayd moved swiftly down and attacked the Bukhara neighborhood. Babur went from Samarkand to meet him. Several details of what followed, not given by letter 1E25 a idea are, and in one particular, contradicting him, are given by Ḥisar. The statement in which the two historians contradict one another is letter 1E25 a idrs that Ubayd had 3,000 men only, Babur 40,000. Several considerations give to Ḥisar's opposed statement that Babur's force was small, the semblance of being nearer the fact. Letter 1E25 a idr, it may be said, did not go out on this campaign. He was ill in Samarkand and continued ill there for some time. Ḥisar's details have the well-informed air of things learned at first hand, perhaps from someone in Hindustan after 934 AH. Matters which make against Babur's having a large effective force at Qalat-i-Malik and favor Ḥisar's statement about the affair are these. Ubayd must have formed some estimate of what he had to meet, and he brought 3,000 men. Where could Babur have obtained 40,000 men worth reckoning in a fight? In several times of crisis, his own immediate and ever-faithful troop is put at 500. As his cause was now unpopular, local accretions may have been few. Some Mughuls from Merv and from Kabul were near Samarkand tr. pp. 263-265. Most were with Sa-id and Andajan, but however many Mughuls may have been in his neighborhood, none could be counted on as resolute for his success. If, too, he had had more than a small effective force, would he not have tried to hold Samarkand with the remnant of defeat until Persian help arrived? All things considered, there is ground for accepting Ḥisar's statement that Babur met Ubayd with a small force. Following his account, therefore, Babur, in his excessive daring, marched to put the Ozbeg down with a small force only, against the advice of the prudent, of whom Mu letter 1E25 a a d Mazid Tarkin was one, who all said it was wrong to go out unprepared and without reinforcement. Paying them no attention, Babur marched for Bukhara, was rendered still more daring by news had when he neared it, that the enemy had retired some stages and followed him up almost to his camp. Ubayd was in great force, many Ozbegs perished, but in the end, they were victors and Babur was compelled to take refuge in Bukhara. The encounter took place near Qalat-i-Malik, King's Lake, in letter 1E63, a F.A.R. 918 AH. April-May 1512 AD. See Babur leaves Samarkand. It was not possible to maintain a footing in Samarkand. Babur therefore collected his family and train and betook himself to letter 1E25 Ḥisar. There went with him on this expedition Mahim and her children Humyun, Mihr Jahan and Barbal, the motherless Masuma, Gulruk with her son Kamran, Gulbedin F7. I have not found any account of his route. Letter 1E25 a idr gives no details about the journey. He did not travel with Babur, being still invalided in Samarkand. Perhaps the absence of information is a sign that the Ozbegs had not yet appeared on the direct road for letter 1E25 Ḥisar. A local tradition, however, would make Babur go round through Fargana. He certainly might have gone into Fargana hoping to cooperate with Sa-id Khan. Tashkent was still holding out under a letter 1E25 Adi Qasim Kober, and it is clear that all activity in Babur's force had not been quenched because during the Tashkent siege, Dust Beg broke through the enemy's ranks and made his way into the town. Saram held out longer than Tashkent. Of any such move by Babur into Andajan, the only hint received is given by what may be a mere legend. D. Babur in letter 1E25 Ḥisar. After experiencing such gains and such losses, Babur was still under 30 years of age. The Ozbegs, after his departure, reoccupied Bukhara and Samarkand without harm done to the townspeople, and a few weeks later, in July-August, followed him to letter 1E25 Ḥisar. Meantime, he, with Mirza Khan's help, had so closed the streets of the town by massive earthworks that the Sul letter 1E6f ANS were convinced its defenders were ready to spend the last drop of their blood in holding it, and therefore retired without attack. Some sources give as their reason for retirement that Babur had been reinforced from Balkh. Bahram Beg, it is true, had sent a force, but one of 300 men only. So few cannot have alarmed except as the harbinger of more. Greater precision as to dates would show whether they can have heard of Najam Sani's army advancing by way of Balkh-i Karshi and Gajdavan. Meantime, Najam Sani, having with him some 11,000 men, had started on his corrective mission against Babur. When he reached the Khurasan frontier, he heard of the defeat at Kalai Malik and the flight to Letter 125 Isar, gathered other troops from Herat and elsewhere, and advanced to Balkh. He stayed there for 20 days with Bahram Beg, perhaps occupied in part by communications with the Shah and Babur. From the latter, repeated request for help is said to have come. Help was given, some sources say without the Shah's permission. A rendezvous was fixed. Najam Sani marched to Tirmi Letter 195, there crossed the Amu and in Rajab, Sep, Oct. Encamped near the Darbendayahinan. On Babur's approach through the Chakshak Pass, he paid him the civility of going several miles out from his camp to give him honoring reception. Advancing thence for Bukhara, the combined armies took Ḥisar and moved on to Karshi. This town Babur wished to pass by, as it had been passed by on his previous march for Bukhara. Each time perhaps he wished to spare its people, formerly his subjects, whom he desired to rule again, and who are reputed to have been mostly his fellow Turks. Najam Sani refused to pass on. He said Karshi must be taken because it was Ubaydullah Khan's nest. In it was Ubayd's uncle Sheikh Mirza. It was captured. The Ozbeg garrison was put to the sword, and spite of Babur's earnest entreaties, all the townspeople, 15,000 persons it is said, down to the suckling and decrepit, were massacred. Amongst the victims was Banai, who happened to be within it. This action roused the utmost anger against Najam Sani. It disgusted Babur, not only through its merciless slaughter, but because it made clear the disregard in which he was held by his magnificent fellow general. From murdered Karshi, Najam Sani advanced for Bukhara. On getting within a few miles of it, he heard that an Ozbeg force was approaching under Timur and Abu Sa'id, presumably from Samarkand therefore. He sent Bahram Beg to attack them. They drew off to the north and threw themselves into Gajdavan, the combined armies following them. This move placed Najam Sani across the Zarafshan, on the border of the desert with which the Ozbegs were familiar, and with Ubayd on his flank in Bukhara. As to what followed, the sources vary. They are brief. They differ less in statement of the same occurrence than in their choice of details to record. As Mr. Erskine observes, their varying stories are not incompatible. Their widest difference is a statement of time, but the two periods named, one a few days, the other 4 months, may not be meant to apply to the same event. 4 months the siege is said to have lasted. This could not have been said if it had been a few days only. The siege seems to have been of some duration. At first there were minor engagements. Ending with varying success, provisions and provender became scarce. Najam Sani's officers urged retirement, so too did Babur. He would listen to none of them. At length, Ubayd Khan rode out from Bukhara at the head of excellent troops. He joined the Gajdavan garrison, and the united Ozbegs posted themselves in the suburbs where walled lanes and gardens narrowed the field and lessened Najam Sani's advantage in numbers. On Tuesday R.A.M. Letter 193, A.N. 3rd, Nav. 12th, a battle was fought in which his army was routed and he himself slain. F. Babur and Yaraya Letter 125 Emedi Najam Sani. Some writers say that Najam Sani's men did not fight well. It must be remembered that they may have been weakened by privation and that they had wished to retire. Of Babur it is said that he, who was the reserve, did not fight at all. It is difficult to see good cause why, under all the circumstances, he should risk the loss of his men. It seems likely that Letter 125 rs strong language about this defeat would suit Babur's temper also. The victorious breezes of Islam overturned the banners of the schismatics. Most of them perished on the field. The rents made by the sword at Karshi were sewn up at Gajdavan by the arrow stitches of vengeance. Najam Sani and all the Turkmen amirs were sent to hell. The belief that Babur had failed Najam Sani persisted at the Persian court, for his inaction was made a reproach to his son Humayun in 951 AH, 1544 AD, when Humayun was a refugee with Ismail's son Tahmasp. Badjuni tells a story which, with great inaccuracy of name and place, represents the view taken at that time. The part of the anecdote pertinent here is that Babur, on the eve of the battle at Gajdavan, shot an arrow into the Ozbeg camp, which carried the following couplet, expressive of his ill will to the Shah, and perhaps also of his rejection of the Shi'a guise he himself had worn. I made the Shah's Najm road stuff for the Ozbegs. If fault has been mine, I have now cleansed the road. The Mughuls attack Babur. On his second return to letter 1025, Ḥisar Babur was subjected to great danger by a sudden attack made upon him by the Mughals where he lay at night in his camp outside the town. Firishta says, but without particulars of their offense, that Babur had reproached them for their misconduct. The absence of detail connecting the affair with the defeat, just sustained, leads to the supposition that their misdeeds were a part of the tyranny over the country people punished later by Ubaydullah Khan. Roused from his sleep by the noise of his guards' resistance to the Mughal attack, Babur escaped with difficulty and without a single attendant into the fort. The conspirators plundered his camp and withdrew to Qalat-i-ghilzai. He was in no position to oppose them, left a few men in letter 1025 Ḥisar, and went to Mirza Khan in Qandahar. After he left, letter 1025 Ḥisar endured a desolating famine, a phenomenal snowfall, and the ravages of the Mughals. Ubayd Khan avenged Babur on the horde. Hearing of their excesses, he encamped outside the position they had taken up in Waksh, defended by river, hills, and snow, waited till a road thawed, then fell upon them and avenged the year's misery they had inflicted on the letter 1025 Ḥisar. Letter 1025 Ḥisar says of them that it was their villainy lost letter 1025 Ḥisar to Babur and gained it for the Ozbeg. These Mughals had for chiefs men who, when Sa'id went to Andajan, elected to stay with Babur. One of the three named by letter 1025 Ḥisar was Ayub Begshik. He repented his disloyalty when he lay dying some 2 years later, 920 AH. In Yangi letter 1025 Ḥisar, he told Sa'id Khan, who visited him, that what was lacerating his bowels and killing him with remorse was his faithlessness to Babur in letter 1025 Ḥisar, the oath he had broken at the instigation of those hogs and bears, the Mughal chiefs tr. p. 315. In this year, but before the Mughal treachery to Babur, letter 1025 Ḥisar left him, starting in Rajab, Sep, Oct, to Sa'id in Andajan, and thus making a beginning of his 19-year spell of service. 919, on March 9, 1513 to Feb. 26, 1514 add. Babur may have spent this year in Kisham, letter 1025 S. Roman 3, 372. During 2 or 3 months of it, he had one of the Shah's retainers in his service, Khwaja Kamaluddin M. a letter 1025 Mud, who had fled from Gajdavan to Balkh, heard there that the Balkhis favored an Ozbeg chief whose coming was announced, and therefore went to Babur. In Jumada, 11 August, hearing that the Ozbeg Sultan had left Balkh, he returned there but was not admitted because the Balkhis feared reprisals for their welcome to the Ozbeg, a fear which may indicate that he had taken some considerable reinforcement to Babur. He went on into Khurasan and was there killed. Balkh was recaptured for the Shah by Do. Sul letter 106f an. A removal from Ozbeg possession, which helps to explain how Babur came to be there in 923 AH. 920 AH, Feb. 26, 1514 to Feb. 15th, 1515 add. Letter 1025 Ḥisar writes of Babur as though he were in Qandahar this year, tr. p. 263, says that he suffered the greatest misery and want, bore it with his accustomed courtesy and patience, but at last, despairing of success in recovering letter 1025 Ḥisar, went back to Kabul. Now it seems to be that he made the stay in Khwast, to which he refers later, f. 241b, and during which his daughter Gulrang was born, as Gulbadan's chronicle allows known. It was at the end of the year, after the privation of winter therefore, that he reached Kabul. When he reoccupied Samarkand in 917 AH, he had given Kabul to his half-brother Nasir Mirza. The Mirza received him now with warm welcome and protestations of devotion and respect, spoke of having guarded Kabul for him, and asked permission to return to his own old fief Ghazni. His behavior made a deep impression on Babur. it would be felt as a humane touch on the sore of failure. 921 Feb. 15th 1515 to Feb. 5th 1516 ad. A rebellion of chiefs in Ghazni. Nasir Mirza died shortly after Dar Haman Ayam, his return to Ghazni. Disputes then arose amongst the various commanders who were in Ghazni. Sharam Taghai was one of them, and the main strength of the tumult was given by the Mughuls. Many others were however involved in it, even such an old servant as Baba of Peshawar taking part, F 234b, tr. p. 356. Letter 1025 a did not know precisely the cause of the dispute, or show why it should have turned against Babur, since he attributes it to possession taken by Satan of the brains of the chiefs and a consequent access of vainglory and wickedness. Possibly some question of succession to Nasir arose. Dust Beg distinguished himself in the regular battle which ensued. Qasim Beg's son Qa letter 1043 Bari Ali hurried down from Qandahar and also did his good part to win it for Babur. Many of the rioters were killed, others fled to Kashgar. Sharam Taghai was one of the latter. As Sa'id Khan gave him no welcome, he could not stay there. He fell back on the much-injured Babur who, says letter 1025 Idar, showed him his usual benevolence, turned his eyes from his offenses and looked only at his past services until he died shortly afterwards, tr. p. 357. 922 Feb. 5th 1516 to Jan. 24th 1517 ad. This year may have been spent in and near Kabul, in the quiet promoted by the dispersion of the Mughuls. In this year was born Babur's son, Mu letter 1025, a D known as Askari from his being born in camp. He was the son of Gulrukh Begshik and full brother of Kamran. 923 Jan. 24th 1517 to Jan. 13th 1518 ad. A Babur visits Balkh. Qandahar is the authority for the little that is known of Babur's action in this year, letter 1025 S. Roman 3, 367 et sec. It is connected with the doings of Badi uz-Zaman Baikara's son Mu letter 1025 Adi Zaman. This Mirza had had great wanderings, during a part of which Qandahar was with him. In 920 he was in Shah Ismail's service and in Balkh, but was not able to keep it. Babur invited him to Kabul. The date of invitation will have been later therefore than Babur's return there at the end of 920 The Mirza was on his way, but was dissuaded from going into Kabul by Mahdi Khwaja and went instead into Gurjistan. Babur was angered by his non-arrival and pursued him in order to punish him, but did not succeed in reaching Gurjistan and went back to Kabul by way of Firuzkoh and Gur. The Mirza was captured eventually and sent to Kabul. Babur treated him with kindness, after a few months gave him his daughter Masuma in marriage, and sent him to Balkh. He appears to have been still in Balkh when Qandahar was writing of the above occurrences in 929 The marriage took place either at the end of 923 or beginning of 924 The Mirza was then 21, Masuma 9. She almost certainly did not then go to Balkh. At some time in 923 Babur is said by Qandahar to have visited that town. B. Attempt on Qandahar. In this year Babur marched for Qandahar, but the move ended peacefully, because a way was opened for gifts and terms by an illness which befell him when he was near the town. The Tarikh-i-Sind gives what purports to be Shah Beg's explanation of Babur's repeated attempts on Qandahar. He said these had been made and would be made because Babur had not forgiven Muqim for taking Kabul 14 years earlier from the Timurid Abdur-Razak, that this had brought him to Qandahar in 913 This had made him then take away Machachak, Muqim's daughter, that there were now 923 many unemployed Mirzas in Kabul for whom posts could not be found in regions where the Persians and Ozbegs were dominant, that an outlet for their ambitions and for Babur's own would be sought against the weaker opponent he himself was. Babur's decision to attack in this year is said to have been taken while Shah Beg was still a prisoner of Shah Ismail in the Herat country. He must have been released meantime by the admirable patience of his slave S. A letter 1043, Bhal. 924 Jan. 13th 1518 to Jan. 3rd 1519 ad. In this year, Shah Beg's son Shah letter 1825, a N came to Babur after quarrel with his father. He stayed some 2 years, and during that time was married to Khalifa's daughter Gulbarg, Roseleaf. His return to Qandahar will have taken place shortly before Babur's campaign of 926 against it, a renewed effort which resulted in possession on Shawwal 13, 928 Sep. 6, 1522 AD. In this year began the campaign in the northeast territories of Kabul, an account of which is carried on in the diary of 925 It would seem that in the present year Chagatai was captured, and also the fortress at the head of the valley of Babakara, belonging to letter 1825 Aidari Ali Bajori, F 216b. Illustration: view from above Babur's grave and Shah Jahan's mosque. Jan. 3rd to Dec. 23rd, 1519 AD. A. Babur takes the fort of Bajor. Jan. 3rd, on Monday the first day of the month of Mu letter 1825 ARRAM, there was a violent earthquake in the lower part of the Dale Julga of Shandawal, which lasted nearly half an astronomical hour. Jan. 4th, marching at dawn from that camp with the intention of attacking the fort of Bajor, we dismounted near it and sent a trusty man of the Dilizak Afghans to advise its SUL letter 1E6F N and people to take up a position of service Qualuk and surrender the fort. Not accepting this counsel, that stupid and ill-fated band sent back a wild answer, where, upon the army was ordered to make ready mantellets, ladders and other appliances for taking a fort. For this purpose a day's Jan. 5th halt was made on that same ground. Jan. 6th, on Thursday the 4th of Mu letter 1825 ARRAM, orders were given that the army should put on mail, arm and get to horse, that the left wing should move swiftly to the upper side of the fort, cross the water at the water entry, and dismount on the north side of the fort, that the center, not taking the way across the water, should dismount in the rough, up-and-down land to the northwest of the fort, and that the right should dismount to the west of the lower gate. While the begs of the left under Dust Beg were dismounting, after crossing the water, 100 to 150 men on foot came out of the fort, shooting arrows. The begs, shooting in their turn, advanced till they had forced those men back to the foot of the ramparts, Mullah Abdul Malik of Khwast, like a madman, going up right under them on his horse. There and then the fort would have been taken if the ladders and mantellets had been ready, and if it had not been so late in the day. Mullah Tirakai Ali and a servant of Tingri Birdi crossed swords with the enemy. Each overcame his man, cut off and brought in his head. For this, each was promised a reward. As the Bajoris had never before seen matchlocks, tufeng, they at first took no care about them. Indeed, they made fun when they heard the report and answered it by unseemly gestures. On that day Usted, equally shot at and brought down 5 men with his matchlock. Wali the treasurer, for his part, brought down 2. Other matchlock men were also very active in firing and did well, shooting through shield, through cuirass, through Qusaru, and bringing down 1 man after another. Perhaps 7, 8, or 10 Bajoris had fallen to the matchlock fire, letter 1E93 RB, before night. After that it so became that not a head could be put out because of the fire. The order was given, it is night. Let the army retire, and at dawn, if the appliances are ready, let them swarm up into the fort. Jan. 7th, at the first dawn of light, FAR letter 1E93 whacked on Friday the 5th of Mu letter 1E25 ARRAM, orders were given that, when the battle nagarets had sounded, the army should advance, each man from his place to his appointed post, Yerlik Yerden, and should swarm up. The left and center advanced from their ground with mantlets in place all along their lines, fixed their ladders, and swarmed up them. The whole left hand of the center, under Khalifa, Shah letter 1E25 N Argan, and Yusuf's a letter 1E25 D, was ordered to reinforce the left wing. Dust Beg's men went forward to the foot of the northeastern tower of the fort, and busied themselves in undermining and bringing it down. Ustad, Aliquali, was there also. He shot very well on that day with his matchlock, and he twice fired off the Ferengi. Wali the treasurer also brought down a man with his matchlock. Malik Ali Qu letter 1E6F and I was first up a ladder of all the men from the left hand of the center, and there was busy with fight and blow. At the post of the center, Mu letter 1E25. Ali Jang and his younger brother Naraz got up, each by a different ladder, and made lance and sword to touch. Baba the waiting man, Yasawal, getting up by another ladder, occupied himself in breaking down the fort wall with his axe. Most of our braves went well forward, shooting off dense flights of arrows and not letting the enemy put out a head. Others made themselves desperately busy in breaching and pulling down the fort, caring not for the enemy's fight and blow, giving no eye to his arrows and stones. By breakfast time, Dust Beg's men had undermined and breached the northeastern tower, got in and put the foe to flight. The men of the center got in up the ladders by the same time, but those all others were first all in. By the favor and pleasure of the high god, this strong and mighty fort was taken in 2 or 3 astronomical hours. Matching the fort were the utter struggle and effort of our braves. Distinguished themselves they did, and won the name and fame of heroes. As the Bajoris were rebels and at enmity with the people of Islam, and as, by reason of the heathenish and hostile customs prevailing in their midst, the very name of Islam was rooted out from their tribe, they were put to general massacre, and their wives and children were made captive. At a guess, more than 3,000 men went to their death. As the fight did not reach to the eastern side of the fort, a few got away there. The fort taken, we entered and inspected it. On the walls, in houses, streets, and alleys, the dead lay, in what numbers? Comers and goers to and fro were passing over the bodies. Returning from our inspection, we sat down in the Bajor Sul letter 1E6F, a NS residence. The country of Bajor we bestowed on Khwaja Kalan, assigning a large number of braves to reinforce him. At the evening prayer, we went back to camp. B. Movements in Bajor. Jan. 8th, marching at dawn, MU letter 1E25. 6th, we dismounted by the spring of Babakara in the Dale of Bajor. At Khwaja, Kalan's request the prisoners remaining were pardoned their offenses, reunited to their wives and children, and given leave to go, but several SUL letter 1E6F, a NS, and of the most stubborn were made to reach their doom of death. Some heads of SUL letter 1E6F, a NS, and of others were sent to Kabul with the news of success. Some also to Badakhshan, Qandahar, and Balkh with the letters of victory. Shah Mansur Yusufzai, he was with us as an envoy from his tribe, was an eyewitness of the victory and general massacre. We allowed him to leave after putting a ton on him and after writing orders with threats to the Yusufzai. Jan. 11th, with mind easy about the important affairs of the Bajor fort, we marched. On Tuesday the 9th of MU letter 1E25 a RR a M, 1 Kuro, 2 M, down the Dale of Bajor, and ordered that a tower of heads should be set up on the rising ground. Jan. 12th, on Wednesday the 10th of MU letter 1E25 a RR a M, we rode out to visit the Bajor fort. There was a wine party in Khwaja Kalan's house, several goat skins of wine having been brought down by Kafirs neighboring on Bajor. All wine and fruit had in Bajor comes from adjacent parts of Kafiristan. Jan. 13th, we spent the night there, and after inspecting the towers and ramparts of the fort early in the morning, MU letter 1E25. 11th, I mounted and went back to camp. Jan. Marching at dawn, MU letter 1E25. 12th, we dismounted on the bank of the Khwaja KHI letter 1E93 R torrent. Jan. 15th, marching thence, we dismounted MU letter 1E25. 13th, on the bank of the Shandowal torrent. Here all those inscribed in the Bajor reinforcement were ordered to leave. Jan. 16th, on Sunday the 14th of MU letter 1E25 a RR a M, a standard was bestowed on Khwaja Kalan and leave given him for Bajor. A few days after I had let him go, the following little verse having come into my head, it was written down and sent to him. Not such the pact and bargain betwixt my friend and me, at length the tooth of parting, unpacted grief for me, against caprice of fortune. What weapons, Chura, arm the man at length by force of arms, Bajor, my friend is snatched from me. Jan. 19th, on Wednesday the 17th of MU letter 1E25 a RR a M, SL. A loud din of Sawad, the rival Mu a RI letter 1E93 of SL. Wise of Sawad, came and waited on me. Jan. 20th, on Thursday the 18th of the month, we hunted the hill between Bajor and Shandowal. There the Bughumeral have become quite black, except for the tail which is of another color. Lower down, in Hindustan, they seem to become black all over. Today a Saraqush was taken. That was black all over, its very eyes being black. Today an eagle Burkut took a deer, Kiak. Corn being somewhat scarce in the army, we went into the Karaj Valley and took some. Jan. 21st on Friday, MU letter 1025. 19th, we marched for Sawad, with the intention of attacking the Yusufzai Afghans, and dismounted in between the water of Panjkura and the united waters of Shandowal and Bajor. Shah Mansur Yusufzai had brought a few well-flavored and quite intoxicating confections, kamali, making one of them into 3. I ate one portion, Gadai Taghai another, Abdullah the librarian another. It produced remarkable intoxication, so much so that at the evening prayer when the begs gathered for counsel, I was not able to go out. A strange thing it was. If in these days I ate the whole of such a confection, I doubt if it would produce half as much intoxication. See an impost laid on Karaj. Jan. 22nd, marching from that ground, MU letter 1025. 20th, we dismounted over against Karaj at the mouth of the valleys of Karaj and Peshgram. Snow fell ankle-deep while we were on that ground. It would seem to be rare for snow to fall thereabouts, for people were much surprised. In agreement with Sl Wise of Sawad, there was laid on the Karaj people an impost of 4,000 assloads of rice for the use of the army, and he himself was sent to collect it. Never before had those rude mountaineers borne such a burden. They could not give all the grain and were brought to ruin. CC, raid on Panjkura. Jan. 25th, on Tuesday the 23rd of MU letter 1025 a an army was side note, fall, 220. Sent under Hindu Beg to raid Panjkura. Panjkura lies more than halfway up the mountain. To reach its villages a person must go for nearly a kuro, 2m, through a pass. The people had fled and got away. Our men brought a few beasts of sorts and masses of corn from their houses. Jan. 26th, next day, MU letter 1025. 24th, Qujbeg was put at the head of a force and sent out to raid. Jan. 27th, on Thursday the 25th of the month, we dismounted at the village of Mandish, in the trough of the Karaj Valley, for the purpose of getting corn for the army. D. Mahim's adoption of Dildar's unborn child. Jan. 28th, several children born of Humayun's mother had not lived. Hind-al was not yet born. While we were in those parts came a letter from Mahim in which she wrote, "Whether it be a boy, whether it be a girl, is my luck and chance. Give it to me. I will declare it my child and will take charge of it." On Friday the 26th of the month, we being still on that ground, Yusufi Ali the stirrup-holder was sent off to Kabul with letters bestowing Hind-al, not yet born, on Mahim. DD, construction of a stone platform. While we were still on that same ground in the Mandish country, I had a platform made with stones, tashbila, on a height in the middle of the valley, so large that it held the tents of the advance camp. All the household and soldiers carried the stones for it, one by one like ants. Babur's marriage with his Afghan wife, Bibi Mubaraka. In order to conciliate the Yusufzai horde, I had asked for a daughter of one of my well-wishers, Malik Suleiman Shah's son Malik Shah Mansur. At the time he came to me as envoy from the Yusufzai Afghans. While we were on this ground, news came that his daughter was on her way with the Yusufzai tribute. At the evening prayer there was a wine party to which Sl Alauddin of Sawad was invited, and at which he was given a seat and special dress of honor, Kilkatai Kasa. Jan. 30th, on Sunday the 28th, we marched from that valley. Shah Mansur's younger brother Tauz, handsome, Khan brought the above-mentioned daughter of his brother to our ground after we had dismounted. Repopulation of the fort of Bajor. For the convenience of having the Baisat people in Bajor fort, Yusufi Ali, the taster, was sent from this camp to get them on the march and take them to that fort. Also, written orders were dispatched to Kabul that the army there left should join us. Feb. 4th, on Friday the 3rd of the month of letter 1063, we dismounted at the confluence of the waters of Bajor and Panjkura. Feb. 6th, on Sunday the 5th of the month, we went from that ground to Bajor, where there was a drinking party in Khwaja Kalon's house. Expedition against the Afghan clans. Feb. 8th, on Tuesday the 7th of the month, the Begs and the Dilizak Afghan headmen were summoned, and after consultation, matters were left at this. The year is at its end, only a few days of the fish are left. The plainsmen have carried in all their corn. If we went now into Sawad, the army would dwindle through getting no corn. The thing to do is to march along the letter 1043, via Har and Panimani Road, cross the Sawad water above Hashnaggar, and surprised the Yusufzai and Mu-125 a Afghans who are located in the plain over against the Yusufzai Sangar of Mahira. Another year, coming earlier in the harvest time, the Afghans of this place must be our first thought. So the matter was left. Feb. 9th next day, Wednesday, we bestowed horses and robes on Sl, Wise and Sl. Alauddin of Sawad gave them leave to go, marched off ourselves, and dismounted over against Bābur. Feb. 10th, we marched next day, leaving Shah Mansur's daughter in Bābur fort until the return of the army. We dismounted after passing Khwaja, Khi letter 1E93R, and from that camp leave was given to Khwaja Kalan. And the heavy baggage, the worn-out horses and superfluous effects of the army were started off into Lamgan by the Qandahar road. Feb. 11th, next morning Khwaja Mirza was put in charge of the camel baggage train and started off by the Quagatu and Darwaza road through the Karakupa Pass. Riding light for the raid, we ourselves crossed the Qandahar Pass and yet another great pass and dismounted at Panimali near the afternoon prayer. Onberdi was sent forward with a few others to learn how things were. Feb. 12th, the distance between us and the Afghans being short, we did not make an early start. Onberdi came back at breakfast time. He had got the better of an Afghan and had cut his head off, but had dropped it on the road. He brought no news so sure as the heart asks Kunkel Tilidik. Midday come, we marched on, crossed the Sawad water, and dismounted near the afternoon prayer. At the bedtime prayer, we remounted and rode swiftly on. Feb. 13th, Rustem Turkman had been sent scouting. When the sun was spear-high, he brought word that the Afghans had heard about us and were shifting about, one body of them making off by the mountain road. On this, we moved the faster, sending raiders on ahead who killed a few, cut off their heads and brought a band of prisoners, some cattle and flocks. The Dilizak Afghans also cut off and brought in a few heads. Turning back, we dismounted near Katlang, and from there sent a guide to meet the baggage train under Khwaja Mirza and bring it to join us in Makam. Feb. 14th, marching on next day, we dismounted between Katlang and Makam. A man of Shah Mansur's arrived. Khusrau Kukaldash and a letter 1E25 the secretary were sent with a few more to meet the baggage train. Feb. 15th, on Wednesday the 14th of the month, the baggage train rejoined us while we were dismounting at Makam. It will have been within the previous 30 or 40 years that a heretic Qalandar named Shahbaz perverted a body of Yusufzai and another of Dilizak. His tomb was on a free and dominating height of the lower hill at the Bil, Tumshuk, of the Makam mountain. Thought I, what is there to recommend the tomb of a heretic Qalandar for a place in air so free? And ordered the tomb destroyed and leveled with the ground. The place was so charming and open that we elected to sit there some time and to eat a confection, Majan. Bābur crosses the Indus for the first time. We had turned off from Bābur with Bira in our thoughts. Ever since we came into Kabul, it had been in my mind to move on Hindustan, but this had not been done for a variety of reasons. Nothing to count had fallen into the soldiers' hands during the 3 or 4 months we had been leading this army. Now that Bira, the borderland of Hindustan, was so near, I thought a something might fall into our men's hands if, riding light, we went suddenly into it. To this thought I clung, but some of my well-wishers, after we had raided the Afghans and dismounted at Makam, set the matter in this way before me. If we are to go into Hindustan, it should be on a proper basis. One part of the army stayed behind in Kabul. A body of effective braves was left behind in Bābur. A good part of this army has gone into Lamgan because its horses were worn out, and the horses of those who have come this far are so poor that they have not a day's hard riding in them. Reasonable as these considerations were, yet having made the start, we paid no side note, fall. 222b. Attention to them, but set off next day for the ford through the water of Sind. Miram U letter 1E25 a D, the raftsman and his elder and younger brethren were sent with a few braves to examine the Sind River, Darya, above and below the ford. Feb. 16th, after starting off the camp for the river, I went to hunt rhinoceros on the Sawadi side, which place people call also Karkhana, rhino home. A few were discovered, but the jungle was dense and they did not come out of it. When one with a calf came into the open and betook itself to flight, many arrows were shot at it and it rushed into the near jungle. The jungle was fired, but that same rhino was not had. another calf was killed as it lay, scorched by the fire, writhing and palpitating. Each person took a share of the spoil. After leaving Sawati, we wandered about a good deal. It was the bedtime prayer when we got to camp. Those sent to examine the ford came back after doing it. Feb. 17th, next day, Thursday the 16th, the horses and baggage camels crossed through the ford, and the camp bazaar and foot soldiers were put over on rafts. Some Nilabis came and saw me at the ford head, GU letter 1E95 AR Bashi, bringing a horse in mail and 300 sharakis as an offering. At the midday prayer of this same day, when everyone had crossed the river, we marched on. We went on until one watch of the night had passed, circa 9 p.m., when we dismounted near the water of Qachakat. Feb. 18th, marching on next day, we crossed the Qachakat water. Noon returning, went through the Sangdaki Pass and dismounted. While Sayyid Qasim, Lord of the Gate, was in charge of the rear, Chagdawal, he overcame a few Gujars who had got up with the rear march, cut off and brought in 4 or 5 of their heads. Feb. 19th, marching thence at dawn and crossing the Suhan water, we dismounted at the midday prayer. Those behind kept coming in till midnight. The march had been mightily long, and, as many horses were weak and out of condition, a great number were left on the road. The Salt Range. 14 miles, 7 kas, north of Bira lies the mountain range written of in the Bābur-nāma and other books as the Qalat-i-ghilzai. I had not known why it was called this. I now knew. On it dwell 2 tribes, descendants from one parent source. One is called Jud, the other Janjuha. These 2 from of old have been the rulers and lawful commanders of the peoples and hordes, Aulis, of the range, and of the country between Bira and Nilab. Their rule is friendly and brotherly, however. They cannot take what their hearts might desire. The portion ancient custom has fixed is given and taken, no less and no more. The agreement is to give 1 sharaki for each yoke of oxen and 7 for headship in a household. There is also service in the army. The Jud and Janjuha both are divided into several clans. The Qalat-i-ghilzai runs for 14 miles along the Bira country, taking off from those Kashmir mountains that are one with Hindu Kush, and it draws out to the southwest as far as the foot of Dinkat on the Sindh River. On one half of it are the Jud, the Janjuha on the other. People call it Qalat-i-ghilzai through connecting it with the Jud tribe. The principal headman gets the title of Rai. Others, his younger brothers and sons, are styled Malik. The Janjuha headmen are maternal uncles of Langar Khan. The ruler of the people and horde near the Suhan water was named Malik Hast. The name originally was Asad, but as Hindustanis sometimes drop a vowel, e.g. they say Khabar for Khabar news, they had said Azd for Asad, and this went on to Hast. Langar Khan was sent off to Malik Hast at once when we dismounted. He galloped off, made Malik Hast hopeful of our favor and kindness, and at the bedtime prayer, returned with him. Malik Hast brought an offering of a horse in mail and waited on me. He may have been 22 or 23 years old. The various flocks and herds belonging to the country people were close round our camp. As it was always in my heart to possess Hindustan, and as these several countries, Bira, Kushab, Chinab, and Chiniot had once been held by the Turk, I pictured them as my own and was resolved to get them into my hands, whether peacefully or by force. For these reasons, it being imperative to treat these hillmen well, this following order was given. Do no hurt or harm to the flocks and herds of these people, nor even to their cotton ends and broken needles. J. The Qandahar Lake. Feb. 20th. Marching thence next day, we dismounted at the midday prayer amongst fields of densely growing corn in Qandahar. Qandahar is some 20 miles north of Bira, a level land shut in amongst the Jud Mountains. In the middle of it is a lake some 6 miles round, the ingatherings of rain from all sides. On the north of this lake lies an excellent meadow. On the hill skirt to the west of it, there is a spring having its source in the heights overlooking the lake. The place being suitable, I have made a garden there, called the Bagai Safa, as will be told later. It is a very charming place with good air. Feb. 21st, we rode from Qandahar at dawn next day. When we reached the top of the Hamtadu Pass, a few local people waited on me, bringing a humble gift. They were joined with Abdur Rara letter 1E25 the chief scribe, Shaghawal, and sent with him to speak the Bira people fair and say, "The possession of this country by a Turk has come down from of old. Beware not to bring ruin on its people by giving way to fear and anxiety. Our eye is on this land and on this people. raid and rapine shall not be. We dismounted near the foot of the pass at breakfast time, side note, fall, 224b, and then sent 7 or 8 men ahead, under Qaban of Chirk and Abdul Malik of Kh Wast. Of those sent one Mir Mu letter 1E25 a MM a D, a servant, of Mahdi Kh Waja brought in a man. A few Afghan headmen, who had come meantime with offerings and done obeisance, were joined with Langar Khan to go and speak the Bira people fair. After crossing the pass and getting out of the jungle, we arrayed in right and left and center, and moved forward for Bira. As we got near it, there came in, of the servants of Daulat Khan Yusuf Khail's son, Ali Khan, Siktu's son Diwa Hindu. With them came several of the notables of Bira who brought a horse and camel as an offering and did me obeisance. At the midday prayer, we dismounted on the east of Bira, on the bank of the Bahat, Jalem, in a sown field, without hurt or harm being allowed to touch the people of Bira. History of Bira. Timur Beg had gone into Hindustan, from the time he went out again these several countries viz. Bira, Kashab, Chinab and Chiniot had been held by his descendants and the dependents and adherents of those descendants. After the death of Sl. Mas'ud Mirza and his son Ali Asgar Mirza, the sons of Mir Ali Beg viz. Babu-i Daria Khan and Apak Khan, known later as Ghazi Khan, all of whom Sl. Mas'ud had cherished, through their dominant position, got possession of Kabul, Zabul and the aforenamed countries and parganas of Hindustan. In Sl. Abu Sa'id Mirza's time, Kabul and Zabul went from their hands, the Hindustan countries remaining. In 910 1504 AD. The year I first came into Kabul, the government of Bira, Kashab and Chinab depended on Sayyid Ali Khan, son of Ghazi Khan and grandson of Mir, Ali Beg, who read the Khu letter 1E6FB, a for Sikandar son of Bulul Ludi Afghan, and was subject to him. When I led that army out 910 Sayyid Ali Khan left Bira in terror, crossed the Bahat water, and seated himself in Shurkot, one of the villages of Bira. A few years later, the Afghans became suspicious about him on my account. He, giving way to his own fears and anxieties, made these countries over to the then governor in Lahore, Daulat Khan, son of Tatar Khan Yusuf Khail, who gave them to his own eldest son, Ali Khan, and in Ali Khan's possession they now were. Author's note on Sl. Mas'ud Mirza. He was the son of Sire Gatmish Mirza, son of Sharak Mirza, son of Timur, and was known as Sl. Mas'ud Kabuli because the government and administration of Kabul and Zabul were then dependent on him, deposed 843 1440 AD. Author's note to 910 That year, with the wish to enter Hindustan, Khybar had been crossed and Peshawar, Sikh, had been reached, when Baki Chaganiani insisted on a move against Lower Bangesh i.e. Kohat. A mass of Afghans were raided and scraped clean, Kirib, the Banu plain was raided and plundered, and return was made through Duki. Author's note on Daulat Khan Yusuf Khail. This Tatar Khan, the father of Daulat Khan, was one of 6 or 7 Sardars who, sallying out and becoming dominant in Hindustan, made Bulul Padshah. He held the country north of the Satluj, Sikh and Sarind, the revenues of which exceeded 3 crores. On Tatar Khan's death, Sl. Sikandar Ludi, as overlord, took those countries from Tatar Khan's sons and gave Lahore only to Daulat Khan. That happened a year or two before I came into the country of Kabul, 910 Babur's journey resumed. Feb. 22nd, next morning foragers were sent to several convenient places. On the same day I visited Bira. And on the same day Sangar Khan Janjuha came, made offering of a horse, and did me obeisance. Feb. 23rd, on Wednesday the 22nd of the month, the headmen and showaris of Bira were summoned. A sum of 400,000 sharakis was agreed on as the price of peace, Malayaman, and collectors were appointed. We also made an excursion, going in a boat and there eating a confection. Feb. 24th, letter 1E25 a the standard-bearer had been sent to the Bailuches located in Bira and Kashab. On Thursday morning, they made an offering of an almond-colored tipachak, and did obeisance. As it was represented to me that some of the soldiery were behaving without sense and were laying hands on Bira people, persons were sent who caused some of those senseless people to meet their death doom. Of others slit the noses, and so led them round the camp. Feb. 25th, on Friday came a dutiful letter from the Kushabis. On this Shah Shuja, Argun's son Shah Ḥusain Mirza was appointed to go to Kushab. Feb. 26th. On Saturday the 25th of the month, Shah Ḥusain Mirza was started for Kushab. Feb. 27th. On Sunday so much rain fell that water covered all the plain. A small brackish stream flowing between Bira and the gardens in which the army lay had become like a great river before the midday prayer. While at the ford near Bira there was no footing for more than an arrow's flight. People crossing had to swim. In the afternoon, I rode out to watch the water coming down Kirkinsu. The rain and storm were such that on the way back there was some fear about getting into camp. I crossed that same water Kirkinsu with my horse swimming. The army people were much alarmed. Most of them abandoned tents and heavy baggage, shouldered armor, horsemail and arms, made their horses swim and crossed bareback. Most streams flooded the plain. Feb. 28th. Next day boats were brought from the river Jhelum, and in these most of the army brought their tents and baggage over. Towards midday, Quij Beg's men went 2 miles up the water and there found a ford by which the rest crossed. March 1st, after a night spent in Bira Fort, Jehannuma they call it, we marched early on the Tuesday morning out of the worry of the rain flood to the higher ground north of Bira. As there was some delay about the monies asked for and agreed to tackable, the country was divided into 4 districts, and the Begs were ordered to try to make an end of the matter. Khalifa was appointed to one district, Quij Beg to another, Nasir's Dus to another, Sayyid Qasim and Mu letter 125 Ibbi Ali to another. Picturing as our own the countries once occupied by the Turk, there was to be no overrunning or plundering. Envoys sent to the court in Delhi. March 3rd, people were always saying, it could do no harm to send an envoy, for peace sake, to countries that once depended on the Turk. Accordingly, on Thursday, the 1st of Rabi al-Awwal, Mullah Murshid was appointed to go to Sl. Ibrahim, who through the death of his father Sl. Iskandar had attained to rule in Hindustan some 5 or 6 months earlier. I sent him a goshawk, Karcha, and asked for the countries which from of old had depended on the Turk. Mullah Murshid was given charge of writings, KH a letter 1E6FT symbol 324 LR for Daulat Khan Yusuf Kyle and writings for Sl. Ibrahim. Matters were sent also by word of mouth and he was given leave to go. Far from sense and wisdom, shut off from judgment and counsel must people in Hindustan be, the Afghans above all, for they could not move and make stand like a foe, nor did they know ways and rules of friendliness. Daulat Khan kept my man several days in Lahore without seeing him himself or speeding him on to Sl. Ibrahim, and he came back to Kabul a few months later without bringing a reply. Birth of Hind-al. March 4th, on Friday the 2nd of the month, the foot soldiers Shaybak and Darwish-i Ali, he is now a matchlockman, bringing dutiful letters from Kabul, brought news also of Hind-al's birth. As the news came during the expedition into Hindustan, I took it as an omen, and gave the name Hind-al taking of Hind. Dutiful letters came also from Mu letter 1E25 AMM Zam and M in bulk, by the hand of Q a letter 1E43B a Arbeg. March 5th, next morning when the court rose, we rode out for an excursion, entered a boat and there drank arak. The people of the party were KH Wajadost Kawand, Khusrau, Miram, Mirzaquili, Mu letter 1E25 a MM Adi, a letter 1E25 M Adi, Gadai, Naman, Langar Khan, Radam, Qasimai Ali the opium eater Tariyaki, Yusufai Ali and Tingriquili. Towards the head of the boat there was a taller on the flat top of which I sat with a few people, a few others sitting below. There was a sitting place also at the tail of the boat. There Mu letter 1E25 a MM Adi, Gadai and Naman sat. Arak was drunk till the other prayer when, disgusted by its bad flavor, by consent of those at the head of the boat, Majan was preferred. Those at the other end, knowing nothing about our Majan, drank arak right through. At the bedtime prayer, we rode from the boat and got into camp late. Thinking I had been drinking, arak Mu letter 1E25, a MM, a DI and Gadai had said to one another, "Let's do befitting service," lifted a pitcher of arak up to one another in turn on their horses, and came in saying with wonderful joviality and heartiness and speaking together, "Through this dark night have we come carrying this pitcher in turns." Later on, when they knew that the party was now meant to be otherwise, and the hilarity to differ, that is to say, that of the Majan band and that of the drinkers, they were much disturbed because never does a Majan party go well with a drinking party. Said I, "Don't upset the party. Let those who wish to drink arak, drink arak. Let those who wish to eat majan, eat majan. Let no one on either side make talk or allusion to the other. Some drank arak, some ate majan, and for a time the party went on quite politely. Baba Jan, the kabas player, had not been of our party in the boat. We invited him when we reached the tents. He asked to drink arak. We invited Tardi Mu letter 1E25, a a D Kibchak also, and made him a comrade of the drinkers. A majan party never goes well with an arak or a wine party. The drinkers began to make wild talk and chatter from all sides, mostly in allusion to majan and majanis. Baba Jan, even when drunk, said many wild things. The drinkers soon made Tardi Khan mad drunk by giving him one full bowl after another. Try as we did to keep things straight, nothing went well. There was much disgusting uproar. The party became intolerable and was broken up. March 7th, on Monday the 5th of the month, the country of Bira was given to Hindu Beg. March 8th, on Tuesday the Chinab country was bestowed on letter 1E25 USAIN Akrak, and leave was given to him and the Chinab people to set out. At this time Sayyid Ali Khan's son Minachihar Khan, having let us know his intention, came and waited on me. He had started from Hindustan by the upper road, had met in with Tatar Khan Kakar. Tatar Khan had not let him pass on, but had kept him, made him a son-in-law by giving him his own daughter, and had detained him for some time. Oh, the Kakars! In amongst the mountains of Nilab and Bira which connect with those of Kashmir, there are, besides the Jud and Janjuha tribes, many Jats, Gujars, and others akin to them, seated in villages everywhere on every rising ground. These are governed by headmen of the Kakar tribes, a headship like that over the Jud and Janjuha. At this time, 925 AH. The headmen of the people of those hill skirts were Tatar Kakar and Hadi Kakar, two descendants of one forefather, being paternal uncle's sons. Torrent beds and ravines are their strongholds. Tatar's place, named Parhala, is a good deal below the snow mountains. Hadi's country connects with the mountains, and also he had made Babu Khan's fief Kalanjar look towards himself. Tatar side note, Fall 228b. Kakar had seen Daulat Khan Yusuf Kyle and looked to him with complete obedience. Hadi had not seen Daulat Khan. His attitude towards him was bad and turbulent. At the word of the Hindustan begs and in agreement with them, Tatar had so posted himself as to blockade Hadi from a distance. Just when we were in Bira, Hadi moved on pretext of hunting, fell unexpectedly on Tatar, killed him, and took his country, his wives and his having Bolgani. P. Babur's journey resumed. Having ridden out at the midday prayer for an excursion, we got on a boat and Arak was drunk. The people of the party were Dust Beg, Mirzaquali, a letter 1E25 M a D I Gadai, Mu letter 1E25 a D Ali Jangjang, Asaz, and Oanberdi Mughal. The musicians were Rau letter 1E25 Dam, Baba Jan, Kasimai Ali, Yusufai Ali, Tingriquali, Abul Qasim, M letter 1E93 a N Luli. We drank in the boat till the bedtime prayer. Then getting off it, full of drink, we mounted, took torches in our hands and went to camp from the river's bank, leaning over from our horses on this side, leaning over from that at one loose rein gallop. Very drunk I must have been, for when they told me next day that we had galloped loose rein into camp, carrying torches, I could not recall it in the very least. After reaching my quarters, I vomited a good deal. March 11th, on Friday we rode out on an excursion, crossed the water, Jalem, by boat, and went about amongst the orchards Baghat of blossoming trees and the lands of the sugar cultivation. We saw the wheel with buckets, had water drawn, and asked particulars about getting it out. Indeed, we made them draw it again and again. During this excursion, a confection was preferred. In returning, we went on board a boat. A confection, majan, was given also to Minachihar Khan, such a one that, to keep him standing, two people had to give him their arms. For a time the boat remained at anchor in midstream. We then went downstream. After a while had it drawn upstream again, slept in it that night, and went back to camp near dawn. March 12th, on Saturday the 10th of the first Rabbi, the sun entered the Ram. Today we rode out before midday and got into a boat where Arak was drunk. The people of the party were Khwaja Daskawend, Dost Beg, Miram, Mirzaquali, Mu letter 1E25 a Di, a letter 1E25 M a Di, Unizai Ali, Mu letter 1E25. Ali Jangjang, Gadai Taghai, Mir Kurd, and Asaz. The musicians were Rau letter 1E25 D a M, Baba Jan, Qasim, Yusufai Ali, Tingriquili and R.A.M. letter 193 a.n. We got into a branchwater, Shakayab. For some time went downstream, landed a good deal below Bira and on its opposite bank, and went late into camp. This same day, Shah letter 125 a.n. returned from Kushab, whither he had been sent as envoy to demand the countries which from of old had depended on the Turk. He had settled peaceably with them, and had in his hands a part of the money assessed on them. The heats were near at hand. To reinforce Hindu Beg and Bira were appointed Shah Mu letter 125 a D keeper of the seal, and his younger brother Dost Beg keeper of the seal, together with several suitable braves. An accepted yarasha, stipend was fixed and settled in accordance with each man's position. Kushab was bestowed, with a standard, on Langar Khan, the prime cause and mover of this expedition. We settled also that he was to help Hindu Beg. We appointed also to help Hindu Beg, the Turk and local soldiery of Bira, increasing the allowances and pay of both. Amongst them was the aforenamed Minichihar Khan, whose name has been mentioned. There was also N.A. letter 195 A.R.I. Ali Turk, one of Minichihar Khan's relations. There were also Sangar Khan Janjuha and Malik Hast Janjuha. P.P. Return for Kabul. March 13th, having settled the country in every way making for hope of peace, we marched for Kabul from Bira on Sunday the 11th of the first Rabi. We dismounted in Qandahar. That day, too, it rained amazingly. People with rain cloaks were in the same case as those who had none. The rear of the camp kept coming in till the bedtime prayer. Q. Action taken against Hadi Kakar. March 14th, people acquainted with the honor and glory abutab of this land and government, especially the Janjuhas, old foes of these Kakars, represented. Hadi is the bad man roundabout. He it is robs on the roads. He it is brings men to ruin. He ought either to be driven out from these parts, or to be severely punished. Agreeing with this, we left Khwaja Mirai Murin and Nasir's Mirim next day with the camp, parting from them at big breakfast, and moved on Hadi Kakar. As has been said, he had killed Tatar a few days earlier, and having taken possession of Parhala, was in it now. Dismounting at the other prayer, we gave the horses corn. At the bedtime prayer we rode on again, our guide being a Gujar servant of Malik Hast, named Saryupa. We rode the night through and dismounted at dawn, when Beg Mu letter 125 a D Mughal was sent back to the camp, and we remounted when it was growing light. At breakfast time, 9 a.m., we put our mail on and moved forward faster. The blackness of Parhala showed itself from 2 miles off. The gallop was then allowed, Chapquin Quialdi. The right went east of Parhala, Quij Beg, who was also of the right, following as its reserve. The men of the left and center went straight for the fort, Dost Beg being their rear reserve. Parhala stands amongst ravines. It has 2 roads. One, by which we came, leads to it from the southeast, goes along the top of ravines, and on either hand has hollows worn out by the torrents. A mile from Parhala, this road, in 4 or 5 places before it reaches the gate, becomes a one-man road with a ravine falling from its either side. Therefore more than an arrow's flight men must ride in single file. The other road comes from the northwest. It gets up to Parhala by the trough of a valley, and it also is a one-man road. There is no other road on any side. Parhala, though without breastwork or battlement, has no assailable place, its sides shooting perpendicularly. Side note, fall, 230 b. Down for 7, 8, 10 yards. When the van of our left, having passed the narrow place, went in a body to the gate, Hadi, with whom were 30 to 40 men in armor, their horses in mail, and a mass of foot soldiers, forced his assailants to retire. Dost Beg led his reserve forward, made a strong attack, dismounted a number of Hadi's men, and beat him. All the country round, Hadi was celebrated for his daring, but try as he did, he could effect nothing. He took to flight. He could not make a stand in those narrow places. He could not make the fort fast when he got back into it. His assailants went in just behind him and ran on through the ravine and narrows of the northwest side of the fort, but he rode light and made his flight good. Here again, Dost Beg did very well, and recompense was added to renown. Meantime I had gone into the fort and dismounted at Tatar Kakar's dwelling. Several men had joined in the attack for whom to stay with me had been arranged. Amongst them were Amani Emulator 1E25 Mmd, Tarkan Argkun, and Karacha. For this fault, they were sent to meet the camp, without Saryupa, into the wilds and open country with Saryupa for their guide, the Gujar mentioned already. March 16th, Next day we went out by the northwest ravine and dismounted in a sown field. A few serviceable braves under Wali, the treasurer, were sent out to meet the camp. March 17th, marching on Thursday the 15th, we dismounted at Andaraba on the Suhan, a fort said to have depended from of old on ancestors of Malik Hast. Hadi Kakar had killed Malik Hast's father and destroyed the fort. There it now lay in ruins. At the bedtime prayer of this same day, those left at Qandahar with the camp rejoined us. Our submissions to Babur. It must have been after Hadi overcame Tatar that he started his kinsman Parbet to me with tribute and an accoutered horse. Parbet did not light upon us, but, meeting in with the camp we had left behind, came on in the company of the train. With it came also Langar Khan up from Bira on matters of business. His affairs were put right, and he, together with several local people, was allowed to leave. March 18th, marching on and crossing the Suhan water, we dismounted on the rising ground. Here Hadi's kinsman, Parbet, was robed in an honorary dress Qilat, given letters of encouragement for Hadi, and dispatched with a servant of Mu letter 125 a D Ali Jangjang. Nilab and the Karluk Himalayan. Hazara had been given to Humayun Eat. 12. Some of his servants under Baba Dust and Halahil came now for their darogaship. March 19th, marching early next morning, we dismounted after riding 2 miles, went to view the camp from a height and ordered that the camp camels should be counted. It came out at 570. Side note, fall, 231b. We had heard of the qualities of the a letter 1e43 bhl plant. We saw it on this ground. Along this hill skirt it grows sparsely, a plant here, a plant there. It grows abundantly and to a large size further along the skirt hills of Hindustan. It will be described when an account is given of the animals and plants of Hindustan. March 20th, marching from that camp at beat of drum, i.e. 1 hour before day, we dismounted at breakfast time, 9 a.m., below the Sangdaki Pass, at midday marched on, crossed the pass, crossed the torrent, and dismounted on the rising ground. March 21st, marching thence at midnight, we made an excursion to the ford we had crossed when on our way to Bira. A great raft of grain had stuck in the mud of that same ford, and do what its owners would, could not be made to move. The corn was seized and shared out to those with us. Timely indeed was that corn. Near noon we were a little below the meeting of the waters of Kabul and Sind, rather above Old Nilab. We dismounted there between 2 waters. From Nilab, 6 boats were brought, and were apportioned to the right, left, and center, who busied themselves energetically in crossing the river Indus. We got there on a Monday. They kept on crossing the water through the night preceding Tuesday, March 22nd, through Tuesday and up to Wednesday, March 23rd, and on Thursday, 24th, also a few crossed. Hadal's kinsman Parbet, he who from Andaraba was sent to side note, fall, 232. Hadi with a servant of Mu letter 1e25. Ali Jangjang came to the bank of the river with Hadi's offering of an accoutered horse. Nilabis also came, brought an accoutered horse and did obeisance. As various postings. Mu letter 1e25 a D. Ali Jangjang had wished to stay in Bira, but Bira being bestowed on Hindu Beg, he was given the countries between it and the Sind River, such as the Karluk Hazara, Hadi, Giyaswal and Kidib. Where one is who submits like a ra'iyat, so treat him, but him who submits not, strike, strip, crush and force to obey. He also received a special headwear in black velvet, a special kilmak corselet, and a standard. When Hadi's kinsman was given leave to go, he took for Hadi a sword and head-to-foot bashayak, with a royal letter of encouragement. March 24th, on Thursday at sunrise we marched from the river's bank. That day confection was eaten. While under its influence, wonderful fields of flowers were enjoyed. In some places, sheets of yellow flowers bloomed in plots. In others, sheets of red argwani flowers in plots. In some, red and yellow bloomed together. We sat on a mound near the camp to enjoy the sight. There were flowers on all sides of the mound, yellow here, red there, as if arranged regularly to form a sextuple. On 2 sides there were fewer flowers, but as far as the eye reached, flowers were in bloom. In spring near Peshawar, the fields of flowers are very beautiful indeed. March 25th, we marched from that ground at dawn. At one place on the road, a tiger came out and roared. On hearing it, the horses willy-nilly flung off in terror, carrying their riders in all directions and dashing into ravines and hollows. The tiger went again into the jungle. To bring it out, we ordered a buffalo brought and put on the edge of the jungle. The tiger again came out roaring. Arrows were shot at it from all sides. I shot with the rest. Kalwi var. Kalwa, a foot soldier, pricked it with a spear. It bit the spear and broke off the spearhead. After tasting of those arrows, it went into the bushes Buta and stayed there. Baba, the waiting man, went with drawn sword close up to it. It sprang, he chopped at its head. Ali Sistani chopped at its loins. It plunged into the river and was killed right in the water. It was got out and ordered to be skinned. March 26th, marching on next day, we reached Baigram and went to see Gur Khatri. This is a smallish abode, after the fashion of a hermitage, Samaat, rather confined and dark. After entering at the door and going down a few steps, one must lie full length to get beyond. There is no getting in without a lamp. All round near the building there is let lie an enormous quantity of hair of the head and beard which men have shaved off there. There are a great many retreats, letter 1025 UJR and near Gur Khatri like those of a rest house or a college. In the year we came into Kabul, 910 Ah. And over in Kohat, Banu and the plain, we made an excursion to Baigram, saw its great tree and were consumed with regret at not seeing Gur Khatri, but it does not seem a place to regret not seeing. On this same day, an excellent hawk of mine went astray out of Sheikhim, the head falconer's charge. It had taken many cranes and storks, and had molted, chalab, 2 or 3 times. So many things did it take that it made a fowler of a person so little keen as I. At this place were bestowed 100 miskals of silver, clothing, tunluck, 3 bullocks and 1 buffalo, out of the offerings of Hindustan, on each of 6 persons, the chiefs of the Dilizak Afghans under Malik Bu Khan and Malik Musa. To others, in their degree, were given money, pieces of cloth, a bullock and a buffalo. March 27th, when we dismounted at Ali Masjid, a Dilizak Afghan of the Yak-Ub Kyle, named Ma'ruf, brought an offering of 10 sheep, 2 ass-loads of rice and 8 large cheeses. March 28th, marching on from Ali Masjid, we dismounted at Yadabur. From Yadabur, Jewi-Shahai was reached by the midday prayer, and we there dismounted. Today Dust Beg was attacked by burning fever. March 29th, marching from Jewi-Shahai at dawn, we ate our midday meal in the Bagai Wafa. At the midday prayer, we betook ourselves out of the garden. Close to the evening prayer, forded the Siab at Gandamak, satisfied our horses' hunger in a field of green corn, and rode on in a gari or 2, 2448 mins. After crossing the Sirkab, we dismounted at Kark and took sidenote Fall, 233b, asleep. March 30th, riding before shoot of day from Kark, I went with 5 or 6 others by the road taking off for Karatu in order to enjoy the sight of a garden there made. Khalifa and Shah letter 1025 a S a Nbeg, and the rest went by the other road to await me at Quruxai. When we reached Karatu, Shah Beg Argun's commissary, Tawachi, Kizil Rufus, brought word that Shah Beg had taken Kahan, plundered it, and retired. An order had been given that no one soever should take news of us ahead. We reached Kabul at the midday prayer, no person in it knowing about us till we got to Quitluk Kadam's bridge. As Humayun and Cameron heard about us only after that, there was not time to put them on horseback. They made their pages carry them, came, and did obeisance between the gates of the town and the citadel. At the other prayer there waited on me Qasim Beg, the town Q a letter 1093I, the retainers left in Kabul, and the notables of the place. April 2nd, at the other prayer of Friday, the first of the second rabbi, there was a wine party at which a special head-to-foot bashayak was bestowed on Shah letter 1025 a S a N. April 3rd, at dawn on Saturday we went on board a boat and took our morning. Nur Beg, the not obedient Taib, played the lute at this gathering. At the midday prayer, we left the boat to visit the garden made between Kulkina and the mountain, Shawai Kabul. At the evening prayer, we went to the Violet Garden, where there was drinking again. From Kulkina, I got in by the rampart and went into the citadel. Udust Beg's death. April 6th, on the night of Tuesday, the 5th of the month, Dost Beg, who on the road had had fever, went to God's mercy. Sidenote, Fall, 234. Sad and grieved enough we were. His bier and corpse were carried to Ghazni, where they laid him in front of the gate of the Sul letter 1E6F, a N.S. Garden Raza. Dust Beg had been a very good brave, Yikit, and he was still rising in rank as a beg. Before he was made a beg, he did excellent things several times as one of the household. One time was at Raba letter 1E6Fi Zorak, one ye catch from Andijan when SL. A letter 1E25M a D attacked me at night, 908 Ah. I, with 10 to 15 men, by making a stand, had forced his gallopers back. When we reached his center, he made a stand with as many as 100 men. There were then 3 men with me, i.e. there were 4 counting myself. Nasir's Dust, i.e. Dust Beg, was one of the 3. Another was Mirza Quli Kukuldash. Karim Dad Turkman was the other. I was just in my jiba. A letter 1E43 Bal and another were standing like gate wards in front of his array. I came face to face with a letter 1E43 Bal, shot an arrow striking his helm, shot another aiming at the attachment of his shield. They shot one through my leg Butum. A letter 1E43 Bal chopped at my head. It was wonderful. The cap of my helm was on my head, not a thread of it was cut, but on the head itself was a very bad wound. Of other help came none, no one was left with me. Of necessity I brought myself to gallop back. Dust Beg had been a little in my rear. A letter 1E43 Bal on leaving me alone, chopped at him. Again, when we were getting out of Axi 908 Ah. Dust Beg chopped away at Baki letter 1E25 Iz, who, although people called him letter 1E25 Iz, was a mighty master of the sword. Dust Beg was one of the 8 left with me after we were out of Axi. He was the 3rd they unhorsed. Again, after he had become a beg, when Sianjuk Khan Ozbeg, arriving with the Ozbeg Sul letter 1E6F a NS before Tashkent, besieged a letter 1E25M a Di Qasim in it, Dust Beg passed through them and entered the town. During the siege he risked his honored life splendidly, but a letter 1E25M a Di Qasim, without a word to this honored man, flung out of the town and got away. Dust Beg for his own part got the better of the Khan, and Sul letter 1E6F a NS, and made his way well out of Tashkent. Later on, when Sharam Taghai, Mazid and their adherents were in rebellion, he came swiftly up from Ghazni with 200 or 300 men, met 300 or 400 effective braves sent out by those same Mughuls to meet him, unhorsed a mass of them near Sharukin, cut off, and brought in a number of heads. Again, his men were first over the ramparts at the fort of Bābur, 925 Ah. At Parhala again, he advanced, beat Hadi, put him to flight, and won Parhala. After Dust Beg's death, I bestowed his district on his younger brother Nasir's Miram. Various incidents. April 9th, on Friday the 8th of the second Rabbi, the walled town was left for the Charbagh. April 13th, on Tuesday the 12th, there arrived in Kabul the honored Sul letter 1E6F a Nim Bijim SL. Letter 1E25 Usain Mirza's eldest daughter, the mother of Mu letter 1E25 a a DSUL letter 1E6F a N Mirza. During those throneless times, she had settled down in Khwarism where Yilipar's Sul letter 1E6F a N's younger brother Asinquili SL took her daughter. The Bagai Kilwat was assigned her for her seat. When she had settled down and I went to see her in that garden, out of respect and courtesy to her, she being as my honored elder sister, I bent the knee. She also bent the knee. We both advancing, saw one another midway. We always observed the same ceremony afterwards. April 18th, on Sunday the 17th, that traitor to his salt, Baba Sheikh was released from his long imprisonment, forgiven his offenses and given an honorary dress. Visit to the Kodaman. April 20th, on Tuesday the 19th of the month, we rode out at the return of noon for Khwaja Sayaran. This day I was fasting. All astonished, Yunusai Ali and the rest said, "A Tuesday, a journey, and a fast, this is amazing." At Baizadi we dismounted at the Q a letter 1E93 IS house. In the evening when a stir was made for a social gathering, the Q a letter 1E93 I set this before me. In my house such things never are. It is for the honored Pacha to command. For his heart's content, drink was left out, though all the material for a party was ready. April 21st, on Wednesday we went to Khwaja Sayaran. April 22nd, on Thursday the 22nd of the month, we had a large round seat made in the garden under construction on the mountain naze. April 23rd, on Friday we got on a raft from the bridge. On our coming opposite the Fowlers' houses, they brought a dang side note, fall, 235B. Or ding, they had caught. I had never seen one before. It is an odd-looking bird. It will come into the account of the birds of Hindustan. April 24th, on Saturday the 23rd of the month, cuttings were planted, partly of plane, partly of tal, above the round seat. At the midday prayer, there was a wine party at the place. April 25th, at dawn we took our morning on the new seat. At noon, we mounted and started for Kabul, reached Khwaja letter 125 a.s.a.n. quite drunk and slept a while, rode on and by midnight got to the Charbagh. At Khwaja letter 125 a.s.a.n., Abdullah, in his drunkenness, threw himself into water just as he was in his tun afraghi. He was frozen with cold and could not go on with us when we mounted after a little of the night had passed. He stayed on Quitluk Khwaja's estate that night. Next day, awakened to his past intemperance, he came on repentant. Said I, "At once, will this sort of repentance answer or not? Would to God you would repent now at once in such a way that you would drink nowhere except at my parties." He agreed to this and kept the rule for a few months, but could not keep it longer. Ex-Hindu Beg abandons Bira. April 26th, on Monday the 25th came Hindu Beg. There having been hope of peace, he had been left in those countries with somewhat scant support. No sooner was our back turned than a mass of Hindustanis and Afghans gathered, disregarded us, and, not listening to our words, moved against Hindu Beg in Bira. The local peoples also went over to the Afghans. Hindu Beg could make no stand in Bira, came to Kashab, came through the Dinkat country, came to Nilab, came on to Kabul. Siktu's son Diwa Hindu and another Hindu had been brought prisoner from Bira. Each now giving a considerable ransom, they were released. Horses and head-to-foot dresses having been given them, leave to go was granted. April 30th, on Friday the 29th of the month, burning fever appeared in my body. I got myself let blood. I had fever with sometimes 2, sometimes 3 days between the attacks. In no attack did it cease till there had been sweat after sweat. After 10 or 12 days of illness, Mullah Khwaja gave me narcissus mixed with wine. I drank it once or twice. Even that did no good. May 15th, on Sunday the 15th of the 1st Jumada Khwaja, MU letter 125, a D, Ali came from Khwast, bringing a saddled horse as an offering and also Tassaduk money. MU letter 125. Sharif the astrologer and the Mirzadas of Khwast came with him and waited on me. May 16th, next day, Monday, Mullah Kabir came from Kashgar. He had gone round by Kashgar on his way from Andajan to Kabul. May 23rd, on Monday the 23rd of the month, Malik Shah Mansur Yusufzai arrived from Sawad with 6 or 7 Yusufzai chiefs, and did obeisance. May 31st, on Monday the 1st of the 2nd Jumada, the chiefs of the Yusufzai Afghans led by Malik Shah Mansur were dressed in robes of honor Qalat. To Malik Shah Mansur was given a long silk coat and an undercoat, jiba with its buttons. To one of the other chiefs was given a coat with silk sleeves, and to 6 others silk coats. To all leave to go was granted. Agreement was made with them that they were not to reckon, as in the country of Sawad, what was above Abuha. That they should make all the peasants belonging to it go out from amongst themselves, and also that the Afghan cultivators of Bajor and Sawad should cast into the revenue 6,000 assloads of rice. June 2nd, on Wednesday the 3rd, I drank jalab. June 5th, on Saturday the 6th, I drank a working draft, daruaikar. June 7th, on Monday the 8th, arrived the wedding gift for the marriage of Qasim Beg's youngest son, letter 125, a MZ, with Khalifa's eldest daughter. It was of 1,000 sharaki. They offered also a saddled horse. June 8th, on Tuesday, Shah Beg's Shah letter 125, a N, asked for permission to go away for a wine party. He carried off to his house Khwaja MU letter 125. Ali and some of the household begs. In my presence were Unizai Ali and Gadai Taghai. I was still abstaining from wine. Said I, "Not at all in this way is it, Hech Andek Bulmaidur, that I will sit sober and the party drink wine, I stay sane, full of water, and that set bulek of people get drunk. Come you and drink in my presence. I will amuse myself a little by watching what intercourse between the sober and the drunk is like." The party was held in a smallish tent in which I sometimes sat, in the plane tree garden southeast of the picture hall. Later on, Gia's the house buffoon, Kitty, arrived. Several times for fun he was ordered kept out, but at last he made a great disturbance and his buffooneries found him a way in. We invited Tardi Mu letter 1225 a a D Kibchak also and Mullah Kid Abdar, librarian. The following quatrain, written impromptu, was sent to Shah letter 1225 a S a N, and those gathered in his side note fall. 237. House. In your beautiful flower bed of banqueting friends, our fashion it is not to be. If there be ease, letter 1225 uzur, in that gathering of yours, thank God. There is here no unease. It was sent by Ibrahim Chura. Between the two prayers i.e., afternoon, the party broke up drunk. I used to go about in a litter while I was ill. The wine mixture was drunk on several of the earlier days. Then, as it did no good, I left it off. But I drank it again at the end of my convalescence, at a party had under an apple tree on the southwest side of the Taller Garden. June 11th, on Friday the 12th, came a letter 1225 a D Beg and SL. Mu letter 1225 a D Duldai, who had been left to help in Bajor. June 16th, on Wednesday the 17th of the month, Tingri Birdie and other braves gave a party in letter 1225 a ID a R Taki's garden. I also went and there drank. We rose from it at the bedtime prayer when a move was made to the great tent where again there was drinking. June 23rd. On Thursday the 25th of the month, Mullah M, a letter 1225 MUD, was appointed to read extracts from the Koran in my presence. June 28th, on Tuesday the last day of the month, a Bull Muslim Qandahar arrived as envoy from Shah Shuja, Argun bringing a tipachak. After bargain made about swimming the reservoir in the plane tree garden, Yusuf-I Ali the stirrup holder swam round it today 100 times and received a gift of a head-to-foot dress, a saddled horse, and some money. July 6th, on Wednesday the 8th of Rajab, I went to Shah letter 1225 a S a NS house and drank there. Most of the household and of the begs were present. July 9th, on Saturday the 11th, there was drinking on the terrace roof of the pigeon house between the afternoon and evening prayers. Rather late, a few horsemen were observed, going from Di Afghan towards the town. It was made out to be Darwish Imu letter 1225 Mmadi Sarban, on his way to me as the envoy of Mirza Khan Wise. We shouted to him from the roof, "Drop the envoy's forms and ceremonies. Come without formality." He came and sat down in the company. He was then obedient and did not drink. Drinking went on till the end of the evening. Next day he came into the court session with due form and ceremony and presented Mirza Khan's gifts. Why various incidents? Last year, with 100 efforts, much promise and threats, we had got the clans to march into Kabul from the other side of Hindu Kush. Kabul is a confined country, not easily giving summer and winter quarters to the various flocks and herds of the Turks and Mughal clans. If the dwellers in the wilds follow their own hearts, they do not wish for Kabul. They now waited Kidmat Kilib on Qasim Beg and made him their mediator with me for permission to recross to that other side. He tried very hard, so in the end, they were allowed to cross over to the Qandahar and Baglan side. Letter 1225 a F I letter 1295 the newswriter's elder brother had come from Samarkand. When I now gave him leave to return, I sent my diwan by him to Puled Sul letter 126F a N. On the back of it I wrote the following side note. Fall, 238. Verse. O breeze, if thou enter that cypress chamber, letter 1225 a RIM, remind her of me, my heart reft by absence, she yearns not for Babur. He fosters a hope that her heart of steel God one day may melt. July 15th, on Friday the 17th of the month, Sheikh Mazid Qandahar waited on me from Mu letter 1225 AMMADI Zaman Mirza, bringing Tasaduk tribute and a horse. Today Shah Beg's envoy Abul Muslim Qandahar was robed in an honorary dress and given leave to go. Today also leave was given for their own districts of Khwast and Andarab to Khwaja Mu letter 1225 a a D, Ali and Tingri Birdie. July 21st, on Thursday the 23rd came Mu letter 1225. Ali Jangjang, who had been left in charge of the countries near Kachakot and the Karluk. With him came one of Hadi's people and Mirzai Malawai Karluk's son, Shah letter 1225 a S a N. Today Mullah, Ali Jan waited on me, returned from fetching his wife from Samarkand. Zidi, Abda Rara letter 1225 MN, Afghans and Rustam Maiden. July 27th, the Abda Rara letter 1225 MN Afghans on the Gurdiz border were satisfactory neither in their tribute nor their behavior. they were hurtful also to the caravans which came and went. On Wednesday, the 29th of Rajab, we rode out to overrun them. We dismounted and ate food near Tangaiwakshan and rode on again at the midday prayer. In the night, we lost the road and got much bewildered in the ups and downs of the land to the southeast of Padakkayabai-Shakna. After a time, we lit on A road and by it crossed the Chashmai-Ura Pass. July 28th, at the first prayer FAR letter 193 whacked, we got out from the valley bottom adjacent to the level land, and the raid was allowed. One detachment galloped towards the Karmash mountain, southeast of Girdiz, the left hand of the center led by Khusrau, Mirza Quli and Sayyid Ali in their rear. Most of the army galloped up the dale to the east of Girdiz, having in their rear men under Sayyid Qasim Lord of the Gate, Mir Shah Quachin, Kayam, Audusha Beg. Hindu Beg, Quitluk Kadam and letter 1E25 USAIN. Most of the army having gone up the dale, I followed at some distance. The dale's men must have been a good way up. Those who went after them wore their horses out, and nothing to make up for this fell into their hands. Some Afghans on foot, some 40 or 50 of them, having appeared on the plain, the rear reserve went towards them. A courier was sent to me and I hastened on at once. Before I got up with them, letter 1E25 USAIN letter 1E25 ASAN, all alone, foolishly and thoughtlessly, put his horse at those Afghans, got in amongst them and began to lay on with his sword. They shot his horse, thus made him fall, slashed at him as he was getting up, flung him down, knifed him from all sides and cut him to pieces, while the other braves looked on, standing still and reaching him no helping hand. On hearing news of it, I hurried still faster forward, and sent some of the household and braves galloping loose rein ahead under Gadai Taghai, Piandoi Emu letter 1E25 Mmd Kiplin, a bull letter 1E25 SN the armorer and Mumin Ataka. Mumin Ataka was the first of them to bring an Afghan down. He speared one, cut off his head and brought it in. A bull letter 1E25 SN the armorer, without mail as he was, went admirably forward, stopped in front of the Afghans, laid his horse at them, chopped at one, got him down, cut off and brought in his head. Known though both were for brave-like deeds done earlier, their action in this affair added to their fame. Every one of those 40 or 50 Afghans, falling to the arrow, falling to the sword, was cut in pieces. After making a clean sweep of them, we dismounted in a field of growing corn and ordered a tower of their heads to be set up. As we went along the road, I said, with anger and scorn, to the begs who had been with letter 1E25 USAIN, "You, what men?" There you stood on quite flat ground, and looked on while a few Afghans on foot overcame such a brave in the way they did. Your rank and station must be taken from you, you must lose pargana and country, your beards must be shaved off, and you must be exhibited in towns. For there shall be punishment assuredly for him who looks on while such a brave is beaten by such a foe on dead level land, and reaches out no hand to help. The troop which went to Karmash brought back sheep and other spoil. One of them was Baba Kashka Mughal. An Afghan had made at him with a sword. He had stood still to adjust an arrow, shot it off and brought his man down. July 29th. Next day at dawn, we marched for Kabul. Payaster MU letter 1E25 a D. Abdul Aziz, master of the horse, and Mir Kurd, the taster, were ordered to stop at Chashmatura and get pheasants from the people there. As I had never been along the Rustam Maiden Road, I went with a few men to see it. Rustam Plain, Maidan, lies amongst mountains and towards their head is not a very charming place. The dale spreads rather broad between its two ranges. To the south, on the skirt of the rising ground is a smallish spring, having very large poplars near it. There are many trees also, but not so large, at the source on the way out of Rustam Maiden for Girdiz. This is a narrower dale, but still there is a plot of green meadow below the smaller trees mentioned, and the little dale is charming. From the summit of the range, looking south, the Karmash and Bangash mountains are seen at one's feet, and beyond the Karmash show pile upon pile of the rain clouds of Hindustan. Towards those other lands where no rain falls, not a cloud is seen. We reached Huni at the midday prayer, and there dismounted. July 30th, dismounting next day at MU letter 1E25 a D Aghaz village, we perpetrated Urtkab Amajan. There we had a drug thrown into water for the fish. A few were taken. July 31st, on Sunday the 3rd of Shaban, we reached Kabul. August 2nd, on Tuesday the 5th of the month, Darwish IMU letter 1E25 Mmd, F a letter 1E93, Li and Khusrau's servants were summoned, and after inquiry made into what shortcomings of theirs there may have been when letter 1225 US-IN was overcome, they were deprived of place and rank. At the midday prayer there was a wine party under a plane tree, at which an honorary dress was given to Baba Kashka Mughal. August 5th, on Friday the 8th Khipa returned from the presence of Mirza Khan. Excursion to the Kodaman. August 11th, on Thursday at the other prayer, I mounted for an excursion to the Kodaman, Baron and Khwaja. At the bedtime prayer, we dismounted at Mama Khatan. August 12th, next day we dismounted at Istalif. A confection was eaten on that day. August 13th, on Saturday there was a wine party at Istalif. August 14th, riding at dawn from Istalif, we crossed the space between it and the Sinjid Valley. Near Khwaja, a great snake was killed as thick, it may be, as the forearm and as long as a quillach. From its inside came out a slenderer snake that seemed to have been just swallowed, every part of it being side note. Fall, 240b. Whole, it may have been a little shorter than the larger one. From inside this slenderer snake came out a little mouse. It too was whole, broken nowhere. On reaching Khwaja there was a wine party. Today orders were written and dispatched by Kichkina the night watch, TUNQ letter 16F to the begs on that side, i.e. north of Hindu Kush, giving them a rendezvous and saying, "An army is being got to horse, take thought, and come to the rendezvous fixed." August 15th, we rode out at dawn and ate a confection. At the infall of the Parun water, many fish were taken in the local way of casting a fish drug into the water. Mir Shah Beg set food and water, Ab before us. We then rode on to Qandahar. At a wine party held after the evening prayer, Darwish letter 1225 Ahmadi, Sarban, was present. Though a young man and a soldier, he had not yet committed the sin urtkab of wine, but was in obedience taib. Quitluk Khwaja Kukuldash had long before abandoned soldiering to become a darwish. Moreover, he was very old, his very beard was quite white. Nevertheless, he took his share of wine at these parties. Said I to Darwish letter 1225 Ahmadi, "Quitluk Khwaja's beard shames you. He, a darwish and an old man, always drinks wine. You, a soldier, a young man, your beard quite black, never drink. What does it mean?" My custom being not to press wine on a non-drinker, with so much said, it all passed off as a joke. He was not pressed to drink. August 16th, at dawn we made our morning. Sub a letter 1225, U letter 1225 I Kilduk. August 17th, riding on Wednesday from Galai-Bahar, we side note, fall 241. Dismounted in a Bun village, ate food, remounted, went to a summer house in the orchards, Baghatai-Kam, and there dismounted. There was a wine party after the midday prayer. August 18th, riding on next day, we made the circuit of Khwaja Kawan's Sa'id's tomb, went to China Fort, and there got on a raft. Just where the Panjshir water comes in, the raft struck the naze of a hill and began to sink. Rau letter 1225 dam, Tingriquili and Mir Mu letter 1225 a D the raftsmen were thrown into the water by the shock. Rau letter 1225 dam and Tingriquili were got on the raft again. A china cup and a spoon and a letter 16F a MBOUR went into the water. Lower down, the raft struck again opposite the Sangai Barada, the cut stone, either on a branch in midstream or on a stake stuck in as a stopwater, Kakin Kazakh. Right over on his back went Shah Beg's Shah letter 1225 a S a N, clutching at Mirza Quli Kukuldash and making him fall too. Darwish Imu letter 1225 Ahmadi Sarban was also thrown into the water. Mirza Quli went over in his own fashion. Just when he fell, he was cutting a melon which he had in his hand. As he went over, he stuck his knife into the mat of the raft. He swam in his tun Afragi and got out of the water without coming on the raft again. Leaving it that night, we slept at raftsmen's houses. Darwish Imu letter 1225 Ahmadi Sarban presented me with a 7-colored cup exactly like the one lost in the water. August 19th, on Friday we rode away from the river's bank and dismounted below Aindiki on the skirt of Khoai-Baka, where, with our own hands, we gathered plenty of toothpicks. Passing on, food was eaten at the houses of the Khwaja Khi letter 1E93R people. We rode on and at the midday prayer, dismounted in a village of Quitluk Khwaja's fief in Lamgan, where he made ready a hasty meal. Ma letter 1E25 a letter 1E93 IRI. After partaking of this, we mounted and went to Kabul. BB, various incidents. August 22nd. On Monday the 25th, a special honorary dress and a saddled horse were bestowed on Darwish Mu letter 1E25 Mmd Sarbin, and he was made to kneel as a retainer Nakar. August 24th, for 4 or 5 months I had not had my head shaved. On Wednesday the 27th, I had it done. Today there was a wine party. August 26th, on Friday the 29th, Mir Kurd was made to kneel as Hind-al's guardian. He made an offering of 1,000 sharukas, circa 50 pounds. August 31st, on Wednesday the 5th of R.A.M. letter 1E93 A.N., a dutiful letter was brought by Chalik Kukuldash's servant Barlas Juki. Ozbeg raiders had gone into those parts Badakhshan. Chalik had gone out, fought, and beaten them. Barlas Juki brought 1 live Ozbeg and 1 head. Sep, 2nd in the night of Saturday the 8th, we broke our fast in Qasim Beg's house. He led out a saddled horse for me. Sep, 3rd, on Sunday night the fast was broken in Khalifa's house. He offered me a saddled horse. Sep, 4th, next day came Khwaja Mu letter 1E25. Ali and Janai Nasir, who had been summoned from their districts for the good of the army. Sep, 7th, on Wednesday the 12th, Cameron's maternal uncle's side note, Fall, 242. SL. Ali Mirza arrived. As has been mentioned, he had gone to Kashgar in the year I came from West into Kabul. CC, a Yusufzai campaign. Sep, 8th, we rode out on Thursday the 13th of the month of R.A.M. letter 1E93, A.N. resolved and determined to check and ward off the Yusufzai, and we dismounted in the meadow on the Diayak Ub side of Kabul. When we were mounting, the Ekri Babajan led forward a rather good-for-nothing horse. In my anger, I struck him in the face a blow which dislocated my fist below the ring finger. The pain was not much at the time, but was rather bad when we reached our encampment ground. For some time, I suffered a good deal and could not write. It got well at last. To this same assembly ground were brought letters and presents, bilak, from my maternal aunt Dalatesul letter 1E6FN, Khanim in Kashgar, by her foster brother Dalatai Mu letter 1E25 Mmd. On the same day Bu Khan and Musa, chiefs of the Dilazak, came, bringing tribute and did obeisance. Sep, 11th, on Sunday the 16th Qujbeg came. Sep, th, marching on Wednesday the 19th we passed through Butcock and, as usual, dismounted on the Butcock water. As Qujbeg's districts, Bamiyan, Kamard, and Guri, are close to the Ozbeg, he was excused from going with this army and given leave to return to them from this ground. I bestowed on him a turban twisted for myself and also a head-to-foot bashayak. Sep, 16th, on Friday the 21st, we dismounted at Badam Chashma. Sep, 17th, next day we dismounted on the Barakab, I reaching the camp after a visit to Kara-2. On this ground honey was obtained from a tree. Sep, 20th, we went on march by march till Wednesday the 26th, and dismounted in the Bagai Wafa. Sep, 21st, Thursday we just stayed in the garden. Sep, 22nd, on Friday we marched out and dismounted beyond Sul letter 1E6F, a NPUR. Today Shamir letter 1E25 USAIN came from his country. Today came also Dilazak chiefs under Bu Khan and Musa. My plan had been to put down the Yusufzai in Sawad, but these chiefs set forth to me that there was a large horde Aulis in Hashnaghar and that much corn was to be had there. They were very urgent for us to go to Hashnaghar. After consultation, the matter was left in this way. As it is said there is much corn in Hashnaghar, the Afghans there shall be overrun. The forts of Hashnaghar and Peshawar shall be put into order. Part of the corn shall be stored in them, and they be left in charge of Shah Mir letter 1E25 USAIN and a body of braves. To suit Shah Mir letter 1E25 USAIN's convenience in this, he was given 15 days' leave, with a rendezvous named for him to come to after going to his country and preparing his equipment. Sep, 23rd, marching on next day, we reached Juishahai and there dismounted. On this ground, Tingri Birdie and SL. Mu letter 1E25 a D Duldai overtook us. Today came also letter 1E25 a MZ a from Quinduz. Sep, 25th, on Sunday the last day of the month R.A.M. letter 1E93 a.N., we marched from Juishahai and dismounted at Kirakarik 40 conduits, side note Fall, 243. I going by raft with a special few. The new moon of the feast was seen at that station. People had brought a few beast-loads of wine from Nur Valley. After the evening prayer there was a wine party, those present being Mu letter 1225 Ibbi Ali the armorer, Khwaja Mu letter 1225. Ali the librarian, Shah Beg Shah letter 1225 a N, Sl, Mu letter 1225. Duldai and Darwish Mu letter 1225. Sarban, then obedient Taib. From my childhood up, it had been my rule not to press wine on a non-drinker. Darwish Mu letter 1225 Mmadi was at every party and no pressure was put on him, by me, but Khwaja Mu letter 1225. Ali left him no choice. He pressed him and pressed him till he made him drink. Sep. 26th. On Monday we marched with the dawn of the feast day, eating a confection on the road to dispel crop sickness. While under its composing influence, Naklik, we were brought a colocin thapple, Khun letter 16ful. Darwish Mu letter 1225 Mmadi had never seen one, said I. It is a melon of Hindustan, sliced it and gave him a piece. He bit into it at once. It was night before the bitter taste went out of his mouth. At Garm Chashma, we dismounted on rising ground, where cold meat was being set out for us when Langar Khan arrived to wait on me after being for a time at his own place, Ko-i-Jud. He brought an offering of a horse and a few confections. Passing on, we dismounted at Yadabur, at the other prayer got on a raft there, went for as much as 2 miles on it, then left it. Sep. 27th, riding on next morning we dismounted below the Khaibar Pass. Today arrived Sl. Bayazid come up by the side note, fall, 243b. Bara rode after hearing of us. He set forth that the Afridi Afghans were seated in Bara with their goods and families, and that they had grown a mass of corn which was still standing lit. On foot, our plan being for the Yusufzai Afghans of Hashtnagar, we paid him no attention. At the midday prayer, there was a wine party in Khwaja Mu letter 1225, a D, Ali's tent. During the party, details about our coming in this direction were written and sent off by the hand of a Sul letter 16f, a N of Tura, to Khwaja Kalan in Bajor. I wrote this couplet on the margin of the letter, Farman. Say sweetly, O breeze, to that beautiful fawn, thou hast given my head to the hills and the wild. Sep. 28th, marching on at dawn across the pass, we got through the Khaibar narrows and dismounted at Ali Masjid. At the midday prayer, we rode on, leaving the baggage behind, reached the Kabul water at the second watch, midnight, and there slept a while. Sep. 29th, a ford was found at daylight. We had forded the water Sudin Kichaldi, when news came from our scout that the Afghans had heard of us and were in flight. We went on, passed through the Sawad water and dismounted amongst the Afghan cornfields. Not a half, not a fourth indeed of the promised corn was had. The plan of fitting up Hashtnagar, made under the hope of getting corn here, came to nothing. The Dilazak Afghans, who had urged it on us, were ashamed. We next dismounted, after fording the water of Sawad, to its Kabul side. Sep. 30th, marching next morning from the Sawad water, we crossed the Kabul water and dismounted. The begs admitted to council were summoned, and a consultation having been had, the matter was left at this, that the Afridi Afghans spoken of by Sl. Bayazid should be overrun, Peshawar fort be fitted up on the strength of their goods and corn, and someone left there in charge. At this station Hindu Beg Quichin and the Mirzadas of Khwast overtook us. Today Majan was eat, the party being Darwish Mu letter 1225 Mmadi Sarban, Mu letter 1225 a D Kukuldash, Gadai Taghai and Asaz. Later on we invited Shah letter 1225 a S a N also. After food had been placed before us, we went on a raft at the other prayer. We called Langar Khan Niazai on also. At the evening prayer, we got off the raft and went to camp. Oct. 1st, marching at dawn, in accordance with the arrangement made on the Kabul water, we passed Jam and dismounted at the outfall of the Ali Masjid water. D.D. Badakhshan affairs. Sl. Ali Taghai's servant, Abul Hashim overtaking us, said, on the night of Arafah, I was in Jewi-Shahai with a person from Badakhshan. He told me that Sl. Sa'id Khan had come with designs on Badakhshan, so I came on from Jewi-Shahai along the Jamrud to give the news to the Pacha. On this the begs were summoned and advice was taken. In consequence of this news, it seemed inadvisable to victual the fort Peshawar, and we started back intending to go to Badakhshan. Langar Khan was appointed to help Mu letter 1225. Ali Jangjang, he was given an honorary dress and allowed to go. That night, a wine party was held in Khwaja Mu letter 1025. Ali's tent. We marched on next day, crossed Khyber and dismounted below the pass. The Khi letter 193 Arkile Afghans. Oct. 3rd, many improper things the Khi letter 193 Arkile had done. When the army went to and fro, they used to shoot at the laggards and at those dismounted apart in order to get their horses. It seemed lawful, therefore, and right to punish them. With this plan, we marched from below the pass at daybreak, ate our midday meal in Diagulaman Basal, and after feeding our horses, rode on again at the midday prayer. Mu letter 125 letter 125 USAIN. The armorer was made to gallop off to Kabul with orders to keep prisoner all Khi letter 193 Archiles there, and to submit to me an account of their possessions. Also, to write a detailed account of whatever news there was from Badakhshan, and to send a man off with it quickly from Kabul to me. That night we moved on till the second watch midnight, got a little beyond Sul letter 126F at NPUR, there slept a while, then rode on again. The Khi letter 193 Arkile were understood to have their seat from Bahar Vihara and Michgram to Karasu Sikh. Arriving before dawn, Oct. 4th, the raid was allowed. Most of the goods of the Khi letter 193 Archiles and their small children fell into the army's hands. A few tribesmen, being near the mountains, drew off to them and were left. Oct. 5th, we dismounted next day at Kalaghu, where pheasants were taken on our ground. Today the baggage came up from the rear and was unloaded here. Owing to this punitive raid, the Waziri Afghans, who never had given in their tribute well, brought 300 sheep. Oct. 9th, I had written nothing since my hand was dislocated. Here I wrote a little, on Sunday the 14th of the month. Oct. 10th, next day came Afghan chiefs leading the Kurilchi Samokile. The Dilazak Afghans entreated pardon for them. We gave it and set the captured free, fixed their tribute at 4,000 sheep, gave coats, ton to their chiefs, appointed and sent out collectors. Oct. 13th, these matters settled, we marched on Thursday the 18th, and dismounted at Bahar Vihara and Michgram. Oct. Next day I went to the Bagaiwafa. Those were the days of the garden's beauty. Its lawns were one sheet of trefoil, its pomegranate trees yellow to autumn splendor, their fruit full red, fruit on the orange trees green and glad, kuram, countless oranges but not yet as yellow as our hearts desired. The pomegranates were excellent, not equal, however, to the best ones of Wilayat. The one excellent and blessed content we have had from the Bagaiwafa was had at this time. We were there 3 or 4 days. During the time, the whole camp had pomegranates in abundance. Oct. 17th, we marched from the garden on Monday. I stayed in it till the first watch, 9 a.m., and gave away oranges. I bestowed the fruit of 2 trees on Shah letter 125 SAN. To several begs I gave the fruit of 1 tree each. To some gave 1 tree for 2 persons. As we were thinking of visiting Lamgan in the winter, I ordered that they should reserve, Quaruglaler, at least 20 of the trees growing round the reservoir. That day we dismounted at Gandamak. Oct. 18th, next day we dismounted at Jagdalik. Near the evening prayer there was a wine party at which most of the household were present. After a time, Qasim Beg's sister's son, Gadai Bihajat, used very disturbing words and, being drunk, slid down on the cushion by my side, so Gadai Taghai picked him up and carried him out from the party. Oct. 19th, marching next day from that ground, I made an excursion up the valley bottom of the Barakab towards Quruxai. A few purslane trees were in the utmost autumn beauty. On dismounting, seasonable food was set out. The vintage was the cause, wine was drunk. A sheep was ordered brought from the road and made into kababs brochettes. We amused ourselves by setting fire to branches of holm oak. Mullah Abdul Malik Diwana, having begged to take the news of our coming into Kabul, was sent ahead. To this place came letter 125 a.n. Nabira from Mirza Khan's presence. He must have come after letting me know his intention of coming. There was drinking till the sun's decline. We then rode off. People in our party had become very drunk, Sayyid Qasim so much so, that 2 of his servants mounted him and got him into camp with difficulty. Mu letter 125. Bakir's dust was so drunk that people, headed by Amani Mu letter 125 Mmadi Tarkin and Masti Chura, could not get him on his horse. Even when they poured water on his head, nothing was effected. At that moment a body of Afghans appeared, Amani Emulator 125 Mmd, who had had enough himself, had this idea. Rather than leave him here, as he is to be taken, let us cut his head off and carry it with us. At last, after 100 efforts, they mounted him and brought him with them. We reached Kabul at midnight. Incidents in Kabul. In court next morning, Quli Beg waited on me. He had been to Sl Said Khan's presence in Kashgar as my envoy. To him, as envoy to me, had been added Bishka Mirza Atarki, who brought me gifts of the goods of that country. Oct. 25th, on Wednesday the 1st of letter 1E95 ul Qadah, I went by myself to Kabul's tomb and there took my mourning. The people of the party came later by ones and twos. When the sun waxed hot, we went to the Violet Garden and drank there, by the side of the reservoir. Midday coming on, we slept. At the midday prayer, we drank again. At this midday party, I gave wine to Tingri Quli Beg and to Mandi, to whom at any earlier party, wine had not been given. At the bedtime prayer, I went to the hot bath where I stayed the night. Oct. 26th. On Thursday, honorary dresses were bestowed on the Hindustani traders, headed by Y a letter 1E25 Y a NU letter 1E25 a NI, and they were allowed to go. Oct. 28th, on Saturday the 4th, a dress and gifts were bestowed on Bishka Mirza, who had come from Kashgar, and he was given leave to go. Oct. 29th, on Sunday there was a party in the little picture hall over the Charbagh gate. Small retreat though it is, 16 persons were present. GG, excursion to the Kodaman. Oct. 30th, today we went to Istalif to see the harvest Kizan. Today was done the Sin, Erdikab Kilib 80 of Majan. Much rain fell. Most of the begs and the household came into my tent, outside the Bagai Kalan. Oct. 31st. Next day there was a wine party in the same garden, lasting till night. November 1st, at dawn we took our mourning. SUB a letter 1E25, ISUB letter 1E25 I Kilduck, and got drunk, took a sleep, and at the midday prayer rode from Istalif. On the road a confection was eaten. We reached Bizadi at the other prayer. The harvest crops were very beautiful. While we were viewing them, those disposed for wine began to agitate about it. The harvest color was extremely beautiful. Wine was drunk, though Majan had been eaten, sitting under autumnal trees. The party lasted till the bedtime prayer. Khalifa's Mullah M. a letter 1E25 MUD arriving, we had him summoned to join the party. Abdullah was very drunk indeed, a word affecting Khalifa, letter 1E6F, a RFIDIN being said. Abdullah forgot Mullah M. a letter 1E25 MUD and recited this line. Regard whom thou wilt, he suffers from the same wound. Mullah M. a letter 1E25 MUD was sober. He blamed Abdullah for repeating that line in jest. Abdullah came to his senses, was troubled in mind, and after this talked and chatted very sweetly. Our excursion to view the harvest was over. We dismounted, close to the evening prayer, in the Charbagh. Nav. 12th on Friday the 16th, after eating a confection. With a few special people in the Violet Garden, we went on a boat. Humyan and Cameron were with us later. Humyan made a very good shot at a duck. HH, a Bohemian episode. Nav. TH, on Saturday the 18th, I rode out of the Charbagh at midnight, sent night watch and groom back, crossed Mullah Baba's bridge, got out by the Diyarin Narrows, round by the bazaars and Kurez of Kushnadyer Var. Along the back of the bear house, Kurz Khana, and near sunrise reached Tardy Beg Koksar's Kurez. He ran out quickly on hearing of me. His shortness Kalashlighi was known. I had taken 100 sharukas, 5 pounds with me. I gave him these and told him to get wine and other things ready as I had a fancy for a private and unrestrained party. He went for wine towards Bizadi. I sent my horse by his slave to the valley bottom and sat down on the slope behind the Kurez. At the first watch, 9 a.m., Tardy Beg brought sidenote fall, 247b. A pitcher of wine which we drank by turns. After him came MU letter 1E25, AMM Adi Qasim Barlas and Shahzada who had got to know of his fetching the wine, and had followed him, their minds quite empty of any thought about me. We invited them to the party. Said Tardy Beg, Hulhul Anaga wishes to drink wine with you. Said I, for my part, I never saw a woman drink wine, invite her. We also invited Shahaya Kalandar, and one of the Kurez men who played the Rebek. There was drinking till the evening prayer on the rising ground behind the Kurez. We then went into Tardy Beg's house and drank by lamplight almost till the bedtime prayer. The party was quite free and unpretending. I lay down, the others went to another house and drank there till beat of drum, midnight. Hulhul Aniga came in and made me much disturbance. I got rid of her at last by flinging myself down as if drunk. It was in my mind to put people off their guard and ride off alone to a stargatch, but it did not come off because they got to know. In the end, I rode away at beat of drum, after letting Tardy Beg and Shahzada know. We three mounted and made for a stargatch. Nav, 15th, we reached Khwaja letter 1E25 a S a N below Istalif by the first prayer F a R letter 1E93 whacked, dismounted for a while, ate a confection, side note, fall 248, and went to view the harvest. When the sun was up, we dismounted at a garden in Istalif and ate grapes. We slept at Khwaja Shahab, a dependency of a stargatch. Ada, the master of the horse, must have had a house somewhere near, for before we were awake he had brought food and a pitcher of wine. The vintage was very fine. After drinking a few cups, we rode on. We next dismounted in a garden beautiful with autumn. Their A party was held at which Khwaja Mu letter 1E25 a MM a D Ammon joined us. Drinking went on till the bedtime prayer. During that day and night, Abdullah, Asaz, Nur Beg and Yusufai Ali all arrived from Kabul. Nav, 16th, after food at dawn, we rode out and visited the Bagai Padshahi below a stargatch. One young apple tree in it had turned an admirable autumn color. On each branch were left 5 or 6 leaves in regular array. It was such that no painter trying to depict it could have equaled. After riding from a stargatch, we ate at Khwaja letter 1E25 a S a N and reached Bizadi at the evening prayer. There we drank in the house of Khwaja Mu letter 1E25. Ammon's servant, Imamai Mu letter 1E25 Mmd. Nav, 17th, next day Tuesday, we went into the Charbagh of Kabul. Nav, 18th, on Thursday the 23rd, having marched Kuchub, the fort was entered. Nav, 19th, on Friday Mu letter 1E25 a MM a D Ali, son of letter 1E25 a ID a R the stirrup holder brought, as an offering, a tui gun he had caught. Nav, 20th, on Saturday the 25th, there was a party in the plane tree garden from which I rose and mounted at the bedtime prayer. Sayyid Qasim being in shame at past occurrences, we dismounted at his house and drank a few cups. Nav, 24th, on Thursday the 1st of letter 1E95 UL letter 1E25 IJJ, Tajuddin M a letter 1E25 MUD, come from Qandahar, waited on me. Dek, 12th, on Monday the 19th, MU letter 1E25. Ali Jangjang came from Nilab. Dek, 13th, on Tuesday of the month, Sangar Khan Janjuha come from Bira, waited on me. Dek, 16th, on Friday the 23rd, I finished copying the odes and couplets selected according to their measure from Ali Shir Beg's 4 diwans. Dek, 20th, on Tuesday the 27th there was a social gathering in the citadel, at which it was ordered that if anyone went out from it drunk, that person should not be invited to a party again. Dek, 23rd, on Friday the 30th of letter 1E95 UL letter 1E25 IJJ, it was written out with the intention of making an excursion to Lamgan. Dek, 23rd, 1519 to Dek, 12th, 1520 add. A excursion to the Kodaman and Kohistan. Dek, 23rd, on Saturday MU letter 1E25, a RR a M first Khwaja Siyaran was reached. A wine party was had on the bank of the conduit, where this comes out on the hill. Dek, 24th, riding on next morning 2nd, we visited the moving sands, Regi Rowan. A party was held in Sayyid Qasim's Bulbul's house. Dek, 25th, riding on from there, we ate a confection majan, went further and dismounted at Bilkir. Dek, 26th, at dawn 4th, we made our morning SUB a letter 1E25, ISUBU letter 1E25 I Kilduk, although there might be drinking at night. We rode on at the midday prayer, dismounted at Bābur-nāma, and there had a wine party. Dek, 27th, we took our morning early. Letter 1E25 AQ Dad, the headman of Bābur-nāma, made me an offering peshkash of his garden. Dek, 28th, riding thence on Thursday 6th, we dismounted at the villages of the Tajiks in Nehru. Dek, 29th, on Friday 7th, we hunted the hill between 40 plows, Chihilkwalba and the water of Baron, many deer fell. Side note, fall 249. I had not shot an arrow since my hand was hurt, Now, with an easy bow, I shot a deer in the shoulder, the arrow going into half up the feather. Returning from hunting, we went on at the other prayer in Nehru. Dec. 30th, next day, Saturday 8th, the tribute of the Nehru people was fixed at 60 gold mescals. Jan. 1st, on Monday 10th, we rode on intending to visit Lamgan. I had expected Humayun to go with us, but as he inclined to stay behind, leave was given him from Kura Pass. We went on and dismounted in Badaro Tago. B. Excursions in Lamgan. Jan. Riding on, we dismounted at Alagnur. The fishermen there took fish at one draught from the water of Baron. At the other prayer, afternoon, there was drinking on the raft, and there was drinking in a tent after we left the raft at the evening prayer. Letter 1025 a the standard-bearer had been sent from Dawar to the Kafirs. Several Kafir headmen came now to the foot of Badakhshan Pass, brought a few goatskins of wine, and did obeisance. In descending that pass a surprising number of was seen. Jan. Next day getting on a raft, we ate a confection, got off below Bulen and went to camp. There were 2 rafts. Jan. 5th, marching on Friday 14th, we dismounted below Mandrawar on the hill skirt. There was a late wine party. Jan. 6th, on Saturday 15th, we passed through the Daruda Narrows by raft, got off a little above Jahanname, Jalalabad, and went to the Bagai Wafa in front of Adanapur. When we were leaving the raft, the governor of Ningnahar Kayam Audu Shah came and did obeisance. Langar Khan Niazai, he had been in Nilab for a time, waited upon me on the road. We dismounted in the Bagai Wafa. Its oranges had yellowed beautifully, its spring bloom was well advanced, and it was very charming. We stayed in it 5 or 6 days. As it was my wish and inclination, Jew Dog Dagha, to return to obedience Taib in my 40th year, I was drinking to excess now that less than a year was left. Jan. 7th, on Sunday the 16th, having made my morning, Subu letter 1025 and became sober. Mullah Yarak played an air he had composed in 5-time and in the 5-line measure, Makhamas, while I chose to eat a confection, Majan. He had composed an excellent air. I had not occupied myself with such things for some time. A wish to compose came over me now, so I composed an air in 4-time, as will be mentioned in time. Jan. 10th, on Wednesday 19th, it was said for fun, while we were making our morning, Subu letter 1025 let whoever speaks like a Sart, i.e. in Persian, drink a cup. Through this many drank. At sun whacked again, when we were sitting under the willows in the middle of the meadow, it was said, let whoever speaks like a Turk drink a cup. Through this also numbers drank. After the sun got up, we drank under the orange trees on the reservoir bank. Jan. 11th, next day, 20th, we got on a raft from Daruda, got off again below Juishahai and went to Adar. Jan. We rode from there to visit Nur Valley, went as far as Susan, Lily, village, then turned back and dismounted in Amla. Jan. As K.H. Wajakalan had brought Bajor into good order, and as he was a friend of mine, I had sent for him and had made Bajor over to Shamir letter 1025 US a INS charge. On Saturday the 22nd of the month, MU letter 1025 a RR a M, Shamir letter 1025 US a IN was given leave to go. That day in Amla we drank. Jan. 15th, it rained Yamgar Yagjarub, next day 23rd. When we reached Kulagram in Qandahar where Malik, Ali's house is, we dismounted at his middle son's house, overlooking an orange orchard. We did not go into the orchard because of the rain but just drank where we were. The rain was very heavy. I taught Mullah, Ali Khan a letter 1E6F, a LISM a N I knew. He wrote it on 4 pieces of paper and hung them on 4 sides. As he did it, the rain stopped and the air began to clear. Jan. 16th, at dawn, 24th, we got on a raft, on another several braves went. People in Bajor, Sawad, Qandahar and thereabouts make a beer burbuza, the ferment of which is a thing they call kim. This kim they make of the roots of herbs and several simples, shaped like a loaf, dried and kept by them. Some sorts of beer are surprisingly exhilarating but bitter and distasteful. We had thought of drinking beer but because of its bitter taste, preferred a confection. Asaz, letter 1025 a S a N Akirik, and Masti on the other raft were ordered to drink some. They did so and became quite drunk. Letter 1025 a S a N Akirik set up a disgusting disturbance. Asaz, very drunk, did such side note, fall, 250b. Unpleasant things that we were most uncomfortable, Batang. I thought of having them put off on the far side of the water, but some of the others begged them off. I had sent for Khwaja at this time and had bestowed Bābur on Shah Mir letter 1225 Usain. For why? Khwaja was a friend. His stay in Bābur had been long. Moreover, the Bābur appointment appeared an easy one. At the ford of the Qandahar water, Shah Mir letter 1225 Usain met me on his way to Bābur. I sent for him and said a few trenchant words, gave him some special armor, and let him go. Opposite Nurgal rock village, an old man begged from those on the rafts. Everyone gave him something, coat, tun, turban, bathing cloth, and so on, so he took a good deal away. At a bad place in midstream, the raft struck with a great shock. There was much alarm. It did not sink, but mere Mu letter 1225 a D, the raftsman was thrown into the water. We were near Atta that night. Jan. 17th on Tuesday, 25th, we reached Mandrawar. Quitluk Kadam and his father had arranged a party inside the fort. Though the place had no charm, a few cups were drunk there to please them. We went to camp at the other prayer. Jan. 18th on Wednesday, 26th, an excursion was made to Kindkir Spring. Kindkir is a dependent village of the Mandrawar Tumen, the one and only village of the Lamganat where dates are grown. It lies rather high on the mountain skirt, its date lands on its east side. At one edge of the date lands is the spring, in a place aside, Yanyur. 6 or 7 yards below the springhead people have heaped up stones to make a shelter for bathing, and by so doing have raised the water in the reservoir high enough for it to pour over the heads of the bathers. The water is very soft. It is felt a little cold in wintry days, but is pleasant if one stays in it. Jan. 19th on Thursday, 27th, Sher Khan Tarkalani got us to dismount at his house and there gave us a feast, letter 1E93 IYAFAT. Having ridden on at the midday prayer, fish were taken out of the fish ponds of which particulars have been given. Jan. 20th on Friday, 28th, we dismounted near Khwaja Mirai Murin's village. A party was held there at the evening prayer. Jan. 21st on Saturday, 29th, we hunted the hill between Alishang and Alangar. One hunting circle having been made on the Alishang side, another on the Alangar, the deer were driven down off the hill and many were killed. Returning from hunting, we dismounted in a garden belonging to the Maliks of Alangar and there had a party. Half of one of my front teeth had broken off, the other half remaining. This half broke off today while I was eating food. Jan. 22nd at dawn, letter 1E63 FAR first, we rode out and had a fishing net cast. At midday went into Alishang and drank in a garden. Jan. 23rd. Next day, letter 1E63 FAR second, letter 1E25 MZ Khan, Malik of Alishang was made over to the Avengers of Blood for his evil deeds in shedding innocent blood, and retaliation was made. Jan. 24th on Tuesday, after reading a chapter of the Quran word, we turned for Kabul by the Yambulag road. At the other prayer, we passed the water from Alagnur, Greatrock. Reached Karatu by the evening prayer, there gave our horses corn and had a hasty meal prepared, rode on again as soon as they had finished their barley. Translator's note on 926 to 932, off 1520 to 1525 add. Babur's diary breaks off here for 5 years and 10 months. His activities during the unrecorded period may well have left no time in which to keep one up, for in it he went thrice to Kandahar, thrice into India, once to Badakhshan, once to Balkh. Twice, at least, he punished refractory tribesmen. He received embassies from Hindustan and must have had much to oversee in muster and equipment for his numerous expeditions. Over and above this, he produced the Mubin, a Turkey poem of 2,000 lines. That the gap in his autobiography is not intentional several passages in his writings show. He meant to fill it. There is no evidence that he ever did so. The reasonable explanation of his failure is that he died before he had reached this part of his book. The events of these unrecorded years are less interesting than those of the preceding gap, inasmuch as their drama of human passion is simpler. It is one mainly of cross-currents of ambition, nothing in it matching the maelstrom of sectarian hate, tribal antipathy, and racial struggle which engulfed Babur's fortunes beyond the Oxus. Nonetheless, the period has its distinctive mark, the biographical one set by his personality, as his long-sustained effort works out towards rule in Hindustan. He becomes felt. His surroundings bend to his purpose. His composite following accepts his goal. He gains the southern key of Kabul and Hindustan and presses the Arghans out from his rear. In the Punjab, he becomes a power. The Rajput Rana of Chittor proffers him alliance against Ibrahim, and his intervention is sought in those warrings of the Afghans, which were the matrix of his own success. A dramatis personae. The following men played principal parts in the events of the unchronicled years. Babur in Kabul, Badakhshan, and Balkh, his earlier following purged of Mughal rebellion, and augmented by the various Mirzas in exile in whose need of employment Shah Beg saw Babur's need of wider territory. Sul Ḥusain Mirza Ibrahim Ludi, who had succeeded after his father Sikandar's death. Sunday letter 195 ul Ka da 7th 923 a Nav. 21st 1517 ad. Was now embroiled in civil war and hated for his tyranny and cruelty. Shah Isma-il letter 163 a f a wi, ruling down to Rajab 19th 930 a. May 24th 1524 ad, and then succeeded by his son Thomas Beat. 10. Kuchum Kuchkunji Khan, Khakan of the Ozbegs, Shaybani's successor, now in possession of Transoxiana. Sul letter 166 a n Sa'idi Khan Chagatai, with headquarters in Kashgar, a ruler amongst the Mughuls, but not their Khakan, the supreme khanship being his elder brother Mansur's. Shah Shuja Beg Argan, who, during the period, at various times held Qandahar, Shal, Mustang, Siwistan, and part of Sindh. He died in 930 a. 1524 ad, and was succeeded by his son letter 125 a s a n, who read the Khu letter 126fb a for Babur. Khan Mirza Muran Shahi, who held Badakhshan from Babur, with headquarters in Qandahar, he died in 927 a. 1520 ad, and was succeeded in his appointment by Humayun Eat. 13. Mu letter 125 a Zaman Baikara, who held Balkh perhaps direct from Babur, perhaps from Isma-il through Babur. Alauddin, Alam Khan Ludi, brother of the late Sul letter 166 a n Sikandar Ludi, and now desiring to supersede his nephew Ibrahim. Daulat Khan Yusuf Kyle, as Babur uniformly describes him, or Ludi, as other writers do, holding Lahore for Ibrahim Ludi at the beginning of the period. Sources for the events of this gap. A complete history of the events the Bābur-nāma leaves unrecorded has yet to be written. The best existing one, whether Oriental or European, is Erskine's History of India, but this does not exhaust the sources, notably not using the letter 1E25 ABIBUSCR, and could be revised here and there with advantage. Most of the sources enumerated as useful for filling the previous gap are so here. To them must be added, for the affairs of Qandahar, K.H. Damir's letter 1E25 ABIBUSCR. This mere ma sums Tara Kaisind supplements usefully, but its brevity and its discrepant dates make it demand adjustment. In some details, it is expanded by Syed Jamal's Tarkhan or Arghannama. For the affairs of Hindustan, the main sources are enumerated in Eliot and Dowson's History of India, and in Nassau, Lee's materials for the History of India. Doubtless all will be exhausted for the coming Cambridge History of India. Events of the unchronicled years. 926 A. Dec. 23rd 1519 to Dec. 12th 1520 ad. The question of which were Babur's 5 expeditions into Hindustan has been often discussed. It is useful therefore to establish the dates of those known as made. I have entered one as made in this year for the following reasons. It broke short because Shah Beg made incursion into Babur's territories, and that incursion was followed by a siege of Qandahar, which several matters mentioned below show to have taken place in 926 A. Expedition into Hindustan. The march out from Kabul may have been as soon as muster and equipment allowed after the return from Lamgan chronicled in the diary. It was made through Bajor, where refractory tribesmen were brought to order. The Indus will have been forded at the usual place where, until the last one of 932 A. 1525 ad. All expeditions crossed on the outward march. Beera was traversed in which were Babur's own commanders, and advance was made, beyond lands yet occupied, to Sialkot, 72 miles north of Lahore and in the Rachna Doab. It was occupied without resistance, and a further move made to what the MSS call Sayyidpur. This attempted defense was taken by assault and put to the sword. No place named Sayyidpur is given in the Gazetteer of India, but the Ayan-i-Akbari mentions a Sidpur, which from its neighborhood to Sialkot may be what Babur took. Nothing indicates an intention in Babur to join battle with Ibrahim at this time. Lahore may have been his objective, after he had made a demonstration in force to strengthen his footing in Bira. Whatever he may have planned to do beyond Sidpur was frustrated by the news which took him back to Kabul and thence to Qandahar that an incursion into his territory had been made by Shah Beg. Shah Shuja Beg's position. Shah Beg was now holding Qandahar, Shal, Mustang, and Siwistan. He knew that he held Qandahar by uncertain tenure, in face of its desirability for Babur and his own lesser power. His ground was further weakened by its usefulness for operations on Herat and the presence with Babur of Baikara refugees, ready to seize a chance, if offered by Ismail's waning fortunes, for recovery of their former seat. Knowing his weakness, he for several years had been pushing his way out into Sindh by way of the Balan Pass. His relations with Babur were ostensibly good. He had sent him envoys twice last year, the first time to announce a success at Kahan had in the end of 924 Ah. Nav. 1519 ad. His son, letter 1225 A.S.A.N., however, with whom he was unreconciled, had been for more than a year in Babur's company, a matter not unlikely to stir undercurrents of unfriendliness on either side. His relations with Shah Ismail were deferential, in appearance even vassal-like, as is shewn by Khwan Damir's account of his appeal for intervention against Babur to the Shah's officers in Herat. Whether he read the Khu letter 1E6FB for any suzerain is doubtful. His son letter 1E25 A.S.A.N., it may be said, read it later on for Babur. See the impelling cause of this siege of Qandahar. Precisely what Shah Beg did to bring Babur back from the Panjab and down upon Qandahar is not found mentioned by any source. It seems likely to have been an affair of subordinates instigated by or for him. Its immediate agents may have been the Naqdiri, and Hazara tribes Babur punished on his way south. Their location was the western borderland. They may have descended on the Great North Road or have raided for food in that famine year. It seems certain that Shah Beg made no serious attempt on Kabul. He was too much occupied in Sindh to allow him to do so. Some unused source may throw light on the matter incidentally. The offense may have been small in itself, and yet sufficient to determine Babur to remove risk from his rear. Kandahar. The Kandahar of Babur's sieges was difficult of capture. He had not taken it in 913 Ah. F 208b by siege or assault, but by default after one day's fight in the open. The strength of its position can be judged from the following account of its ruins as they were seen in 1879 ad. The military details of which supplement Bellu's description, quoted in Appendix J. The fortifications are of great extent with a treble line of bastioned walls and a high citadel in the center. The place is in complete ruin and its locality now useful only as a grazing ground. The town is in 3 parts, each on a separate eminence, and capable of mutual defense. The mountain had been covered with towers united by curtains, and the one on the culminating point may be called impregnable. It commanded the citadel, which stood lower down on the second eminence, and this in turn commanded the town, which was on a tableland elevated above the plain. The triple walls surrounding the city were at a considerable distance from it. After exploring the citadel and ruins, we mounted by the gorge to the summit of the hill with the impregnable fort. In this gorge are the ruins of 2 tanks, some 80 feet square, all destroyed with the pillars fallen. The work is pucca in brick and chunam, cement, and each tank had been domed in. They would have held about 400,000 gallons each. Le Messurier's Qandahar in 1879 ad. pp. 223-245. Babur's sieges of Qandahar. The term of 5 years is found associated with Babur's sieges of Qandahar, sometimes suggesting a single attempt of 5 years' duration. This it is easy to show incorrect. Its root may be Mir Mahsum's erroneous chronology. The day on which the keys of Qandahar were made over to Babur is known, from the famous inscription which commemorates the event, Appendix J, as Shawwal 13th 928 Ah. Working backwards from this, it is known that in 927 Ah, terms of surrender were made and that Babur went back to Kabul. He is besieging it in 926 Ah. The year under description, his annals of 925 Ah, are complete and contain no siege. The year 924 Ah appears to have had no siege. Shah Beg was on the Indus, and his son was for at least part of it with Babur. 923 Ah was a year of intended siege, frustrated by Babur's own illness. Of any siege in 922 Ah, there is as yet no record known, so that it is certain there was no unremitted beleaguerment through 5 years. The siege of 926 Ah, 1520 AD. When Babur sat down to lay regular siege to Qandahar, with mining and battering of the walls, famine was desolating the country round. The garrison was reduced to great distress. Pestilence, ever an ally of Qandahar, broke out within the walls, spread to Babur's camp, and in the month of June, led him to return to Kabul. In the succeeding months of respite, Shah Beg pushed on in Sind, and his former slave, now commander, Mater S. a letter 1E43 BHL revictualled the town. 927 Ah, Dec, 12th 1520 to Dec, 1st 1521 AD. The manuscript sources. 2 accounts of the sieges of Qandahar in this and next year are available. One in Khwandamir's letter 1E25 ABIBUSCR, the other in Ma Sum Bakari's Tariq-i Sind. As they have important differences, it is necessary to consider the opportunities of their authors for information. Khwandamir finished his history in 1524-29 AD. His account of these affairs of Qandahar is contemporary. He was in close touch with several of the actors in them and may have been in Herat through their course. One of his patrons, Emir Ghiyasuddin, was put to death in this year in Herat because of suspicion that he was an ally of Babur. His nephew, another Ghiyasuddin, was in Qandahar, the bearer next year of its keys to Babur. Moreover, he was with Babur himself a few years later in Hindustan. Mir Masum wrote in 1600 AD, 70 to 75 years after Khwandamir. Of these sieges, he tells what may have been traditional and mentions no manuscript authorities. Blochmann's biography of him, Ayan Akbari p. 514, shows his ample opportunity of learning orally what had happened in the Argun invasion of Sind, but does not mention the opportunity for hearing traditions about Qandahar, which his term of office there allowed him. During that term, it was that he added an inscription, commemorative of Akbar's dominion, to Babur's own at Chihilzina, which records the date of the capture of Qandahar, 928 1522 AD. The letter 1E25 ABIBUSCR account Lith. Ed. Roman 3 Part 4 p97. Khwandamir's contemporary narrative allows Masums to dovetail into it as to some matters, but contradicts it in the important ones of date and mode of surrender by Shah Beg to Babur. It states that Babur was resolved in 926 Ah, 1520 AD, to uproot Shah Shuja Beg from Qandahar, led an army against the place, and open the gates of war. It gives no account of the siege of 926 Ah, but passes on to the occurrences of 927 Ah, 1521 AD, when Shah Beg, unable to meet Babur in the field, shut himself up in the town and strengthened the defenses. Babur put his utmost pressure on the besieged, often riding his piebald horse close to the moat and urging his men to fiery onset. The garrison resisted manfully, breaching the life fortresses of the Kabulis with sword, arrow, spear, and death-dealing stone, but Babur's heroes were most often victorious and drove their assailants back through the gates. See Death of Khan Mirza, reported to Babur. Meantime, continues Khwandamir, Khan Mirza had died in Badakhshan. The news was brought to Babur and caused him great grief. He appointed Humayun to succeed the Mirza, while he himself prosecuted the siege of Qandahar and the conquest of the Garmsar. Negotiations with Babur. The governor of Herat at this time was Shah Ismail's son Tahmasp, between 6 and 7 years old. His guardian Amir Khan took chief part in the diplomatic intervention with Babur, but associated with him was Amir Ghiyasuddin, the patron of Khwandamir already mentioned, until put to death as an ally of Babur. The discussion had with Babur reveals a complexity of motives demanding attention. Nominally undertaken, though intervention was on behalf of Shah Beg, and certainly so at his request, the Persian officers seem to have been less anxious on his account than for their own position in Khurasan, their master's position at the time being weakened by ill success against the Sul Ḥusain Mirza of Rum. To Babur, Shah Beg is written of as though he were an insubordinate vassal whom Babur was reducing to order for the Shah. But when Amir Khan heard that Shah Beg was hard-pressed, he was much distressed because he feared a victorious Babur might move on Khurasan. Nothing indicates, however, that Babur had Khurasan in his thoughts. Hindustan was his objective, and Qandahar a help on the way. But as Amir Khan had this fear about him, a probable ground for it is provided by the presence with Babur of Baikara exiles whose ambition it must have been to recover their former seat. Whether for Herat, Kabul, or Hindustan, Qandahar was strength. Another matter not fitting the avowed purpose of the diplomatic intervention is the death of Ghiyas-ud-Din because an ally of Babur. This makes Amir Khan seem to count Babur as Ismail's enemy. Shah Beg's requests for intervention began in 926 AH, 1520 AD, as also did the remonstrance of the Persian officers with Babur. His couriers followed one another with entreaty that the amirs would contrive for Babur to retire, with promise of obeisance and of yearly tribute. The amirs set forth to Babur that though Shah Shuja Beg had offended and had been deserving of wrath and chastisement, yet, as he was penitent and had promised loyalty and tribute, it was now proper for Babur to raise the siege of 926 AH and go back to Kabul. To this, Babur answered that Shah Beg's promise was a vain thing, on which no reliance could be placed. Please God. Said he himself would take Qandahar and send Shah Beg a prisoner to Herat, and that he should be ready then to give the keys of the town and the possession of the Garmsur to anyone appointed to receive them. This correspondence suits an assumption that Babur acted for Shah Ismail, a diplomatic assumption merely, the verbal veil, on one side, for anxiety lest Babur or those with him should attack Herat, on the other, for Babur's resolve to hold Qandahar himself. Amir Khan was not satisfied with Babur's answer, but had his attention distracted by another matter, presumably Ubaydullah Khan's attack on Herat in the spring of the year, March-April 1521 AD. Negotiations appear to have been resumed later, since Kh-Damir claims it as their result that Babur left Qandahar this year. The Taraqi's account. Mir Masum is very brief. He says that in this year, his 922 AH, Babur went down to Qandahar before the year's tribute in grain had been collected, destroyed the standing crops, encompassed the town, and reduced it to extremity. That Shah Beg, wearied under reiterated attack and preoccupied by operations in Sind, proposed terms, and that these were made with stipulation for the town to be his during 1 year more and then to be given over to Babur. These terms settled, Babur went to Kabul, Shah Beg to Siwi. The Argun families were removed to Shal and Siwi, so that the year's delay may have been an accommodation allowed for this purpose. Concerning dates. There is much discrepancy between the dates of the two historians. Kh-Damir's agree with the few fixed ones of the period and with the course of events. Several of Masum's, on the contrary, are seriatim 5 lunar years earlier. For instance, events Kh-Damir places under 927 AH, Masum places under 922 AH. Again, while Masum correctly gives 913 AH, 1507 AD. As the year of Babur's first capture of Qandahar, he sets up a discrepant series later, from the success Shah Beg had at Kayhan. This he allots to 921 AH, 1515 AD. Whereas Babur received news of it, f. 233b, in the beginning of 925 AH, 1519 AD. Again, Masum makes Shah letter 1E25 a S a N go to Babur in 921 AH. And stay 2 years, but letter 1E25 a S a N spent the whole of 925 AH with Babur and is not mentioned as having left before the second month of 926 AH. Again, Masum makes Shah Beg surrender the keys of Qandahar in 923 AH, 1517 AD, but 928 AH, 1522 AD, is shewn by Kh-Damir's dates and narrative and is inscribed at Chihilzina. 928 A Dec, 1st 1521 to Nav, 20th 1522 Ad. A Babur visits Badakhshan. Either early in this year or late in the previous one, Babur and Mahim went to visit Humayun in his government, probably to Faizabad, and stayed with him what Gulbadan calls a few days. B. Expedition to Qandahar. This year saw the end of the duel for possession of Qandahar. Ḥwandamir's account of its surrender differs widely from Masum's. It claims that Babur's retirement in 927 A was due to the remonstrances from Herat, and that Shah Beg, worn out by the siege, relied on the arrangement the amirs had made with Babur and went to Siwi, leaving one Abdul-Baqi in charge of the place. This man, says Ḥwandamir, drew the line of obliteration over his duty to his master, sent to Babur, brought him down to Qandahar, and gave him the keys of the town. By the hand of Ḥwandamir's nephew Ghiyasuddin, specifies the Tarkhan-nama. In this year, messengers had come and gone between Babur and Herat. Two men employed by Amir Khan are mentioned by name. Of them, the last had not returned to Herat when a courier of Babur's, bringing a tributary gift, announced there that the town was in his master's hands. Ḥwandamir thus fixes the year 928 A as that in which the town passed into Babur's hands. This date is confirmed by the one inscribed in the Monument of Victory at Chihilzina, which Babur ordered excavated on the naze of the limestone ridge behind the town. The date there given is Shawwal 13th 928 A. Sep. 6th 1522 Ad. Masum's account, dated 923 A. 1517 Ad, is of the briefest. Shah Beg fulfilled his promise, much to Babur's approval, by sending him the keys of the town and royal residence. Although Ḥwandamir's account has good claim to be accepted, it must be admitted that several circumstances can be taken to show that Shah Beg had abandoned Qandahar, e.g. the removal of the families after Babur's retirement last year, and his own absence in a remote part of Sindh this year. See the year of Shah Beg's death. Of several variant years assigned for the death of Shah Beg in the sources, two only need consideration. There is consensus of opinion about the month and close agreement about the day, Sha'ban 22nd or 23rd. Masum gives a chronogram, Shar Sha'ban, month of Sha'ban, which yields 928, but he does not mention where he obtained it, nor does anything in his narrative show what has fixed the day of the month. Two objections to 928 are patent. 1. The doubt engendered by Masum's earlier antedating. 2. That if 928 be right, Shah Beg was already dead over 2 months when Qandahar was surrendered. This he might have been according to Ḥwandamir's narrative, but if he died on Sha'ban 22nd 928, July 26, 1522, there was time for the news to have reached Qandahar and to have gone on to Herat before the surrender. Shah Beg's death at that time could not have failed to be associated in Ḥwandamir's narrative with the fate of Qandahar. It might have pleaded some excuse with him for Abdul-Baqi, who might even have had orders from Shah 125, a S, a N, to make the town over to Babur, whose suzerainty he had acknowledged at once on succession by reading the Khu 126FB are in his name. Ḥwandamir, however, does not mention what would have been a salient point in the events of the siege. His silence cannot but weigh against the 928 A. The year 930 A is given by Ni letter 195 Amuddin a letter 125 M a D S Tabakatai Akbari, Lith. Ed. p. 637, and this year has been adopted by Erskine, Beale, and Nay Elias, perhaps by others. Some light on the matter may be obtained incidentally as the sources are examined for a complete history of India, perhaps coming from the affairs of Multan, which was attacked by Shah letter 125, a S, a N, after communication with Babur. D. Babur's literary work in 928 A, and earlier. 1. The Mubin. This year, as is known from a chronogram within the work, Babur wrote the Turkey poem of 2,000 lines to which Abulef letter 193L and Bajuni give the name Mubin the Exposition, but of which the true title is said by the Nafisil, Ma'asir to be Dar Fika Mubayan, the law expounded. Sprenger found it called also Fika-i Baburi, Babur's Law. It is a versified and highly orthodox treatise on Mu letter 1E25 a a d a n law written for the instruction of Cameron. A commentary on it called also Mubin was written by Sheikh Zain. Babur quotes from it f 351b when writing of linear measures. Barazin found and published a large portion of it as part of his Chrestomathy Turk, Kazan 1857. The same fragment may be what was published by Ilminsky. Teufel remarks that the ms used by Barazin may have descended direct from one sent by Babur to a distinguished legist of Transoxiana, because the last words of Barazin's imprint are Babur's Begle Traban envoy. He adds the expectation that the legist's name might be learned. Perhaps this recipient was the Khwaja Kalan, son of Khwaja y a letter 1E25y, a Samarkandi to whom Babur sent a copy of his memoirs on March 7, 1520, 935 f. 363. 2. The Bābur-nāma diary of 925 6 1519-20 ad. This is almost contemporary with the Mubin and is the earliest part of the Bābur-nāma writings now known. It was written about a decade earlier than the narrative of 899 to 914 1494 to 1507 ad, carries later annotations, and has now the character of a draft awaiting revision. 3. A diwan collection of poems. By dovetailing a few fragments of information, it becomes clear that by 925 1519 ad, Babur had made a collection of poetical compositions distinct from the Rampur Diwan. It is what he sent to Pulid Sul letter 1E6f a n in 925 f 238. Its date excludes the greater part of the Rampur one. It may have contained those verses to which my husband drew attention in the Asiatic Quarterly Review of 1911, as quoted in the Abushka, and it may have contained, in agreement with its earlier date, the verses Babur quotes as written in his earlier years. None of the quatrains found in the Abushka and there attributed to Babur Mirza are in the Rampur Diwan, nor are several of those early ones of the Bābur-nāma. So that the Diwan sent to Pulid, Sul letter 1E6f, a n may be the source from which the Abushka drew its examples. On first examining these verses, doubt arose as to whether they were really by Babur Miran Shahi, or whether they were by Babur Mirza Sharaki. Fortunately, my husband lighted on one of them quoted in the Sanglak and they're attributed to Babur Pacha. The Abushka quatrains are used as examples in de Curtay's dictionary, but without an author's name. They can be traced there through my husband's articles. 929 Nav, 20th 1522 to Nav, 10th 1523 ad. A. Affairs of Hindustan. The center of interest in Babur's affairs now moves from Qandahar to a Hindustan torn by faction, of which faction one result was an appeal made at this time to Babur by Daulat Khan Lodi, Yusuf Kyle, and Alauddin Alam Khan Lodi for help against Ibrahim. The following details are taken mostly from a letter 1E25m a d Yadgar's Tarakayas Ela letter 1E6fini Afghana. Daulat Khan had been summoned to Ibrahim's presence. He had been afraid to go and had sent his son Dilawar in his place. His disobedience angering Ibrahim, Dilawar had a bad reception and was shewn a ghastly exhibit of disobedient commanders. Fearing a like fate for himself, he made escape and hastened to report matters to his father in Lahore. His information strengthening Daulat Khan's previous apprehensions, decided the latter to proffer allegiance to Babur and to ask his help against Ibrahim. Apparently, Alam Khan's interests were a part of this request. Accordingly, Dilawar or Apak Khan went to Kabul, charged with his father's message, and with intent to make known to Babur Ibrahim's evil disposition, his cruelty and tyranny, with their fruit of discontent amongst his commanders and soldiery. B. Reception of Dilawar Khan in Kabul. Wedding festivities were in progress when Dilawar Khan reached Kabul. He presented himself, at the Charbagh may be inferred, and had word taken to Babur that an Afghan was at his gate with a petition. When admitted, he demeaned himself as a suppliant and proceeded to set forth the distress of Hindustan. Babur asked why he, whose family had so long eaten the salt of the Ludis, had so suddenly deserted them for himself. Dilawar answered that his family through 40 years had upheld the Ludi throne, but that Ibrahim maltreated Sikandar's amirs, had killed 25 of them without cause, some by hanging, some burned alive, and that there was no hope of safety in him. Therefore, he said, He had been sent by many amirs to Babur whom they were ready to obey, and for whose coming they were on the anxious watch. See, Babur asks a sign. At the dawn of the day following the feast, Babur prayed in the garden for a sign of victory in Hindustan, asking that it should be a gift to himself of mango or betel, fruits of that land. It so happened that Daulat Khan had sent him, as a present, half-ripened mangoes preserved in honey. When these were set before him, he accepted them as the sign. And from that time forth, says the chronicler, made preparation for a move on Hindustan. D. Alam Khan. Although Alam Khan seems to have had some amount of support for his attempt against his nephew, events show he had none valid for his purpose. That he had not Daulat Khan's, later occurrences make clear. Moreover, he seems not to have been a man to win adherents or to be accepted as a trustworthy and sensible leader. Dates are uncertain in the absence of Babur's narrative, but it may have been in this year that Alam Khan went in person to Kabul and there was promised help against Ibrahim. Birth of Gulbadan. Either in this year or the next was born Dildar's third daughter Gulbadan, the later author of an Humayun-nama written at her nephew Akbar's command in order to provide information for the Akbar-nāma. 930 Nav, 10th 1523 to Oct, 29th 1524 ad. Babur's fourth expedition to Hindustan. This expedition differs from all earlier ones by its cooperation with Afghan malcontents against Ibrahim Ludi, and by having for its declared purpose direct attack on him through reinforcement of Alam Khan. Exactly when the start from Kabul was made is not found stated. The route taken after fording the Indus was by the submontane road through the Kakar country. The Jihlam and Chinab were crossed, and a move was made to within 10 miles of Lahore. Lahore was Daulat Khan's headquarters, but he was not in it now. He had fled for refuge to a colony of Baloches, perhaps towards Multan, on the approach against him of an army of Ibrahims under Bihar Khan Ludi. A battle ensued between Babur and Bihar Khan. The latter was defeated with great slaughter. Babur's troops followed his fugitive men into Lahore, plundered the town, and burned some of the bazaars. 4 days were spent near Lahore, then move south was made to Dibalpur, which was stormed, plundered, and put to the sword. The date of this capture is known from an incidental remark of Babur about chronograms, F 325, to be Midrabi Alawal 930 circa Jan. 22nd 1524 ad. From Dibalpur a start was made for Sirhind, but before this could be reached news arrived which dictated return to Lahore. B. The cause of return. Daulat Khan's action is the obvious cause of the retirement. He and his sons had not joined Babur until the latter was at Dibalpur. He was not restored to his former place in charge of the important Lahore, but was given Jalandhar and Sul letter 16f a Npur, a town of his own foundation. This angered him extremely, but he seems to have concealed his feelings for the time and to have given Babur counsel as if he were content. His son Dilawar, however, represented to Babur that his father's advice was treacherous. It concerned a move to Multan, from which place Daulat Khan may have come up to Dibalpur and connected with which at this time something is recorded of cooperation by Babur and Shah letter 1225 a S a N Argun. But the incident is not yet found clearly described by a source. Dilawar Khan told Babur that his father's object was to divide and thus weaken the invading force, and as this would have been the result of taking Daulat Khan's advice, Babur arrested him and a pack on suspicion of treacherous intent. They were soon released, and Sul letter 16f a Npur was given them, but they fled to the hills, there to await a chance to swoop on the Panjab. Daulat Khan's hostility and his non-fulfillment of his engagement with Babur placing danger in the rear of an eastward advance. The Panjab was garrisoned by Babur's own followers, and he himself went back to Kabul. It is evident from what followed that Daulat Khan commanded much strength in the Panjab. Evident also that something counseled delay in the attack on Ibrahim, perhaps closer cohesion in favor of Alam Khan, certainly removal of the menace of Daulat Khan in the rear. There may have been news already of the approach of the Uzbegs on Balkh, which took Babur next year across Hindu Kush. See the Panjab garrison. The expedition had extended Babur's command considerably, notably by obtaining possession of Lahore. He now posted in it Mir Abdul Aziz, his master of the horse. In Dibalpur he posted, with Alam Khan, Baba Kashka Mughal. In Sialkot, Khusrau in Kalanar, Mu letter 1E25 a MM a D, Ali Tajik. D2 deaths. This year, on Rajab 19th, May 23rd, died Isma il letter 1E63 a F a WI at the age of 38, broken by defeat from SUL letter 1E6F a N Salim of Rum. He was succeeded by his son Thomasp, a child of 10. This year may be that of the death of Shah Shuja Argun, on Shaban 22nd, July 18th, the last grief of his burden being the death of his foster brother, F a letter 1E93 IL, concerning which, as well as Shah Beg's own death, Mir Masum's account is worthy of full reproduction. Shah Beg was succeeded in Sindh by his son letter 1E25 a S a N, who read the KHU letter 1E6FB, a for Babur and drew closer links with Babur's circle by marrying, either this year or the next, Khalifa's daughter Gulbarg, with whom betrothal had been made during letter 1E25 a S a NS visit to Babur in Kabul. Moreover, Khalifa's son, MU letter 1E25 IBBI Ali, married Nahid, the daughter of Qasim Kukaldash and Machachuk Argun, F214b. These alliances were made, says Masum, to strengthen letter 1E25 a S a NS position at Babur's court. A garden detail. In this year, and presumably on his return from the Panjab, Babur, as he himself chronicles, F132, had plantains, bananas brought from Hindustan for the Bagai Wafa at Adanapur. 931 Oct, 29th 1524 to Oct, 18th 1525 ad. A. Daulat Khan. Daulat Khan's power in the Panjab is shewn by what he effected after dispossessed of Lahore. On Babur's return to Kabul, he came down from the hills with a small body of his immediate followers, seized his son Dilawar, took SUL letter 1E6F a NPUR, gathered a large force and defeated Alam Khan in Dibalpur. He detached 5,000 men against Sialkot, but Babur's begs of Lahore attacked and overcame them. Ibrahim sent an army to reconquer the Panjab. Daulat Khan, profiting by its dissensions and discontents, won over a part to himself and saw the rest break up. B. Alam Khan. From his reverse at Dibalpur, Alam Khan fled straight to Kabul. The further help he asked was promised under the condition that while he should take Ibrahim's place on the throne of Delhi, Babur in full suzerainty should hold Lahore and all to the west of it. This arranged, Alam Khan was furnished with a body of troops, given a royal letter to the Lahore begs ordering them to assist him, and started off, Babur promising to follow swiftly. Alam Khan's subsequent proceedings are told by Babur in the annals of 932 1525 ad. At the time he received details about them, F. 255b. See Babur called to Balkh. All we have yet found about this affair is what Babur says in explanation of his failure to follow Alam Khan as promised, F. 256. Namely, that he had to go to Balkh because all the Ozbeg SUL letter 1E6F, a NS and Khans had laid siege to it. Light on the affair may come from some Persian or Ozbeg chronicle. Babur's arrival raised the siege, and risk must have been removed, for Babur returned to Kabul in time to set out for his fifth and last expedition to Hindustan on the first day of the second month of next year, 932 1525. A considerable body of troops was in Badakhshan with Humayun, their non-arrival next year delaying his father's progress, brought blame on himself. Illustration, Babur's grave. To face p. 445. The Memoirs of Bābur. Section 3, Hindustan. 932 Oct, 18th 1525 to Oct, 8th 1526 ad. A fifth expedition into Hindustan. Nav. 17th, on Friday the 1st of the month of letter 1E63, a F a R at the side note, letter 1E25 a ID a R a B a D misfall. 251b. Date 932, the sun being in the sign of the Archer, we set out for Hindustan, crossed the small rise of Yaklanga, and dismounted in the meadow to the west of the water of Diayaqub. Abdul Malik the armorer came into this camp. He had gone 7 or 8 months earlier as my envoy to SUL letter 1E6F, a N Sa'idi Khan in Kashgar, and now brought one of the Khan's men, styled Yangi Beg, New Beg, Kukaldash, who conveyed letters and small presents and verbal messages from the Khanims and the Khan. Nov, 18th to 21st, after staying 2 days in that camp for the convenience of the army, we marched on, halted one night, and next dismounted at Badam Chashma. There we ate a confection, majan. Nov, 22nd on Wednesday, letter 1E63 a FAR 6th. When we had dismounted at Barakab, the younger brethren of Nurbeg, he himself remaining in Hindustan, brought gold ashrafis and tankas to the value of 20,000 sharakis, sent from the Lahore revenues by Khwaja letter 1E25 USAIN. The greater part of these monies was dispatched by Mullah a letter 1E25 M. Adi, one of the chief men of Balkh, for the benefit of Balkh. Nov, 24th on Friday the 8th of the month, letter 1E63 a FAR, after side note fall, 252. Dismounting at Gandamak, I had a violent discharge. By God's mercy, it passed off easily. Nov, 25th on Saturday we dismounted in the Bagaiwafa. We delayed there a few days, waiting for Humayun and the army from that side. More than once in this history, the bounds and extent, charm and delight of that garden have been described. It is most beautifully placed. Who sees it with the buyer's eye will know the sort of place it is. During the short time we were there, most people drank on drinking days and took their morning. On non-drinking days there were parties for Majan. I wrote harsh letters to Humayun, lecturing him severely because of his long delay beyond the time fixed for him to join me. Dec. 3rd, on Sunday the 17th of letter 1E63 a FAR, after the morning had been taken, Humayun arrived. I spoke very severely to him at once. Khwaja Kalin also arrived today, coming up from Ghazni. We marched in the evening of that same Sunday and dismounted in a new garden between SUL letter 1E6F, a NPUR, and Khwaja Rustem. Dec. 6th, marching on Wednesday, letter 1E63 a FAR 20th. We got on a raft, and drinking as we went reached Qushgiu letter 1E43 BAZ, there landed and joined the camp. Dec. 7th, starting off the camp at dawn, we ourselves went on a raft and there ate confection majan. Our encamping ground was always Kirakarak, but not a sign or trace of the camp could, side note, fall 252b, be seen when we got opposite it, nor any appearance of our horses. Thought I, Garm Chashma hot spring is close by, they may have dismounted there. So saying, we went on from Kirakarak. By the time we reached Garm Chashma, the very day was late. We did not stop there, but going on in its lateness, Kitchisi, had the raft tied up somewhere and slept a while. Dec. 8th, at daybreak we landed at Yadabur where, as the day wore on, the army folks began to come in. The camp must have been at Kirakarak, but out of our sight. There were several verse-makers on the raft, such as Sheikh Abulwajd, Sheikh Zain, Mullah Ali Jan, Tardi Beg Koksar, and others. In this company was quoted the following couplet of MU letter 1E25, a MM a D letter 1E63, a LI letter 1E25. Persian with thee, arch coquette, for a sweetheart, what can man do? With another than thou where thou art, what can man do? Said I, compose on these lines, whereupon those given to versifying did so. As jokes were always being made at the expense of Mullah Ali Jan, this couplet came offhand into my head. Persian with one all bewildered as thou, what can man do? Is what can man do? Be mention of the Mubin. From time to time before it, whatever came into my head, of good or bad, grave or jest, used to be strung into verse and written down, however empty and harsh the verse might be. But while I was composing the Mubin, this thought pierced through my dull wits and made way into my troubled heart. A pity it will be if the tongue which has treasure of utterances so lofty as these are, waste itself again on low words. Sad will it be if again vile imaginings find way into the mind that has made exposition of these sublime realities. Since that time, I had refrained from satirical and jesting verse. I was repentant Taib. But these matters were totally out of mind and remembrance when I made that couplet on Mullah Ali Jan. A few days later in Bigram, when I had fever and discharge, followed by cough, and I began to spit blood each time I coughed, I knew whence my reproof came. I knew what act of mine had brought this affliction on me. Whoever shall violate his oath will violate it to the hurt of his own soul, but whoever shall perform that which he hath covenanted with God, to that man surely will he give great reward. Koran Cap. 48 v. 10. Turkey, what is it I do with thee? Ah, my tongue, my entrails bleed as a reckoning for thee. good once as thy words were, has followed this verse jesting, empty, obscene, has followed a lie if thou say, burn will I not. By keeping this vow thou turnest thy rein from this field of strife. O Lord, we have dealt unjustly with our own souls. If thou forgive us not, and be not merciful unto us, we shall surely be of those that perish. Koran Cap. 7v22. Taking anew the place of the penitent pleading for pardon, I gave my mind rest from such empty thinking and such unlawful occupation. I broke my pen. Made by that court, such reproof of sinful slaves is for their felicity. Happy are the highest, and the slave when such reproof brings warning and its profitable fruit. See narrative resumed. Deck, 8th continued, marching on that evening, we dismounted at Ali Masjid. The ground here being very confined, I always side note, fall, 253b. Used to dismount on a rise overlooking the camp in the valley bottom. The campfires made a wonderful illumination there at night. Assuredly, it was because of this that there had always been drinking there, and was so now. Deck, 9th and 10th, today I rode out before dawn. I preferred a confection mahjun and also kept this day a fast. We dismounted near Bagram, Peshawar, and next morning, the camp remaining on that same ground, rode to Kargawi. We crossed the Siab in front of Bigram and formed our hunting circle looking downstream. After a little, a person brought word that there was a rhino in a bit of jungle near Bagram, and that people had been stationed near about it. We betook ourselves, loose rein, to the place, formed a ring round the jungle, made a noise, and brought the rhino out when it took its way across the plain. Humayun and those come with him from that side, Tramontana, who had never seen one before, were much entertained. It was pursued for 2 miles, many arrows were shot at it. It was brought down without having made a good set at man or horse. 2 others were killed. I had often wondered how a rhino and an elephant would behave if brought face to face. This time one came out right in front of some elephants the mahouts were bringing along. It did not face them when the mahouts drove them towards it, but got off in another direction. D. Preparations for ferrying the Indus. On the day we were in Bagram, several of the begs and household were appointed, with paymasters and diwans, 6 or 7 being put in command, to take charge of the boats at the Nilab crossing, to make a list of all who were with the army, name by name, and to count them up. That evening I had fever and discharge which led on to cough, and every time I coughed, I spat blood. Anxiety was great, but by God's mercy, it passed off in 2 or 3 days. Deck, 11th, it rained when we left Bagram. We dismounted on the Kabul water. News from Lahore. News came that Daulat Khan and a pack, Ghazi Khan, having collected an army of from 20 to 30,000, had taken Kilanur and intended to move on Lahore. At once Muminai Ali the commissary was sent galloping off to say, "We are advancing march by march. Do not fight till we arrive." Deck, th, with 2 night halts on the way, we reached the water of Sind, Indus, and there dismounted on Thursday the 28th of letter 1E63, a FRR. F ferrying the Indus. Deck, 16th on Saturday the 1st of the first rabbi, we crossed the Sind water, crossed the water of Kachakat, Haru, and dismounted on the bank of the river. The begs, paymasters, and diwans who had been put in charge of the boats reported that the number of those come with the army, great and small, good and bad, retainer and non-retainer, was written down as 12,000.